So why are they better than the stories that they were told? What the moon and sun were before? Why are those worse stories?
Wait, what?
Before the Copernican model, right? They told stories about what the sun, moon, stars, all that shit, where they had convoluted stories about what they were. So why is that any different? They couldn't touch the sun. The only thing they've done that's different is they've said, this is mathematical. We can make predictions. Our story's right because we can make predictions because we've attached to the variables, we've attached names, places, things called physics. You know, there's a guy named Oliver Heaviside, and he was a self-taught mathematician. He invented vector analysis, and he tells he starts one of his books with this little story. Says it was once a joke upon a mathematician when he took his symbols for realities as S for the sun and M for the moon, meaning the variables and equations are not the realities. We can predict things with, motions of bodies, motions of objects, and all sorts of physical events, but it doesn't mean the underlying theory which we attach these variables to is correct or true.
But like at least,
and I can give you a literal example of this with the Mayans. Now, the Mayans predicted the transit of Venus better than the Copernican model, better than any other model. But their story that went with their prediction was Kukulkan, who was a dragon, right, was going across the sky. So because their predictions are better, should we believe the Mayan story of why Venus transiting the sun at this particular time?
Wait,
you see what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? Like, they had a story, they had math, they had predictions. They had a different story, which we find implausible.
But what do you have? You just say you don't know, and it's that's all you're saying basically.
Because I'm taking a position of natural philosophy.
Okay.
But what about
the only thing you can say that is empirical and really know are
listening to something?
Things you can deduce from systematic experimentation and determining cause and effect relationships.
What about solar eclipse? How is that possible? I don't see him. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, what do you mean possible? It happens, so it's possible.
No, how is it possible with the flat Earth grid? With
what makes you think that the solar eclipse is associated with the geometry of the Earth? What is the connection?
I'm confused.
What makes you think that is connected to the geometry of the Earth? What is the connection? What's the logical connection? Okay, there's just the sun's in the sky, and a black thing goes over it, and it turns black. Where's the logical connection between that observed phenomenon and the shape of the Earth you are on?
What are you giggling about, bro?
That's what I'm asking. What are you trying? What point are you trying to make?
I don't know. My friend is sending some retarded
I'm trying to make the logical connection, dude.
No.
The music bot is just
has to have some relationship.
They're arguing with the other globe
earther. Why does it have to have a relationship to that event?
I'm trying to explain it. Okay.
What?
There's another globe earther here.
You see,
really, a while ago.
The sun circling,
one of the firsts.
And they never get near each other or nothing, right?
Where are you seeing this?
And how is it possible for the sun to overlap the moon?
If 24, he's muted.
He's gone.
Oh.
Hello, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Grim? How are you, bro?
Not too bad. How are you doing?
I'm alright.
What brings you to the server?
I was just listening to the bot talk about
Yeah, we had some dead air, so I got the bot going, but you guys are here now, so we can talk about the globe. Talk about the Earth. What you guys think?
We here.
You guys think the Earth's a globe or what?
I would love to. No, probably not, bro.
Probably not. You guys can be honest. It's all good. Everybody here once believed the Earth was the ball, so.
Yeah, it's probably not, to be honest. Now that I've done some extensive research on strawman fallacy and stuff, I don't think it's a globe.
Yeah, how long have you been researching?
Like 2 nights, bro.
Oh, just fresh into it.
Yeah, fresh meat, baby.
Yeah. So you used to think it was a ball, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what was the best evidence you think?
What's it called? The black swan?
No, the best evidence for the globe.
Oh, for the globe?
Yeah.
There is none.
You didn't. There's no evidence that made you think the Earth was a ball. Nothing at all.
No, it's just like what people told me, what I learned in school and shit.
So you're just going off what you were told, yeah. And then what? So you seen the black swan, and what do you think about that?
Pretty crazy. I couldn't wrap my head around it, you know.
Right. You checked out the math and didn't match up, hey?
Yeah.
So you just seen the one black swan? Which one? In California? With the oil rigs?
I've seen a couple. I've seen the Canada one, the oil rig one.
Yeah.
I've seen one in Australia too. It's pretty crazy.
Okay. So you've never seen any yourself in real life?
No, I haven't.
Not that you've been aware of, at least?
No.
No, but you'll be taking a look next time you're at the beach, huh?
Yeah, man.
What haven't you seen?
I haven't seen a black swan in real life yet, but it's very convincing. So it's like I want to try to look for them and shit.
Yeah, I seen one with the naked eye in Greece.
Oh, in Greece? Why were you in Greece?
Yeah.
Vacation?
In Crete, on the southwest corner, there's a little town called Palliahora.
Oh, I thought you said Greece?
Greece, yeah.
Oh, that was kind of sick.
You know the long island in the Mediterranean Sea? It's like left to right island, horizontal island, I guess. It's called Crete.
Sure.
Yeah, so from that island, you can look southward and you can see this island called Gavdos.
Mm.
And it's the southernmost European land.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see that from Crete, and you're only supposed to be able to see the top bit of it because it's pretty tall. But I could see the whole thing and stuff behind it, like horizon behind it.
Damn.
Yeah, and I seen that with the naked eye, so you don't need any special kind of optics to do it.
Yeah, that must be
although that should help if you want to record it and stuff, but yeah, it's pretty cool stuff.
I've been doing some research with Fada actually about black swans, right? And what are your thoughts on it?
What are my thoughts on the black swan?
No, Fada. I've been doing some research with him.
Oh yeah.
Fada, could you please talk about the black swans and like how interesting you found them and stuff like that?
Hey, man, I don't know, bro. Just everything we get with them is inconsistent. It's like we get 3 different pictures from 3 different things. I don't know what to believe.
He's still on the fence. I agree a little bit. I'm on the fence too a little bit, but
yeah, it's hard. You've only been doing it for 2 days. You can't just switch over right away, right? You gotta.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro.
You gotta look into it and process it and take your time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, you've been going through your whole life being told it's a ball. I don't know how many years you're at now, but I think I was about 30 when I first heard it, and yeah, it's a lot of stuff to take in at first.
So, Fada, you're talking about the side by side, the 2 black swans next to each other.
Mm-hmm. Well, not next to each other. I don't think they're like at a distance from each other.
These pictures, we're talking about these pictures. I'm pretty sure.
You said there was inconsistencies, and people sometimes present. There's 2. They're posted side by side. There's 2 black swans, where you can see the horizon in different areas. What's up, Central?
What's funny is they're both inconsistent with the globe.
Do you have a link to that?
I agree, bro.
Do you want like the video for the black swan, the original video?
For the one that's the side by side one.
I posted it. I posted it in voice text.
Oh.
I think it's this one we're talking about.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yep. The one that you posted at the bottom.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that like you realize like that And that's part of the argument. Like, that's what we've been saying for a long time, is that it's not like the globe is inflating or deflating or changing in size. But they're claiming that the horizon is a geometric location, as if you could go put a flag in it. They're saying that's where the curve of the earth is, where boats go over it, oil rigs get blocked by it, and so on. So we've been saying that's not the case, that the horizon changes due to different various factors like the weather, how high off the ground you are, certain refractive conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So you see how like you're posting that, well, look, they're different side by side. The horizon has changed. Yeah, that's been the argument from the flat earthers from literally since like the day one I joined this conversation. They're talking about the horizon. So that's part of the argument, is that it's appearing in different locations when it should not be, because it's claiming to be a specific location. For example, let's say I have a hill in my front yard. The hill's not going to go anywhere. It will never change location. Doesn't matter if I get in an airplane, take a helicopter, if I die, get sick, it doesn't matter what happens to me or how I view it or look at it. The hill isn't going to change or move or go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But why is this hill of the earth, the horizon, why is it appearing to be moving around? In this picture, it's behind the rigs. In the next one, it's in front of the rigs. So this would be like a hill in your front yard shifting around. This day it's in front of the tree, and the next day it's behind the tree. That doesn't make sense.
I agree.
So we're saying that it's not a hill, that there's different reasons for why it appears to move around. Again, there's how high off the ground you are. You go up higher, you see a little further. Maybe it's a really foggy day of bad weather. You're not going to see far at all. Central talks about, you open up your weather app. I'll just open up mine right now. It says, let's see, visibility 9 miles. It's kind of overcast, cloudy today. So that changes how far you're going to see a certain day.
Mm-hmm.
There's also refraction. So people act like, oh, well, flat earthers didn't account for refraction. It's like, dude, we've been saying refraction from literally since, like I said, day one. That's been our argument. But well, flat earthers didn't account for the refraction. It's like, you guys are new to this if you're thinking like that. You're late to the party. But sorry, Joe, I want to say something. You want to respond to
that? Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, it shouldn't look like that and stuff. It's kind of weird. You know, I'm still very new to this, so I'm kind of on the fence still. There's it's just like the only thing that I just don't understand is the picture on the right, why the oil rig on the left is kind of lower than the other one, but it's like, I don't know.
Here's what you can bank on. What's not happening is there's no curve of water. There's no hill or hump or bulge of water that's like blocking the rig.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what they're saying.
You're saying there's no like hill covering it?
I got a sound clip for you.
Yeah, there's no curve.
Because it's like I searched up a picture of the platform habitat, and it's just like I don't know. I just don't know why I don't see all of it. That's it. So I'm wondering.
So the reason the one on the left is smaller than the one on the right?
No,
because it's angular size.
No, yeah, I agree with that. But the picture on the right, like I don't understand why I don't see the whole oil rig.
Why would you?
I'll tell you why. Because the Globers like to use this particular thing from LSB's channel, and it's from the magnification. But anyway, it's from the same location. I think this one as the Black Swan, the same height, 1 foot above. But the wave height that day is like 5 to 7 feet. So if you have a wave, you're 1 foot off the deck, off the water, and you have a wave that's 20 yards out from you, 60 feet, and it is a 5 to 7 foot wave, it can block more than that much. It could block the entire oil rigs out. They didn't show that, though. The Glovers don't ever show that. But what that is the wave height. The first day on the very calm, the Black Swan day, if you could go look at the information on his website, you'll see the waves are like 2 feet or 3 feet. They're small. Then that next day, they're like 7 feet. That's going to make a big difference. Listen, the Globers want to make it a static world so things like refraction can work, because that could only work in a static world where the airs are not commingling and convecting with each other. There's in the model of refraction, let's say, everything has to stop. So the swirling aspect of all the gases that are above the surface has to stop in order for their little model to work in your mind. Everything has to stop. So in other words, all worldly events like on Earth have to stop. The winds have to stop. The trade winds have to stop. Convection and low and high pressure, low pressure seeking high pressure, like those things all have stopped. So entropy basically has to stand still. So I would keep an eye on that whenever you're having this conversation with the Glober. That's all I want to say. Sorry for stepping in.
That's actually a good point, Sonny. I think I know what you're talking about. Just for context, and stop me if I'm wrong, but there's a guy named Jesse Gordon who posted a video where he's got this, essentially this curved rod with 3 putty mountains, if you will, little putty, clay mountains, one on each end and then one in the middle. And then he's got a laser. And so, like Sonny's saying, when the conditions are like set, they're not whirling and swirling around. He's got the fish tank with sugar. I think it's sugar water, and it's basically it's settled. He's able to make the laser appear a certain way, but once he swirls the water, like Sonny's saying, then the issue arises. So I think that's what he was saying. But I've got that clip of, you're asking about the picture on the right, what's happening with the rig. And so we had this conversation with another gentleman who dubs himself Bob the Science Guy, and this is what he had to say about this.
There's also a horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. Okay, look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
So, like I said, I mean, partially I'm joking, but this is true. They're saying that it's a quote unquote hill of water. That's basically what's going on. But one, why would water doesn't do that? Let's just be real. But why would you believe that? You know what I'm saying? We're just saying that it's farther away. The water's always, you can bank on the water being a certain way always, not in a hill. Is what I would say. So
fair enough.
I mean, does that seem plausible that there's a hill of water there?
Not really, but it seems like that's the thing. It's like I'm a little bit on the fence, because it's like it seems a little more plausible than a 7-foot wave that's just kind of chilling there.
Okay, well, think about this. Picture me, I'm across the street from you, and I'm holding a piece of cardboard. It's like 2 feet by 2 feet, and behind me there's trees and buildings and people and dogs and all kinds of stuff. Can you see all that stuff that's behind the piece of cardboard?
No.
I'm across the street and it's 2 feet by 2 feet, so it's not that big, right? You should be able to see all that stuff behind it, right? Buildings are bigger than that, trees are bigger than that, all that stuff's bigger than the cardboard, so you can see everything around and behind the cardboard, right? Now, I come across the street and I'm standing right in front of you with that 2 feet by 2 feet piece of cardboard right in front of your face, just a few inches. Can you see all those buildings and stuff now?
No.
Right? It's because the angular size in front of you is blocking more of your vision.
Yeah.
Right? So like now with the Black Swan, with that little tiny bit of wave, it's just 2 feet, right? But it's blocking everything that's behind it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I would think that like if the waves are like deep enough, it would look like something like this. But you know what I'm saying? Like that's the only issue I'm having.
Talking about waves, dude. This has nothing to do with waves.
But you said
they're not saying, bro. They're not saying that Earth curvature is waves.
No, that's not the. I know.
Pay attention. It has nothing to do with waves. I don't know why you're even posting stuff about waves. You said a 7-foot wave. No one's talking about waves. We're talking about it's either curved Earth, a hill of water. It's not waves. They don't say boats go over waves. They say boats go over the curve. When I asked Bill or Bob he asked what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig. I said, not a hill of water. And he goes, no, yeah, that's exactly what it is. He wasn't talking about a wave. Okay. So just keep that in mind.
Mika, look at the soldier. Look at the army waiting VC checking one.
Yeah, there's a.
Oh my god! Everyone wants to talk. God. So and that's I know, but I asked like the I'm just skeptical about the whole thing a little bit. I'm on the fence still. You know, I'm pretty new to this, but it's just like the point that I was making is that I asked why the oil rig on the right side, on the right picture, the oil rig on the left is a little hidden, and then the explanation was that there were waves. That's why
that wasn't the explanation.
What was the explanation then?
The horizon changes day to day. Even during a day, it'll change. Let me post another GIF for you.
All I was saying about the waves, to clarify, is that is one variable that you need to look. If you're 1 foot off the water, you don't think that wave height would affect what you're seeing at the water surface 10 miles away? Think about it. That's just another variable. That's all.
No, I agree. Okay, no, it makes sense. I was just trying to understand what it was meant by waves, but
yeah, that's all I meant by it. No, yeah.
Okay.
So it can wave height if you're 1 foot above the water definitely can affect your view of something further out. Obviously. You ever been Ganso?
Yeah, I have been surfing. Yeah.
So when you're on your board and you're paddling, you got your head raised up,
and
a wave comes out, you can't see the horizon until the wave goes, until you're up on the top of the wave again.
Yeah, but the waves usually like end up like crashing, and like you can like I could obviously tell it's a wave, but that doesn't look like a wave to me. Like that's the thing.
Well, look at the texture of the water in that second picture.
Let's
look at it.
It looks like normal.
It doesn't look like normal. Look, it looks like a wall of water. The other one looks like an outstretched plane of water. The other one looks like it's a vertical stack of water. That's what I mean. He's only 1 foot off.
Bro, if you want to say it looks normal, yeah, it looks like water always does, aka not curved at the surface. So that's what we've been saying. The horizon changes. Even like on a foggy day, the horizon's going to be much closer to you due to poor weather. Cloudy day, it's closer. Then we have a nice clear day, it'll be farther away. So this is what we're saying. On one day, the conditions are just different. The water is not doing is curving. That's all we're saying. I played this clip where the guy's like, no, yeah, it is hill of water. Yep. Like that's what they're saying is happening in that second image there.
Okay. Interesting.
I find that interesting as well.
Fado, what are your thoughts on the wave and like the horizon changing and stuff like that?
You're gonna have to like get me up to speed. I was deafened.
So hello? Hi. Anyways, so or does it look like a wave or something else? You know what I'm saying?
The black bird or the black swan pictures?
Yeah, the black bird.
I'm gonna repost it. Just I'll repost it.
All right, bet. Thanks.
Are you asking me if it looks like there's a wave?
Yeah, does the right one look like it's like a wave covering the oil rigs, or is it the?
Could I see where this oil rig is?
No, I mean that's a pretty significantly large wave. If it's gonna cover an oil rig.
Listen, dude. I suggest you go look at the channel and find the original video. It's called Magnification. Go find it. Or it's a second time they did the Black Swan. I think it's a repeat of 9.41 miles from Miramar Beach. So just go to BM LSB 69 channel and look at the video yourself, and you can see the waves rolling in. Don't like rely on me. You see surfers out there in between the observer and the oil rig. They get totally obscured by the waves too. At different intervals, whatever the waves are, they come rolling in. They block everything behind them. Shh. Your little fan like snickering is real
what?
Stupid.
Wait, what's happening?
Some gifts that might just help kind of support what he's saying, but no, I mean, look, we're not. He's just saying waves are definitely a factor or anything like that.
I agree.
When I look at I don't see a giant wave. I'm not saying this.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing from the other dude, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, he's just saying that like you have to take that into consideration. Look at the GIF I posted at 22 minutes past the hour. There's like a surfer in the water, and there's like some waves going on and stuff like that. So
I know, but I'm saying like if there was a wave that far behind, that big. I think all men's have to evacuate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no facts.
It's not like a tsunami coming in.
Yeah,
that's not what we're saying here. The thing is, just the globe earthers are saying that this is a hill of water, and then the reason why you're able to see over the hill in the picture on the left is due to quote unquote refraction. So they got the whole argument backward.
Wait, who's on Team Globe here?
I'm on team on the fence here, bro.
Oh really?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Are you like okay?
I'm converting, bro.
All good.
I respect that, bro.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Are you Globe Earth or Flat Earth, bro?
I don't really know.
Oh, you're here for educational purposes?
Yeah.
Pretty much everyone was raised the same way, so it's fine. But like for me, when I joined, when I was new, this was the whole conversation. What is the horizon?
About this like oil rig? This is the whole conversation?
Well, no, this came out after. This came out
here.
It's just dropped.
I'll send you a picture here. Shima, look at this. Sizaima, or whatever, however you say the fuck your name.
But I'll set the table for you. Yeah, I don't even know. How do you want us to say your name? Sisma.
Shyla is okay. Like anything, guys.
Shyla?
You feel? Yeah, like Sismaya or whatever.
I got you. I call you Shyla, bro.
Okay, so like what am I seeing here?
So basically what you're seeing is two platforms, two oil platforms that should be hidden by the calculated geometric horizon.
Yeah.
But they're not. Therefore, there is no.
Not it.
Oh, could you please explain?
What about like
we're also live on YouTube, so don't
about the crane.
Yeah. Doesn't it?
Oh, is there a link? Like
you see the live stream voice text chat?
Yeah, I think isn't the Black Swan thing seeing where the horizon is, and the oil rigs are just there to like see, like it's like a point of measurement.
That's exactly right.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That's cool.
So like it's so basically it's like the whole point of the Black Swan thing is to like that picture is showing that the horizon is way beyond what it's supposed to be calculated at.
Correct. And I dropped a calculator. If you want to mess around with the calculator, you can see where the horizon's predicted to be and it's predicted to be at 1 foot off the surface, only at 1.2 miles. And you can see that the rigs are at 6.21 and 9.41 miles. So clearly you're looking beyond, way beyond this 1.2 geometric claim. So yeah, Fada, you had the argument down perfectly. It's not about the rigs or like how much you can see of the rigs or anything. They're only there so that you know how far you're looking. Because if I just go to the beach and I look out and there's nothing there, I have no way to gauge how far I'm looking. So with these rigs, it's not like they're floating around or shifting around. They're rooted. So then you know, okay, for sure, this is how far I'm looking. So yep, you had the argument perfectly.
For the calculator you sent, I just have a quick question. So the dotted line is like your line of sight.
Let me just open this up on my own. Yeah, the dotted line would be your line of sight to the horizon. Now, here's the issue. If you see the green line, so you've got H0, which is you, and then how high off the ground you are, the blue arrow. You got your dotted line to the horizon, and then you've got that green line that extends beyond underneath that dotted line where the red arrow is. In the photo where the two rigs are, you're seeing basically that green line behind the red arrow. What you shouldn't be seeing this at all. Okay, there's supposed to be a huge hump, bulge of Earth curve blocking your view. And so people ask, like, where does the 1.2 come from? If you just punch in 1 foot, I'm going to punch in 10 feet for distance, or 10 miles for distance, sorry. There's your D1 equals 1.2 miles. So that's where that comes from. This isn't flat earther math or anything like that. People are like, "Oh, this is just flat earther math."
So
no, it's how big they claim the globe to be. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out what this, like, wouldn't the line of sight for like a human that's like a little bit above the horizon be like that instead of like straight?
But you're not. So you gotta like. You're not standing at the horizon.
Okay.
You're looking to the horizon. So where you're standing would be where the blue arrow is. Not you're not standing at the horizon. When you're looking at this photo, you're not standing behind the rig. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm saying this calculator is assuming that the what we're on is circular, correct?
Of course.
So
this is what we're all supposed to believe in. This is
of course.
Globe everyone's supposed to.
So in a circle, isn't technically any point a horizon? Like the horizon is. So you can be on a horizon because it's.
I get what you're saying. Like anywhere you're at, you're on the top. Yeah. But we're not in like where you drew. We're not standing at that part. We're standing at the H0. The whole point is the distance to the horizon. So we're in the arrow that you drew. Where would the horizon be then in this example?
The horizon would be
kind of in the middle where it's touching.
We
just moved it forward. Moved it forward a little bit. Essentially that would work, I guess, but you would still have an issue because you're still seeing here. Let me just play around with what you drew because it still works the same way essentially. Let me I'll draw on it a little bit. Like but you're still essentially seeing the green line behind.
This would be the horizon, though.
Let me see. Yeah, yep. But so here's the issue. If you extend the line that you made through the red arrow, right, you're still seeing the green line underneath it. So it's still below your line of sight. And that's part of the issue. Is like you're not really seeing the horizon up close like that. You're seeing the horizon beyond the target. And what's funny is that you moved up the horizon, right? You moved the observer closer and you still shouldn't be able to, you literally still shouldn't be able to see it based off of this graph. And the issue is it's way further back. You know what I'm saying? So let me try to draw on this and circle where you're actually seeing.
Shima, what are your thoughts on what we're drawing so far? Silma.
I don't know what's going on. Not gonna lie.
All right.
The whole thing is about the horizon, basically. The Team Globe, basically, if you're Team Globe, you should be able to say that at a certain distance, I could go put a flag, boom, right at the horizon. This is right where the Earth curves. It's not gonna, doesn't move in the same way as if you go to your front yard and there's a hill in it, you gotta put a flag in that hill. That hill is not gonna move, doesn't matter what happens. So that's basically like what they're saying with these images that we're posting. This is the claim. At a certain distance, there's gonna be curve there. And so
is that
basically what we're talking?
So what's the gain from like all this? Like, say the world is flat, like why are mans hiding it? You know what I'm saying?
Well, that comes right. So if you're a new detective, you just got hired on to the precinct, and this is your first case you got assigned to, and you just arrived at the crime scene. So we're all here. We've been investigating for a while. You're new, so why are you already like trying to get to the motive? What evidence have you gathered?
I'm just trying to get to the motive.
Well, yeah, you gotta get some evidence first. That's what we're saying.
But yeah.
You don't arrive to the crime scene and go, well, I can't see the motive. You start gathering like, where's the blood? Where's the bullets, shells? Where's the camera footage? Let's get some witnesses. Let's get the evidence first, and then maybe we'll build to and find out what the motive is. Here's the problem: you might not ever know the motive. It's not like we.
What's the motive, bro? Like.
So it's like, I can't tell you why liars lie. I'm not the liar.
I see.
But maybe you'll find out some like reason for motive if you have enough evidence. But that's what you got to start with, is the evidence, not the motive.
So we can never like talk about the motive.
We can, but that's just not the first thing you do when you arrive to a crime scene.
Okay, anyway, let's continue. Were you gonna draw something for me? Creation?
Yeah, sorry, I just got distracted, but let me draw it.
It's okay.
My bad.
These fucking globe earthers, man.
I'm a bad multitasker.
Fahad.
Yeah.
So like, don't you think that this is what's happening on the picture on the right? Like, that's the reason why half of the oil rig is hidden, or do you think it's like something else?
That is what I believe is why the oil rig would be hidden.
You can't say believe, bro. You can't say believe.
You can't believe, bro.
You can't.
That is.
You can.
That is why I'm taught to know.
That's more like it.
This is interesting.
All right. Here comes the shoddy drawing.
Mm-hmm.
Is this what converts me?
If we just go with what if we just move up a little bit, the issue's still alive. It's like you're still seeing that green line beyond.
Wait, what is this? What is this line that's going from the horizon to H1?
It's so the line that's perfectly horizontal is the line of sight that was on the calculator. But I was saying, like, wouldn't like a human that was a bit off the ground would look like that instead? And like we're going on to this whole thing.
Yeah, we're kind of just rolling with his example. That's not really like basically all we've done is moved closer to the target, right? So we're based off of the evidence, we're looking at least 10 miles. So with his example, it looks like we moved it up like, I don't know. What, half?
Oh, is that
the issue still lies no matter what.
Wait, is this diagram?
Yeah, go ahead.
On the website, is this diagram static? It doesn't change when you plug in numbers?
No, it changes, yeah.
Let me change the height. Let me see if it changes.
So is my thing broken then? I don't.
Yeah, like put in like how tall you are, right? Like most guys are like 6 foot. So you.
Oh no, the diagram is static.
Yeah,
it doesn't change.
Like you see the line, about, the green arrow, like outside the green line, the H0, H1.
Change, but it's about the distance to the horizon. So it's like your distance to the horizon will change as your distance away from the surface changes.
Okay.
Yeah, but that wouldn't. So
I thought. So
go on.
No, because I'm just plugging in numbers and nothing is changing. So
you haven't really even changed the way that the calculator works. All you've done is shortened the distance, essentially. But like the issue still lies. The horizon's supposed to be where you drew it in the middle. But the problem is we're seeing it where I drew the yellow in my example at 34 minutes past the hour. We're still seeing beyond where you're supposed to see. So that's the problem.
So this is...
Wait, so according to this calculator...
This is what I don't understand about the calculator. So if the height would increase and the point of view is static, like that would make a big difference in terms of vision if like the red line was what the calculator was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Well,
spitting,
I don't know why you guys are trying to mess with it. All you're doing is shortening the distance.
It's trying to find the motive.
You're still standing where the blue arrow is. So as that height increases, your distance to the horizon.
Oh, I see what you mean now. Okay. No, okay.
Right.
I see.
Wait, no, explain it to me in simple terms.
So I'm doing...
Yeah.
Okay.
If I was a 5-year-old.
So, like, we're rushing B site, but the bomb's down. And, like, like you see... Like instead of
so the bombs in spawn.
So blue is A site, red is B site, right?
Uh-huh.
So basically, instead of going from A to B, we're going from C to B. You know, like we're starting from A. Actually, we're in the blue line.
That's
like I changed the point of view.
What is this? What does this have to do with the flat Earth?
You got it. But the whole point of the calculator is they're telling you based off of a globe this size. They're telling you it's this big essentially. So with knowing that data, you can calculate how high off the ground you are, and that'll be able to tell you how far the horizon will be. There's like a 90-second video. We should just listen to this real quick. It's like a 90-second video, dude, like 10 years ago, just spilling it out perfectly simple for everybody. When you're standing at the beach, how far the horizon is. Let me just get this link and we'll listen to it. But the Black Swan didn't even come out until 2020, right? So, like, the argument is a response to the claim that the horizon is Earth curve. 1 second.
Huh? No, it might be.
Timbo, you're hot mic. I'm gonna drop the link. We're just gonna listen to this like a 90-second clip. It's called "How Does the Horizon Work?" This is not a flat Earth.
I was actually just researching that. Ain't that crazy? Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're watching the video. Oh, we're watching that. We're listening to it.
Wait, where can I see the video?
Flat. Oh, no, man, time to start playing music.
Whoa, is this flat Earth music?
Why am I the only one that can't hear this music?
What is it? Yeah, what's happening?
Video.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very...
You link the calculator.
Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked down on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea.
I've seen this video.
That's the horizon. Well, it turns out, because the Earth is curved, that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right?
It's actually a cool video, guys.
To say your eyes are about 8 inches above the water's surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means...
Sorry, cut off a little early there. But you hear what he's saying. If your head is 8 inches above the water, distance to horizon 1 mile. If you're 6 foot tall, distance to horizon 3 miles. And you can just double check this with the calculator. They all kind of work the same way.
Okay.
So that's what they're saying. How high off the ground you are, that's how far then from there you can calculate how far the horizon is supposed to be. And the claim is that the horizon is the Earth curving, blocking your view. Bullets go over the curve, so on. Flat Earthers their response to that claim is that it's not curvature. There's different reasons for why the horizon appears where it does. One of them being weather. One of them being how high off the ground you are. Another one being refraction even. So this is something we've been saying for a long time. It's not Earth curvature. But that's the whole debate. Is it curved Earth or is it something else? And that's what the black swan is for.
What's let me do some calculations on that. So he's 1 foot off the ground. So 1 foot 2 meters is whatever that is. All right, dope. How far is the oil rig? It is 9.401. 9.41 miles.
So I just double checked it. Like he's saying, like if you're like 6 foot tall, distance to horizon would be 3 miles. So I can post that.
So that's this amount of meters. Okay, interesting. Target. Do we know how big the Santa Barbara? Do we know how big Platform Habitat is?
See, this is where you don't want to get confused, because it's not actually about how tall they are. So even regardless of how high it should be poking up above that dotted line, the issue is that you're seeing the green line beyond the red arrow. So it's like way below where you should be seeing. It's not about how tall the rigs are.
Height, Platform Habitat is 27.4 meters.
The Black Swan, yeah. It's a good one, man. I mean, when I first joined this server, like, typically if you say, like, yeah, I'm a flat earther, people will kind of put you up against the locker and be like, all right, prove it. And the one thing...
What's the motive?
The one thing that I had in my back pocket at the time was the Black Swan. So this is a really good piece of evidence if you understand it. I think that's why we're taking our time.
Wait, does
trying to help people understand this.
The target distance doesn't affect the horizon distance, right? It shouldn't.
No, it affects how much.
Correct.
It affects how much you would see of the target.
So it's just there for reference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So I'm using the. So this has a 0 refraction on the calculator here.
Oh boy, here we go.
No, 0 refraction is good, no?
There's some issues when they start invoking refraction, because
I said 0 refraction, so
they have to like back engineer using a radius value that was never really obtained, and then they inflate the radius value 1/6 of the value, and then say that the light is bending. It's absolutely ridiculous.
So with the calculator, if you look where it's highlighted in pink on the top left, it says that almost half of the oil rig is hidden with no refraction, right? Which works out with the picture on the right with no refraction in place. So
it's refraction when it suits, and then not refraction when it doesn't suit.
No, I can increase the refraction. We can see what happens.
Increase the refraction. Oh, on a screen.
If I increase the refraction.
Wait, is this calculator thing brought up? Like, is it related to the Black Swan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been kind of like back engineered into this. Calculator.
Okay.
It's kind of funny. They've been trying so hard to deal with the Black Swan, but
I'm trying to understand the math behind it.
7/6. I presume you're on a fucking ball.
Yeah, where's the radius, mate? For your refraction equation, you need radius. Sorry.
Yes.
I mean, look, as soon as you start talking about refraction, you must understand that that's the depth of your physical plane of Earth curvature.
Thank you, Jedi. That's a good point, right? Because I kind of already laid out that if you're Team Globe, you're supposed to be arguing for basically a location where you can go plant a flag and say, this is the Earth curvature, a geometric location. But what happens now is they start dismissing that claim and saying, oh, well, there's refraction, there's optical conditions, and so on. They're dismissing the original claim. Go ahead.
So I'm just a little bit lost here. So are the globe earthers claiming that there is a physical horizon that you can get to?
They're supposed to.
No.
Now they've dismissed this claim. They've dismissed it now. And they've jumped behind one of our arguments we've been saying for years is like, oh, well, there's refraction. There's different reasons for why the horizon changes, even on a day-to-day basis.
It comes from the story. Greeks saw ships go over the curve of the Earth. That's where this story comes from. So physical obstruction, for the reason why we can't see the bottom of things or anything at all. Physical obstruction. As soon as anybody starts talking about refraction, join us in 2015. Thank you for that. Join us back in 2015 where we've been pointing out that, refraction happens.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's never been our claim that refraction doesn't happen, but you hear in this forum that, so what, you guys don't believe in refraction then? Yeah, we do. But when we point out refraction, we're just demonstrating that you've got no physical curve. That can't be seen, right? So, ships over the curvature of the Earth, that one, 2,000 years old plus.
Okay, no refraction though. Like, no refraction, right?
No, but there's just not the kind of refraction that they're talking about now, because the claim that that the horizon is a geometric Earth curve location, that's been completely debunked. So now they've had to come up with a new argument. Oh, well, if we take the size of the Earth and then inflate it a little bit, then we can say that the light is bending around and you don't even need a curved Earth. Now we have bent light. So that's all they have now is this quote unquote refraction. It's just a hijacked argument that's not based on anything.
I agree, but creation. So, that's just, what I'm trying to understand is
Whoa, the fuck's going on?
Timbo, you got some open mic.
Open mic crew.
Okay, so
kind of dying kangaroo, Timbo. That's weird.
So basically, I'm trying to understand about the calculation here. So, the picture of the two black swans, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, can we agree on something? I'm just gonna say something, and we can agree or disagree. So, the picture on the left has more refraction happening, which is evident from the picture on the right. Agree or disagree?
I would say go ahead, Jedi. I'm gonna post a GIF, and the GIF will hopefully be my answer. Go ahead.
What do you mean by more refraction?
Like if you look at the picture on the left,
mm-hmm. the one at 49 minutes past, yeah.
Yeah, the two black swans, yeah. So on the picture on the left, the crane is all bendy and stuff. So that compared to the one on the right, so there is more refraction happening on the picture on the left.
No. So what you got to remember? So listen, let me explain. What you got to remember is these images are taken from video. Mm-hmm. So video. These are just stills. If you actually watch the video, what you see is the distortion that we all see at distance when we're looking through the atmosphere. So the crane is bent. Yeah, but you watch it for 5 seconds, you'll see it kind of moving around all over the place. That would be the atmospheric distortion. Refraction, if you want to call it, but atmospheric distortion. Like heat coming off of a road in the distance and things like kind of waving a bit.
Yeah, that's refraction, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, distortion, whatever. But if you look at the video, this is what happens. But are you saying more refraction because it's bent more?
Yeah, the light is bending more, so there's more refraction happening, right?
Yeah, so no, what you're saying is there's more refraction because in this instance, a snapshot in time, that crane looks bent more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not it.
That's what I'm trying to get to, mate. Is no, you can't say more refraction because in this one moment of time, that crane's bent a little bit more than it was like half a second ago when you watched the video. So if we're going to compare both videos, we would have to watch them side by side or one after another, and you will probably see and you do the same atmospheric distortion.
You see the GIF that I posted there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I wouldn't say, oh, well, one day there's more or less. It's just refraction happens, bro, in this way. So if you were just on one day, you took a bunch of pictures throughout the course of the day.
Mm-hmm.
If the horizon changes, that's kind of what we're saying. The if it's a geometric location, like the hill in your front yard, it shouldn't be moving around or shifting around. So that's what we're saying. It's not an Earth curve. There's different reasons for why it changes. So it's like, oh, well, look, it's here, and then look, it's over there. It's like, well, yeah, that's what we're saying, bro. It shifts around due to refraction. It's not like, oh, there's zero refraction today and there's more tomorrow. No. It's just like it happens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there is more refraction on certain days, correct?
Yeah, but that's just only that's been our argument since. Literally since I was day one in this argument.
Yeah, but my point is that you can see more refraction happening on the picture on the left and the right. And that's not what we're agreeing on.
Like I said, if you're Team Globe, you shouldn't even be arguing for this. You should be saying, well, here's the Earth curve. I can go put a flag in it. And there's no, I've measured it. You can't debunk me. That's what you should be arguing. But instead, you can't. And you're like, oh, well, look, refraction. It's like, that's what we've been saying, dude.
No, I know.
Making our argument for us. That's the issue here.
Okay, so do you agree or not agree?
Yes, there's refraction, but
more?
That's our argument. So it's like, who cares if it's more or less? That's
because it changes the Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, I get you. So if you're a globe earther, you'd really want there to be less refraction on the right-hand image because that's, probably a better location for where your Earth curve should be. But more refraction on the left-hand image because that's not where the horizon is. And because of the refraction, it's being projected 20 miles away.
No, it's not because it's better for me. It's because I can clearly see that the oil rigs are tampered with.
Why? The tampered, so back to the still shot in a moment in time. This is from a video. Watch the video and you'll see the crane wave around a little bit because of the atmospheric distortion that happens moment after moment, especially when you've got turbulent air that you're looking through.
Right. Yeah, especially over these amount of 10 miles. Right, if you can see the front of your hood in your car 5 feet in front of you, less than 5 feet waving in front of you, you're looking 10 freaking miles over the ocean. You might expect a little bit of distortion.
Yeah, I'm trying to. All I'm doing is I'm just trying to understand because I don't get this whole point. If I look on the picture on the right, I see how I see cranes every day, and they look straight and okay. Yeah. And then on the left, it looks all bendy and distorted. So I'm assuming that there's more refraction happening on the picture on the left, from what I can see. And you guys are saying no.
Yeah, there's more.
Okay, there's more refraction, but where's the fucking curvature? What does that have to do with curvature? Huh?
Thanks, Bob. Yeah.
What we're trying to talk about is terrestrial refraction, which means you need a curved ball to say there's terrestrial refraction. You're bringing some shit up that they wanted to teach you in fucking university.
I can see the refraction with my eyes. I could just look at the picture.
Hey, that's refraction. Refraction exists. But what does it have to do with the curvature of the Earth? 3,959 miles of radius.
Can we take it down a notch? Thank
you. There's nothing to do with it. The curvature from 128,000 feet. Neil deGrasse Tyson is an astrophysicist. These people have been doing this longer than you. You're going against the narrative. If you're going to do that, fuck off and do it somewhere else. If you want to go against the narrative,
take it easy.
Let's take it easy, guys. Let's take it easy.
Damn, that brother getting heated.
Yeah, for real.
Not that serious, bro.
He's almost a whole week dealing with you. First, you agreed you knew what you were looking at.
Bro, what is happening, bro?
Whoa, Jimmy.
Dumbasses. Now you want to spend another week.
Bro,
language.
This is why nobody takes you guys seriously, because think
about it. You're a fucking idiot. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Hey, be nice.
What?
Adam.
Jail. Get rid of him, bro. We need better moderators here, honestly.
I tell you what,
man. Listen.
Get this guy some medication.
This is
sorry, guys. JB, go ahead.
Don't jump.
Am I lagging?
All over it. Don't jump all over it. Maybe listen to what he's saying before you start getting upset and shit. Because it's just the emotional reaction. Oh, he swore at me. Oh, he's loud. Maybe listen to what he said. You're probably wrong. So, back to refraction.
Yep. Refraction. Yeah, this is the new hotness if you're a Team Globe, but it just shows that people have showed up to the party late. They haven't been around arguing against flat earthers who have been arguing for refraction since 2017. Black Swan came out in 2020. That's 3 years. We've been saying refraction. But all of a sudden we post a Black Swan. What do you guys want to say now? Oh, but there's refraction. It's like, no shit, dude. That's what we've been saying from like day one. How have you guys not figured this out by now?
So back in the old days was we can't see the bottom of that thing in the distance because that's the physical curvature of the Earth in the way. After the Black Swan, no one ever said that the physical curve of the Earth was in the way. That's how the arguments changed. You flip-flop from one side to the other. That is physical curve. No one's ever claimed physical curve. Just because we point out refraction. Refraction happens, right? We always look through the atmosphere, and it's going to happen more across the sea, and especially when you're looking at further and further distances, because more atmosphere to look through. Awesome. So we're still looking for the curvature of the Earth that in 2015 was blocking stuff. It isn't anymore, because you now understand refraction a tiny bit better.
The kind of refraction that they're talking about nowadays anyway is based on a radius value. They've inflated that radius just by a little bit, and they're saying, okay, now the light is bent around the ball at this rate. So you can't have that kind of refraction if you don't have the ball to begin with. So it's like, that's where the issue comes in. Like, oh, you've got this calculator that incorporates this bendy light. Okay, but we can't work backwards. You have to have the ball to have the light to be bent around to begin with. So if you want to start invoking this terrestrial refraction, we're going to need to start invoking a radius value. Now, how you obtain this?
I agree, but like the picture I sent, like there's the refraction value 0, so there's nothing affecting it.
But I just said this calculator in particular is based on this terrestrial refraction. And if you want to start going down that route, then we're going to start drilling into, all right, well, where'd you get your radius from then?
Okay, but I'm saying like the math that I did, there's no refraction involved, right?
No, there's always...
Sorry, correction. Is he doing math on a ball? Is he doing math on a ball?
I don't know. It's just
he's trying to do math on a ball.
It's an Earth curvature calculator.
Yeah.
Same thing you use.
Awesome. So yeah. So the Earth curve, the Earth is a ball, right? So we're already on a fucking ball to begin with. And if you can use terrestrial refraction, make the ball a little bit bigger, what you do is making the surface a little bit flatter from your point of view. And then sometimes you might get close to what you're fucking seeing, but you're still on a ball that you've made bigger. Now, when you make the ball bigger, you haven't bent any light yet, have you? You just make the surface a little bit more flatter from, point A to point B because it's a bigger ball. And then you're going to say, I'm going to add no refraction into my calculator. I'll add a little bit of refraction into my calculator because I've got an image I need to backwards engineer with my calculator on a ball. So every time you have an image, what you could do is you go to an Earth curve calculator and backwards engineer that image, press a couple of buttons and go, ta-da, that must be the amount of refraction we observed today. Those must have been the atmospheric conditions because this is how it would look like on a ball. You're lucky because you get to backwards engineer this stuff. The question is, who needs more refraction, flat earthers or ball earthers? Who needs more?
Flat earthers.
No.
Ball earthers.
Yeah. Because you're the ones that need to project images from behind things that we don't see. So more refraction for you, not for us. Just refraction on any given day when we can just point at something and say, look, there it is, or isn't. Right? Atmospheric conditions of the day, distortion, we observe that. You need more refraction.
So so here's I'm using a calculator without being flat, without being circular. I mean, so this is flat.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Does that make sense to you? You agree with this then?
Yes.
A calculator.
Yes, that makes sense to me what you just said.
No, it's like instead of being a globe, the model is just flat.
No, I don't. I definitely don't trust any calculator saying, "Here, we made a flat Earth for you." Here, like.
No, it's not hard to make. No. It's not hard to make a flat thing for calculations.
No, I don't trust any of that because all they're doing is going, "Look, here, we've made a flat Earth for you, and it doesn't work." See, it's like, no, like you're not gonna make a sloppy model for me and then hand it off to me and ask me to defend it.
No, that calculator would make sense with this picture because you would be able to see the whole oil rig. So, right?
I'm just saying that in general, I just don't trust, especially people who are anti-flat Earth, making a quote-unquote model and saying, here, look, we made you guys a model. Here, look, you guys can use it. It's like, no, hell no.
I think you're not understanding something here, man. I think you're trying to picture a globe, right? Looking at these photos. What we're trying to tell you, okay, is the way we use it as a plane is what is taught in universities. Cool. The reason why we can't see the bottom of the oil rig that's behind us is farther away. Like you're trying to picture a ball, okay? But we are being taught. We see and use, observe, and measure everything that we do on Earth as flat plane. So we're not saying we think we're flat earthers or we believe the Earth is not a ball. We're saying this because this is I can't believe you haven't learned this yet. You say you're in some kind of graduate program at school. This is basic geometry. We're not saying it's flat because we're flat earthers. We're saying it's flat because this is how it's do. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that we are not going to be able to see it, measure it, 128,000 feet. That contradicts boats disappearing bottom first over the globe. But we know that we don't use the horizon as a ball. Like, I think you need to go verify it because it's like you're not accepting things. What do you think? Sorry, go ahead. Bonzo, I'm talking to you, man. What the hell? Have you listened to anything I said?
Yeah, you told me that I didn't learn anything in school.
No. I'm saying that you do not understand how the horizon works is taught in school, in classes, art classes, and architecture, and everything. That you are thinking of a ball when you look at that horizon, but that's not what you're supposed to think. Not if you're a glober. Real glober would never do that. I'm speaking because I used to be a glober that looked at the world and said it was a ball, but knew that I had to use it as flat. I was a radio man in the Navy for fucking 4 years. I've been out there. I've been taught that. I have to assume rotate plane, but I have to believe it's a ball. So you have to look at these oil rigs and assume a non-rotating plane if you want to understand what's going on and do science and do math and build things. That's how the real world works. We have to believe that somewhere up there it turns into a ball. Can you accept that?
Yeah.
Wait, but you're using it as a plane to do what? Like
build and stuff.
Okay, but I think you can use it as a plane just because of how big it is. That like
it's fine. That's
it's just it's really big. That
yeah, be that big.
Fine. You can, but here's where our question comes. How can there be flat surfaces on a constantly curving line? How can there be a straight line on a constantly curved? How can there be degrees on a line that doesn't have degrees because it's constantly changing? Now that's where we have to go back to. You can say it's a ball because it's so big, but we know from geometry that no balls have any flat surface constantly changing. You have to deal with that problem on your own. Okay?
Are you talking about?
We have to use it as flat. You don't have to insert. Point is, it's flat. You know geometry and math.
The calculator I used is flat. And it makes sense because you can see the whole oil rig just like in the Black Swan picture. So I don't understand what's the problem with it.
It's flat. Yes, we see it as flat. You're the one that's saying, you're over here saying that refraction, what's making it look flat. No, because if that was the case,
no.
Einstein would be saying that as well. All these universities, NASA would be saying that as well. It's not what they're saying.
That's not what I'm saying, bro. I'll just show a calculation using a flat plane. And men are saying that I'm wrong. I don't understand why.
It's not wrong. What you're looking at is exactly what it is. But to insert the earth is so big, that's faith. That's not science, not math, that's not observation. That's some kind of faith.
No, yeah, I agree. Like I'm using a flat calculator, like a flat plane. For anything that we do in real life, we use a flat. I agree. That's what I used.
That's it.
Are we good?
Yeah, now we're in agreement. There's no need to bring up refraction anymore, terrestrial refraction, light bending around balls. There's no need for that. Because if there was, we'd be using that.
So,
now we're back to facts. Flat.
Wait, so light.
Simple question. So, you're saying that refraction? You're agreeing with us that refraction kind of moves the apparent location of the horizon around, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, how do you ever measure or use the horizon at any point, like as a tangent point, to measure to determine curvature? How would that ever happen any day?
Is that what GlobeRetters did to measure the radius, or?
Yes, that's the claim, that the horizon was used. But if you're telling me that it's always moving around, then what day was it where it was supposed to be? Or is it possible it's a pre-assumption?
Well, couldn't they just have measured how much the light was being refracted and then used that in their calculation?
We're talking about 1,000 years ago, sir. They don't have instruments for humidity and all the stuff that you think they're using today to make these calculators. They just went ahead and looked at the old horizon and said, "Yep, that's the edge of the ball, right there." They didn't care about weather. They didn't care about nothing.
But then wouldn't have
the word labor. Global surface. They only
he doesn't know the story, guys.
Flat Earth. Most people that build these things, not globers or flat earthers. People built things on a flat plane. You gotta think about it that way. They didn't care about globe or flat. This is new. So don't call people globers. It only exists in the context of this ridiculous so-called debate. Okay? Think about it that way. Nobody at your university, normal person, is a glober. They're just students learning. They're not going to go out and build things according to the globe. They're going to build it according to what they were taught and learned in school.
Well, no, they're not going to build it according to the globe relative to what they're doing, right? If they're building something that is going to orbit the globe, then they have to build it according to the curvature. But if they're going to build something just on ground level, they don't have to take account the curvature because it's so big that it can be.
But that's the problem. We are told that there can be flat surfaces, balls, but that's untrue. That's That's a lie.
It's just so big that it could be taken as a flat surface.
That's a lie. I'm telling you straight up that is a lie. How can you believe that bullshit when you know geometry? There are no flat surfaces. Look,
no, I know, but you're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying if something is big, if a round object is big enough, if a round object is no,
I am arguing against what you're saying, and you're not listening. Listen, 180 degrees.
I know you're saying. I know you're saying.
At the end of a pool, okay, you're standing on the one end, I'm standing on the other end. We call the pool level. We say there's a straight line from me to you. Now, it's not a slanted line going up or down. It's a straight line, meaning level, because water causes that thing to happen. If it was slanting up into space, okay, that's something totally different. It's going level. This thing called 180 degrees, okay, is 180 degrees. A circle or a curved line does not have any degrees because it's constantly changing. But we're telling ourselves that a ball, if it's big, will appear 180 degrees. We go out there and measure it. We go out there and observe it. It's not happening. So now you have to tell us a story. Why we see flat on a ball. This is what I mean. You can't believe that lie. Go on and on. You have to stop here and say, can there be flat surfaces on a curved surface, on a ball? And if they can, what the hell is a straight line? They don't exist. Do you see how insane this idea is? Flat on a ball?
That's what I'm saying, line? Yeah. But like are you saying that the curvature is so minimal when you're so small that you can neglect it when building something?
No, I'm saying that it's a lie. The idea that a ball looks flat is big enough is a straight up lie.
Yeah, no, you said looks flat. It's not measured to be flat. It looks flat. Therefore, we can use it in terms of it being flat just to build something. But it doesn't.
It's not perfectly flat. We know that.
Yeah. Well, if you get like a pretty big.
I gave you an example of the swimming pool to kill that idea. Okay, you're standing on the side. I'm standing on the other. Okay, there's a straight line on top of the pool of the water. We call that level. We call that 180 degrees level. Yeah. Okay, now if you put a ruler on a basket, you can see the difference. The straight line, 180 degrees, is tangenting away from the curved ball. This is what we should see in the real world. We don't. We see around the ball. That's why you say terrestrial refraction, not a thing. So, how can we see?
Wait, what is terrestrial refraction? Is terrestrial refraction not just atmospheric refraction?
So terrestrial, Earth-based. The Earth is a ball, 7/6R. So 7/6R, radius of the Earth. That's not even refraction of light. That's just making the Earth a little bit bigger.
So
this is one.
So refraction. So refraction is the equation of refraction is 7/6 times the radius of the Earth.
No, that's shit when you made up. These new globers when that shit.
Okay.
So yeah, when you talk about terrestrial refraction, that is the Earth being a ball and 7/6R, making the Earth 1/7 or 1/6 bigger.
7. Oh, okay.
So
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Yeah. What it does is it kind of flattens the curve a little bit because the ball's bigger, right?
Yeah. But wouldn't that mean? Oh, I see what you mean. I see, because it's because 7/6 is okay.
Yeah. And then the question becomes, well, how the fuck did you get R in the first place then? Being as we've been talking about refraction for the last 8 years. How did you get the radius of the Earth? Right? You get the radius of the.
Can someone just mute him, bro? Like, I don't think we can understand.
You're lagging pretty badly.
These are direct.
Jedi, can you hear us?
Make Earth
the Chris. Earth the Chris.
Come out the other side. There's your diameter. But how are you going to get?
Dude, has he still not heard?
No, I think he's a couple. I think he's a couple hours behind.
Hey man, listen to what he's asking. 5, dude.
What? I can't really listen to.
I'm hearing him loud and clear. Don't you worry.
How could anybody come up with a radius if it always appears flat, measured flat? How can you come up with a number for radius? That's what he's asking. How would you do it?
Honestly, bro, I don't know. I'm only in first year.
Been around this topic for years now. They only have 2 ways they claim to have done it. The guy with the sticks and shadows, and you can debunk that super easy. And the only other guy is some dude named Alberoni, which, as soon as you guys start bringing up refraction, completely debunks what he claimed to do. So those are the only 2 ways I can think of.
How would you debunk the sticks and shadows? What's the
okay? Well, they one of the requirements would be the sunlight coming in parallel.
Okay.
You observe parallel sunlight.
It depends itself because light rays are not parallel. They all come from a point. So how can it be parallel after 93 million miles when they diverge out? So it debunks itself.
Why would diverging shadows tell me I'm on a curved surface?
Well, parallel rays cause that, but what the hell?
Well,
I don't observe those.
Am I coming in any better now, guys?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Cool. So let's bunk out. Let's debunk this sticks and shadows. Stand underneath a light in your living room. You notice there's no shadow either side you. It's directly underneath your feet when you lift them up. Walk away. Does the shadow increase? Yeah, of course it does. So we've got 2 explanations because you can do one with a curved surface. There's 2 explanations of why you can have elongated shadows. Right? You notice this every day when you stand under lights and walk away from them, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Alberoni works on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball to begin with, and then he asserts that the shadows have elongated because we're on a curved surface. Now, he's got no way of proving that the Earth is a ball in this instance, and being as he's using shadows, I can just walk away from one and watch my shadow increase on a flat surface. Doesn't make my living room a ball, does it?
And that's mainstream. Like, this is Vsauce who have come out and say the exact same thing.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here.
Speak of the devil.
There he is.
You hear what he said, though?
What
He's
is
saying, here, I'll play it again.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
Okay, so it's like even
okay. I watched that video.
Sticks and shadows isn't.
Yeah, I love Michael. I love Michael.
At the end of the video, he says.
But even still, like, even he's telling you, like, look, the sticks and shadows thing, it might not prove what you think it does. So.
Wasn't there another experiment they did with like 3 wells or some shit like that?
Same thing. That's the same thing.
Same thing.
Interesting.
So that means the sun would have to be closed.
But the wells, yeah.
Right.
Wait, could I ask Creation a question real quick, if that's okay?
Yeah.
Yes, you can. Being asking everyone's permission. Yes, you can ask him a question. Yeah.
Thanks, Chris Jedi, bro. Appreciate it.
No worries, man.
So, basically, the whole refraction thing was based off of a globe Earth, right?
Well, depends what you mean by refraction, because now it's split up into 2. Now we've got like 2 different versions essentially. If you just like heard about Flat Earth 2 weeks ago and you rolled in, you're Team Globe. The guys on your side are telling you just say refraction. Okay, and that refraction is based on a terrestrial refraction. We just went over this 7/6 of a radius value. So that's probably what you're referring to. And I'd say, like Jedi said, if you start to invoke terrestrial refraction, then you're invoking a radius. And then people are just grilling you on how'd you get that radius. And so then there's like the flat earthers version of refraction, not our version, but what they've been saying for years is just that GIF I posted of I'll post it again. Just here, let me post it. It's just what we've been saying is why another reason why the horizon changes.
Mm-hmm. Wait, back to the 7/6R formula. Wouldn't that just give us like the same number every time? Like we'd have one set, refraction doesn't change?
Yes, so the Earth will be made a little bit bigger. But what you then do is you then start with your calculator adjusting the refraction values over a now bigger Earth. So you don't have to refract so much now, you understand?
No, but then... So on a very hot day, the refraction is the same as it would be on a very cold day?
It all depends on the atmospheric conditions. So heat and cold, temperature differences would take an effect. But it's ultimately
then wouldn't it be part of the formula then? Because the 7/6R would just give you a constant value no matter what.
It's just
because the R doesn't change.
So how would that formula work?
Like you'd have to give us another variable that changes, right? Otherwise, refraction would be the same every single day in every single condition.
No, but that's where your slider scale comes in, like Jedi was saying. They've got, doesn't it go up to like 120%? You can inflate the refraction. Then you said you were going to set it for 0, so they've got this slider for you.
That goes from -1.
But then the formula would have to change too.
Yeah.
No.
Right?
So you've got your base formula. So you've made the Earth bigger, 7/6R, and then with your other refraction sliders, you can slide up and down until you can backwards engineer the image, but you don't have to slide.
What exactly does 7/6R give us?
A bigger Earth.
But
no, like what is the if you were to write like on a test, it says 7/6R equals.
You're not going to see that on the test. Right.
No, I'm just
600 miles.
I'm just asking. So
you can see that on the test.
No, bro, I'm just damn, bro.
What I think it's 1/7 added on to the size of the radius value of the Earth.
Oh, no, I know that. No, I'm just saying, like, what is the formula for? You know, like
that formula you'd have to change.
Like F is equal to ma as mass times acceleration gives you force. What does 7/6R give you? Like what it? No.
Well, Central might be good at this. From my previous understanding, and I think I might be corrected, Jedi might have me corrected on this, but from my previous understanding, it's so you have the radius, which would be the size of the Earth.
Yeah.
And then so that additional, what you're inflating is like, oh, well, is this like bent light they were saying going around? But I think, Jedi, you were saying it's different. And Central's really good at this too, if you want to pipe in on how the radius gets inflated. But
it's all it does.
That's the thing. Like we don't use that calculation at all for any refraction. Like we don't change the size of the Earth for refraction calculation.
Well, that's what the terrestrial refraction is.
Watch this. Hey, where can I learn about? What do I Google to learn about it? Tell me.
To learn about what?
To learn about 7/6R, the refraction formula you're talking about. Watch, I'm not going to be able to find it anywhere.
I don't know. You guys are exactly.
You guys are the ones that brought it up. That's why I'm trying to find out what it means.
That's not our argument. Nobody says 7 or refraction. That's these new globers. Okay, being fucking angry.
No, but I'm asking you. Look, you guys brought up
to have this debate, so they make shit up. That's why you're not going to find it on the internet if you're studying for the test.
Whoa. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Let's take it a few steps back, all right, pal?
Hey, pipe down.
Look. I just Googled real quick refraction.
When you say R,
and so
when you say R, right? Where did you get that value?
That's not our formula. That is not our formula. We did not bring that formula up. We agreed that it doesn't exist.
We don't care about it too.
It doesn't exist, bro. It doesn't exist.
No, sorry. You can't say that's a flat earther math. That's flat earther formula. Why the hell would we be making up things based on a radius?
No. Sure. The formula works, but that's if you assume that you're changing the radius. But what we use, we do not use that.
Look at what I posted here, right? I just Googled, I just Googled while you guys were talking refraction, right? This is the first thing that pops up. So I just posted what I just posted what popped up. So here's what I'm understanding, right? This is what I understand. The green is what the R, the radius. So the additional 7/6, they're inflating that number, and they're basically giving you an additional area where you can bend light and see past the size of the globe and stuff like this. So that's what my understanding is what it's based around.
Sure, mathematically that would work, but that is not the math that we use. That's the point.
What math do you use? Because it would all be based on still a radius value.
We have a refraction coefficient depending on how strong the refraction is on that day.
Who is we? What are you talking about? We?
My teacher.
Globers.
Well, you guys don't know what you're talking about, though. When you say refraction coefficient, you're talking about the rate of refraction based on the atmospheric gradient and stuff like that. You have to apply it to your globe in order to say what it would do to the apparent globe, right? And first of all, you don't have a globe to begin with to apply it to, but that's where 7/6R comes from. Their claim is that they're taking the standard atmospheric gradient, right, and then applying that to their radius, and that's how they get 7/6R. So when you say, we're not claiming 7/6R, that just doesn't make any sense. You have to have R in there, or else you've got no globe to talk about being refracted.
No, there's no R in...
Okay, then you know what there also is no globe.
Yeah, there's no radius in the formula of refraction, so you can't.
Yeah. So then you're not talking about a refracted globe. You're just talking about refraction, which is a waste of time.
Why?
Welcome to flat Earth.
You guys should be arguing for a curved Earth. This is what keeps happening. Is like we've been making these arguments for years, and then we get called crazy. You know, you guys just have perspective was what you would hear many of the times, and now all you've done is just shifted and got in front of our arguments.
Okay, so
folded your arms in my little. That's our argument now. No, it doesn't work that way.
Okay, so
here's the issue. You should be arguing for a curved Earth.
I know. So we didn't argue.
Why aren't we doing that?
We didn't create refraction for a globe Earth. Refraction was found like with other things. You know, like it was just like it was like
in our argument.
Yes. Okay.
You guys don't understand your point. You guys don't seem to understand. Sorry, Chris. You're sort of robot and can't tell if you're talking.
Yeah. No worries.
Yeah. If you guys aren't talking about a refracted globe, then you're not talking about your globe at all. You're just talking about refraction, which is pointless. Like, are you here to prove your globe or not?
No. Refraction works everywhere.
Okay. Does it? Okay. We got that. So where's everywhere? Is everywhere on a globe?
Yeah, it could work on a globe, on a flat. It could work on a.
Are we on a globe that we see being refracted around us?
What?
Are we on a globe that we see refracted?
Let's get to the money.
Yeah.
Is this the motive?
Yeah, because otherwise you keep saying, well, I'm not bringing up R. If you're not bringing up R, then you're not even talking about your globe. You're just talking about refraction on its own, by itself, as a separate topic. Who needs to talk about that?
Refraction because the shape doesn't matter what shape you're on. Refraction is refraction.
Okay, so you're saying you've got a refracted globe. How would you know that?
Who said we have refracted? How can you see? How can you see if it's refracted if you're on it?
What the hell, dude?
Or dark side of the moon, bro.
What the fuck are you saying? No,
I'm trying to say you're saying that you don't seem to know.
That's actually a really good album. I love that one.
You're saying you're asking me if we're on a refracted globe?
Well, yeah, that is your claim. Why else would you be talking about refraction, right? What's your point otherwise?
Refraction on the globe.
Might be my favorite Pink Floyd album, honestly.
Refraction in the atmosphere.
Top 5.
There it is. There's the word atmosphere. So on a globe, standard atmospheric refraction. So that's the big in the question bit.
So does the flat Earth not have atmosphere?
Yeah, but this is the convolution of issues. There's two types of refraction that we keep jumping between. The standard atmospheric refraction that you find in Earth curve calculators, maybe not the one that you've got, presupposes the Earth is a ball because we're looking through atmosphere.
No.
Right? So that's where you get you're not looking through atmosphere?
No. So the math does not include a radius.
Oh, hold on. So for standard atmospheric refraction, as I'm just reading the wiki fucking page, and 7/6R. But we can go and talk about another type of refraction that doesn't include the R value when we're just looking at stuff. We're talking about two different things.
Yeah,
this
I'm
is the
talking
convolution.
about the R.
Awesome. So don't bring up the atmosphere then, because that would be on a ball.
Yeah, you guys don't seem to realize. You don't seem to understand your own claim, because you keep saying, like, oh, we're not talking about R. This has nothing to do with R. Well, then what you're talking about then is just refraction in and of itself. It has nothing to do with R or globes or anything. You're just off topic and you don't even know it because you're reading from a script you don't understand. So that's why I keep telling you that the whole purpose of a globe or bringing up refraction is to claim that there is a globe there, but it's refracted so it looks somehow different.
The reason we're bringing up that R is not in the equation is because when we talk about refraction, you guys are like, oh, you can't use that because the globe is the Earth.
You don't understand what I'm saying still. I already got this. You talk about the refraction coefficient, right? You're just talking about an atmospheric gradient, right? You're just talking about the way light would travel through the air, right? You're not actually talking about how it's going to affect the image of a globe because you're not even saying that there is one there for it to affect in the first place.
What?
Right. If the refraction doesn't prove globe or R, then you've got the wrong argument. You're supposed to be proving globe and R and curvature. But if refraction doesn't do that, then what are you doing?
No, I'm just
arguing for the past hour.
No,
I'm just that's an hour argument.
I'm just trying to get a common ground that you guys understand that refraction has nothing to do with changing the size of a radius.
Oh no, buddy! Everybody knows it doesn't change any physical radius, right? The claim is that there is a radius, right? There is a physical radius that they've measured, right? And then there's an apparent radius, the one you see. That's the 7/6R radius, right? Refracted. Right, so what they're saying is you're looking at a refracted, apparent 7/6R globe. It's a 3959 mile radius globe, but due to refraction in the atmosphere, it looks like a 7/6R or 7/6.
But 7/6R is a rough approximation. It's not the actual formula we use.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. Those standard refraction coefficients, that's them applying them to the radius to get what they claim is the apparent radius that you see.
Yeah, but that equation is used as a rough approximation, assuming the Earth is a globe.
But that's right. Yeah, that's right. So why are we assuming that? Where's the proof that there's a globe?
We can bring that formula up. We're not using any of that formula. We're using the normal refraction formula. It does not matter if it's...
Okay, Gonzo, I've told you like 5 times and you're not talking about a globe. You're just talking about refraction if that's the case.
Yes, because I'm trying to...
Be right back.
I think so prove the globe first, bro, before you talk about the refraction. Can you prove the globe to us or not?
Can we settle down?
Whoa.
Let me just Tyler, relax.
There's no refraction argument for the globe, like at all. Like if you use proper refraction, techniques, whatever calculations, you're not gonna get a globe. Only way for the globe to have a refraction argument is to make this thing up 7/6R. You get it? You can't use.
The real question we should be asking is, why does my man still have a landline, dude?
Yeah, that too, bro.
He's got a home phone, bro. I thought those went extinct.
I think the biggest question is being as we actually can't see the horizon, when did and how did somebody fucking use it to measure the radius of the Earth? Because that's the point. We can talk about refraction all day long, but what we're not seeing is the curvature of the Earth, which means that we haven't got an R value because we've got no way of measuring the curve of the Earth then, have we?
Okay, that formula isn't... Okay, fuck that formula then.
Here's what it is, though, Gonzo. This is a case I've dubbed the syndrome a lot of you guys have, and it's called everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. So you're hearing people say things like, oh, well, it requires 7/6R, it requires an R value. And you're finding an issue with that. Trust me, we've been studying this for many years. As the argument has shifted, like I said, we spent 3 years arguing for refraction. And the response at the time was, oh, that's just flurspective. You guys don't understand, blah, blah, blah. Then the Black Swan comes out. Now you guys all of a sudden, oh, well, it's refraction. You didn't consider refraction. Okay, really? we don't understand the argument. That's not the case. I'm sorry to tell you.
That's projection on their part. They don't understand their own claim. They're confused when you tell them that their claim is that we're looking at a refracted globe. He's like, "What? You don't get it? Like, you don't understand what you're even trying to say to us."
Does that make sense, Gonzo? For you to have a refracted globe, you have to have a globe first. So can you go about proving a globe to us before we talk about the refraction? Is that too much to ask for?
Yes.
That's a good point, Levelist. Central or Heretic always says, like, you know, you can't have refracted gremlins. All right, if you're gonna try and prove refracted gremlins, you're gonna have to show the gremlins first.
I mean, what is your best proof of a globe, Gonzo? What's your number one flat Earth killer?
Oh, you know.
Taps his... Go on. What is it? Taps his pockets, looks around.
It's that one, bro. It's the crickets.
Is that a real fucking answer, bro? Are you being real right now?
I don't have a flat Earth killer. No.
Then what the fuck are we talking about refraction for 2 hours for?
Just to talk about refraction. There's no globe to refract. He just likes refraction and talking about it.
Let's talk about science.
It's just what happens when you're a new person that you've just rolled into this topic.
All right, guys, I'm convinced the Earth's flat.
Like, you guys got me. The Earth is flat.
Look, you can't.
Hey guys,
you keep on muting these.
You guys changed my mind today.
All right, yeah, that's so
cool.
Awesome. On what?
Right?
This is the issue. Let me just say this real quick, Bong, is that like a lot of people get here, you might get a DM from somebody saying like, just say refraction. It's like it's just the only thing circulating right now. It's just, the issue is you're late to the party. That's not even the right answer to the question. As we've just pointed out, what are we doing arguing for it if it doesn't involve a radius or a globe? If it doesn't prove those things, then what are we doing? You should be proving those things.
No, because I'm saying that this...
No. No. He said no. I was wondering why after that. After his question, you should be proving globe. You said no. No.
You're right, man. You got me.
What was it? A hand wave dismissal into something else?
We've been over this for like an hour. Yeah, but refraction, it's like, yeah, we've been saying this before you even heard the words flat Earth. We've been arguing for years about refraction. So it's like, you can't just turn around and be like, but you guys are considering refraction. It's like, this is getting so old. It's just like for me, 2017. We're in 2023. Okay, that's
You're still on this, bro, since 2017.
Talking about it. You can't keep being like, well, you guys just haven't considered it yet.
Yeah. Because silly people come in asking silly questions all the time. It takes a long time for them to understand basic.
I'm assuming you guys considered it.
No, it's not just we considered it. It's our argument.
Okay.
It's just being hijacked by the friends on your team. They might slide in and tell you, like, just say refraction, bro.
Yeah, but I don't understand when you say it's your argument when you disprove yourself with your own argument.
No, that's not true. Because as I pointed out, it's now been deviated, like with level, for example. It's now been separated. Now you've got a camp telling you level means a freaking curved water. Okay. It's the same thing they've done with refraction. They've split off a separate definition and they're going to tell you, well, it's, what we've just been pointing out. And you're trying to say, oh, well, the formula doesn't really involve what you're saying it does. We've been arguing.
But I don't understand this curved water thing. Can you?
Here, I'll
level is curved.
Yeah, we don't either. Can you show it to us? Can you help us explain the curved water, please?
No, bro. I don't know. I'm not a globe earther. I'm not a flat earther, bro. I'm the referee here.
But I'm not right. If you went to your neighbor and knocked on the door and you're like, hey, what does level mean? Like, what would they say?
Feeling.
It's like 180 degrees.
Okay.
And now
what we've been arguing with, like, these people that are like against us, right? Anti-flat earth. They're gonna tell you that level means like adhering to the curvature.
Okay. Oh, so you're saying like if it's like a big body of water, like So you're saying a big body of water is level according to them, but it's curved, so technically it's not level? Is that what's being said here, or am I still lost?
I'm trying to find the definition. There's a definition that was floating around that says like level means like adhering to the curvature of the surface of water or something like that. So like,
how many?
Find it one day. So I literally.
Yeah. I think I understand. Yeah.
Oh, how many 180-degree straight lines are on a ball?
Infinitely.
Infinitely?
Yeah, there's infinite straight lines on the ball.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, dude.
You do understand that straight and curved are different, right?
Mm-hmm. You guys understand though that like at a certain point, if a ball was big enough, the amount of curve would. I mean, we don't have instruments sensitive enough to
They're
measure.
not claiming it's just vaguely big. So you guys can't keep going back to, well, it's just like at a certain size. They've already given it a specific size, and it's not claimed to be just so big anymore. So we can just get rid of that.
Well, what if they were wrong about the size?
That's ridiculous.
Oh man. Come on, dude.
I just want to know the simple question. Do you guys agree that if a ball were to be a certain size, that it would, the curvature, we don't have instruments sensitive enough to measure it?
Necessary because
How they measure it, man.
How'd they measure it then, bro?
I'm literally just asking a simple question. Do you agree with that? If a ball were to be a big enough size, it could appear flat, or the curvature could be so imperceptible that
dude, in another dream world, could I fly?
That's impossible.
We're coming up with like,
well, where's this big ball that you're talking of then?
I'm not saying it's real. I'm just asking. This is a theoretical
why
question.
Are we talking about something that's not in reality?
Never mind. Good I said anything.
Never mind.
It was just like a theoretical question. Like we can say that
it doesn't serve any purpose though. You're saying if this ball was this big, would it look flat? Where's the ball that you're talking about, and show me how it looks flat?
Because you guys keep saying there's no 180-degree curves on a ball, which is true.
Of course there isn't.
Which is true to a point, but not exactly true, because it's
why not exactly?
Because the curvature is so small that then it's not 180 degrees, is it? Yes, it's not 180 degrees.
So there's none.
How are you measuring 180 degrees?
90 degrees off 90. Fuck me dead, mate.
So I use level water, me personally.
It looks so flat that it must just be an imperceptible curve on a really big curved object.
So on water, how are you measuring the angle?
Why would anybody think that? That it looks so flat, but maybe there must be an imperceptible curve there, and it's just a really big ball.
Because if you head in one direction for long enough, you'd end up where you started.
Oh, you would go in a circle? So like if I go in a circle around my house, I'm on a ball, my yard's a ball?
No, well, if you're going to circle, you're turning constantly.
Yeah.
But if you go
straight, I ended up where I started, I went in a circle. If I'm on a ball and I ended up where I started, I went in a circle, right? That would have been a circle, not a straight line.
If
it would have been a circle around the ball. It
would have been a circle. Like
anytime you end up where you started, you went in a circle.
In respect to you, it would be a straight line. In respect to someone that's
it wouldn't. It'd be curving the whole way. It'd be curving the whole way. The only way to get back to where you started is go around in a circle. Around,
Okay, so if you go in a straight line long enough to come back where you started.
Okay, well, just do that then, Fauda. Go in a straight line and let us know when you end up where you began.
Give me the money for it, bro. I'll do it.
Fauda.
Yeah, you'll be the first one.
He's trying to tell you that, number one, you can't do that. Put your back to your front door and just go straight.
I know.
You're going to hit something in 10 yards likely. So there's no going straight anywhere. Number two, that's a circle. If you're going around a ball in a quote-unquote straight line, that's a circular path. So it doesn't matter if it's flat or not. You're going in a circle. So it doesn't prove one or the other. You're still going in a circle either way. I know you guys think it's a straight line, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's a circular path.
What about like the other planets in the solar system? It's probably been asked many times, but I'm just wondering.
Well, the Earth would have to be a planet for there to be planets other than it, don't you think?
What?
Yeah, so how does the Earth qualify as a planet? Because from what I can see, planets are just wandering lights in the sky.
So we're like...
How is the Earth a wandering light in the sky? Where do we get that from?
So we're like a plane, and there's just planets around us.
Well, what's a planet?
Hey, you know what flat society is? Like, first of all, let's get that out of the way. Flat society. You know what that model looks like? It looks like a disc in space. That's not what we think it is. Nobody thinks that. That's the government propaganda. Yeah, it's just us and light in the sky to give us light. And life, and cheese, and life. Yeah.
So there's no model of the flat Earth then?
Yeah, it's outside. Go check it out. It's called reality.
There's no version of outside. Okay, I don't know how you would even go about.
Seems up.
So there's.
But
So then with that logic, then GPSs shouldn't work the way they do, right?
No, they just work exactly the way they do and the way they always have. None of that would change if the Earth was flat. But I just wanted to.
Well, if the so-called satellites, don't have a model to reflect off of, they can't.
They don't have a radius to use to get orbital mechanics from, do they, Fauda? Or did you figure out who measured that finally?
I don't know why we got back on the radius thing.
Well, because you need those to have orbital mechanics of a ball, right? A globe in space, to have satellites orbiting around it, right? You need to have the radius first.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, we could do trial and error, right?
Well,
if we have enough money for it.
That's the thing, we keep going back to the radius because that's the thing that is foundational in the globe, and the one thing that's never been actually proven is the very first premise.
But then, so how do satellites work on a flat Earth then?
Right, so satellites in space, the vacuum of space, that's not where satellites are. Satellites are primarily on balloons, if we want to talk about things up in the sky, usually between 80,000 and 120,000 feet.
Okay, and how do they stay up there?
What, balloons? They don't stay up there forever, mate, but they can stay up there for a fucking long time. And they also have devices on them so they can get brought down over large bodies of water. For example, they're controlled with their ascent and descent.
They have platforms. They have platforms half the size of a football field up there. What do you think they could do with that? They've been doing this since the 40s.
What? What platforms?
Yeah, listen, I'm sorry you don't know about it. You'll have to do your own research like we have. So listen, they also have solar-powered aircraft that can stay up there for a year or longer.
What are these platforms? What are those?
What about the International Space Station?
For me to know. That's for me to know and you to find out. I was in the military-industrial complex, so I'm probably aware of some things you're not. Haven't had a confidential.
That's the whole point of why we're here.
Whoever asked, I knew to it too as well. Someone did. I know it sounds interesting. I have to look up my search history, but there was another gentleman that came in here talking about some like high altitude HAPS. It was like a high altitude platform system or something like that. I'll see if I can find it, but it was pretty interesting.
Sonny, what would I even try and look up if I'm trying to find information on this?
I just want to address CB, you're really, really low, super low. Can you turn your mic up? I have you up to 200. I still can't hear you that well.
I'll answer that question. It was 2 seconds. I'll answer that question. If you scroll down to the bottom of the server, you'll find lots of information, alphabetized A through to Z. You want to ask about satellites and balloons, just go to satellites. It's in there. If you want to ask Sonny what he's researched, some of it will be in there.
Yeah, I've researched black ops programs and secret programs. That goes across the board. Across the board for all the military forces, Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard.
The question is, the question is not does satellites work on flat Earth, right? Or GPS or anything. The question is, how do satellites, how does GPS really work? See? It's easy, right? It's not, well, then what is gravity, right? That's not the correct question. The right question is, then what's causing the motions of the sun, moon, and stars? Because that's what gravity is supposed to address, right? On a ball. Ask the right question.
So then how does a satellite really stay in the sky? Like,
well,
they stay
regardless of how they stay up there, they use a horizontal plane in their aircraft model. For even satellites, they have to have elevation angles from a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
So that means just like the sextant is used, you need the horizontal plane. You cannot start with a curved surface while trying to achieve an elevation angle. Not possible.
Circuits that have already, or frequency ranges that have already been put aside, right? And satellite frequencies is one of those things. And only certain services require satellite, like boats, airplanes. But even then, they use airplanes and balloons that are up there for that reason. What do we use? How do we use GPS and satellite? Right? What do we when we use it? We use mobile. We use landlines, the fiber optic lines. We use the underwater ocean cables. Since phones, since we've been using this technology, it's always been underwater.
Yeah, and I guarantee you, we're talking to Bong right now. Bong Sao is in Australia, and I'm in the west coast of California. I guarantee you, there's no Wi-Fi involved unless it's at the end user point. But from me to Bong Sao, it's going directly undersea cables. But did you know this also about GPS? You mentioned GPS. I hope I'm not too loud.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned GPS. Did you know they have GPS and 5G buoys?
5G buoys?
Yeah.
The water buoys?
They have GPS buoys on the oceans. They also have, they have lots of buoys out there. NOAA receives most of their advanced data, let's say the West Coast here. All their storms and everything is from weather stations on buoys. So those buoys have the same equipment as your so-called satellites. We also had someone named Robert Bassamo who did quite a lengthy video, which I could drop, about how every satellite, just about at that time, which is about 6 years ago now, has the same program name and balloon program as the exact satellite, including the ISS has a balloon program. Did you know that?
I don't know what's a balloon program.
That means they have the same equipment, the same name as the satellite does, and they're on a balloon. These are known facts. This is public information. So, suggest I'll drop the link in the live stream voice text.
Please,
suggest you look at that. You have on Robert's videos. He doesn't talk for about 5 minutes. So at the beginning, just go to 5 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes, and then he'll start speaking because he does that, I think, on purpose. So make sure you're aware of that. I'll drop it now. Let me find it. I know, it's hilarious. When you start looking at this stuff, it goes deeper and deeper and deeper, and you're going, holy crap. They didn't try to hide much, actually. They came in and told us exactly what they're doing. Just if you're not smart enough to be looking, then they go, well, you deserve to pay us $70 million a day of yours, your ancestors, and your future future children and their progenitors are going to all be paying taxes on the $70 million a day. That is only to show a cartoon to make you believe a certain thing. That's all. We all paid for it to be mind controlled with space.
Movies like
would you send the link?
In movies like The Matrix or They Live, you know what I mean? It's very dangerous. Conceive or understands the programming and how everybody's been lied to, right? You become like some kind of target, some kind of terrorist. That's what they called Neo, right? So Agent Smith called Neo. We're looking for a terrorist named Morpheus, right? So learning this shit like waking up to the lies can be, dangerous if you don't know how to what's going on. Know the value of what you're learning, discovering the truth. If you don't know it, something might happen to you. I'm just saying, this is not something you'd go out and shout to the world and expect the world to make you king, right? Elon Musk. Like, he said, why didn't Elon Musk? I was like, what the hell is Elon Musk? You mean the Twitter king? Yeah, it's one of those. You want, become a very dangerous person.
Yeah, not just anyone is going to become Elon Musk.
So because you're going to open your mouth, and then you're going to transmit this information to others. And that's very dangerous, especially if you know how to use those words. You know what I mean? I've got one that can see. You know that they live, right? He can see. Come get him.
It kind of amazes me at the moment that people don't understand how satellites can be on balloons, where you've had a fucking balloon satellite over America for the last fucking week.
Yeah.
Fucking surprise. Balloons can...
Wait a minute, what was that, Jedi?
No, but I believe that
it surprises me that people have issues with satellites being on balloons.
Over the U.S. I didn't quite catch that, but anyway. Hey, but you know what, Jedi, Chris? Hey, Jedi, something you were saying earlier about people being abducted in the UK. Do you have any information on that?
It's nothing special, mate. I wouldn't start pulling your tinfoil hat on. A woman just went missing, and the world's gone up.
Just like your standard fare, tinfoil hat, like ooh.
Yeah. Nothing spectacular, not a spate of people. Yeah, it's nothing crazy, mate.
What's wrong with tinfoil hats?
Anyway, is it noisy on my end?
It's the greatest show of all time right there.
Anyway, I guess not.
Dojeway.
All right.
I did contact the local police about the motive.
I can't hear you, CB.
The motive?
Yeah. Can you turn up?
CB, you got to shut up.
Let me make sure. I lost the remote from my TV, so I have to walk up to the TV. How brutal.
Well, you can't hear me.
All right, so can we talk about the planets and stuff and that thing again?
2 seconds, mate.
We can talk as long as you stop yelling out random shit and come up with a decent argument, mate.
I'm not yelling out random shit.
You are.
CB.
You yell out 2 words at a time.
That's not yelling, bro.
Simon, calm down.
You're a fucking idiot, mate.
Oh, my bad. I'll stop talking.
Good.
Focus up.
From time to time, that can help. So, all right. Let's not get aggro. I was really aggravated earlier, and I'm sorry, CB. Earlier, I ran over. I think you and Heretic. I think I ran over your conversation a little earlier. I apologize. I realized it's hindsight. I realized, oh shit, they weren't. I kind of screwed up.
That's quite rude. No, the conversation just moved on. It's all good.
Let's go to space then. Let's go to space.
Yeah.
Plane. You add a T to it. Planet. Before planets, right? Before planet, they used to be called the wandering stars. Okay, listen. There were 7 of them, right? Supposedly. But what do you know about these planets? These things, right? You know that they're all named after Roman gods, right? What else do you know about them? You see them on TV, you see them, on movies, right? But when you look up in the real world and you look up with a telescope, they're freaking lights, like actual lights.
No, you can see them. You buy your own telescope and you can see one.
Yeah.
All you see is some light.
Or with a nice camera.
No, you won't see the light. You'll actually see the planet.
You'll literally see the spherical planet.
Oh,
listen.
You don't see spherical.
Yeah, I do.
So when we look through a telescope,
you really do.
I'm gonna post something in the chat and then tell me if it's spherical.
Awesome. All right. So when we look through a telescope and we look at Jupiter, we've got a story about what Jupiter is, and we can point at Jupiter and say, hey, look, that's a giant ball of gas in the sky. But yeah, we can see what we call Jupiter, but you've got to remember, you think that that's a giant ball of gas in the sky. Flat earthers would just point at the giant thing in the sky and go, oh, look, ain't that nice? I can't tell you what it is.
Yeah.
You've got a story. And you believe that story, right? I can see Mars. Mars is a planet that we've got a fucking remote control car on, right?
Oh shit! Minus us and Pluto, there's only 7. And they're only 7 because those are the 7 that don't do what every other star is doing. You know what we're supposed to believe? We're supposed to believe that the light from the sun travels billions of miles, hits a freaking rock or a gas planet, right? And bounces that light back to us looking like stars. You know what we're supposed to believe? That those stars are billions of light years away. And they just so happen to look like planets. We're supposed to believe this.
Yeah, I have a question.
Because light travels through vacuum.
How do you guys think like the North and South Pole and like magnetic energy, all that shit works?
Oh, so North Pole would be the only thing that a compass points to. You'd have to really show me that the South was magnetic.
But what is it?
He got you there, bro.
Wait, so it's a magnetic. So is there a magnetic field on Earth then?
Do we have a magnetic field that compasses use?
But shouldn't magnetic fields have a negative and a positive terminal? Like magnetic fields go from the negative to the positive, right?
Have you ever seen the inertial plane of a magnetic field?
Yeah, I have. I'm actually studying it right now.
Awesome stuff. So you know there'll be a central convergence point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a north bit, and then it'll kind of donut out towards the outer rim, right?
Can you send me like a model of it or a picture of what you're trying to say?
It's like you have on a speaker. A speaker magnet is a magnet that's a flat plate like that with a center north. But listen, you can have a dipole or you can have a quadrupole. So now if there's a quadrupole, how would we know if we can't go to the extremes and find out where it might possibly be? There's more territory somewhere out there, horizontally.
Yeah, we don't know much about electromagnetism or magnets at all. But look at what we can build with what we know.
Mm-hmm. Look what Tesla designed to build. All the AC we have right now.
Wait, no, but I still don't understand how a magnetic field can be active on how Earth can have a magnetic field if it only has one pole.
No one said that it's got one pole.
Positive, negative. There's a positive and negative.
Mm-hmm.
Those are potentials, just like you have in electronics. You can test those things, find out where the potential is. Well, Earth has a potential too.
Okay, do you have a model of how the magnetic field looks like on a flat Earth?
It looks just like how we work it. It looks just how we actually use it on Earth. There's deviations to that, but the central point is definitely horizontal to all other points, or else a compass couldn't possibly work.
I'm a visual learner, but I really don't understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah, okay, so listen, I go out in the ocean and I have a compass. It's floating in a medium, right? Like a fluid.
Mm-hmm.
That needle is floating, right?
Yeah.
If where the needle is supposed to be pointing to is it supposed to be the center of the Earth? Isn't the core the thing that's supposed to be magnetic? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it would be pointing downward. Even if where the compass is pointing to is supposed to be on the surface or near the surface, at the top of a ball, if you're anywhere else south of that central point on a ball, your compass would be trying to point downward into the ocean. Have you ever seen a compass work that way? No.
I don't think so.
I'll answer for you. So listen, every compass on Earth is floating in a medium, and every place on where there's a compass like that with that needle floating on a medium, they're all horizontal, the same exact horizontal. In other words, all compass needles on Earth at the same time are all parallel to each other. Does that make sense? We're on a horizontal plane. Every part on the plane is horizontal to every other part on the plane. So you can point your finger to your friend in New York.
Sorry,
could be in
Sonny, I
Europe.
just posted the magnetic lines in voice chat on an AE map.
You know what's stupid is the cause of the magnetic field on the globe. That's pretty weird in my opinion. I mean, if you remove the globe, you're like, all right, we have to go. This doesn't exist. It exists in the real world. Magnetic field, right? Like how it works. How can we know that? How can we know where the other pole is? I mean, there's a sun, moon, stars moving above us, and there's electricity in the sky, air.
There's probably literally a place where you could go where every other direction would be south, I suppose. But I never heard of anybody actually going there or showing that observation. I'm always about what can you demonstrate, and what we demonstrate is that all the oceans are practically used, and so is everything flying above the oceans practically use this surface as horizontal plane. They have to stationary and flat, just like the Air Force, Teledyne Ryan, all those other companies. McDonnell Douglas, previously now Boeing, those aircraft manufacturers they have their linear flight models of how their aircraft's supposed to work. And the first thing is they have to assume that the Earth is flat and stationary or anything else after. So that's how satellites work too. You asked that earlier. That's how they work. They have to, because they don't have anything else to rely on except for that thing that we use as a standard called the line of the horizon, which is a nautical term used in navigation when you're out at sea. The line of the horizon. There can't be a curved line of the horizon that uses a standard. That's always 0 on your sextant. That's where you set 0 to start any elevation angles. It's so simple. People go, no way, it couldn't be that simple. Yes.
To have a model of anything, right? We have to at least go up there, and we know that they do send things up there, and they have known things because they probably found something. We know that they use a model, right, to explain everything away, and we know that we can't have a model in the real world because we'd have to get out of the system down. So there's all these things. So we know that we don't. We know that there are things we don't know that we don't know. I think that's something. We don't know that we don't know. There are things we don't know that we don't know. But someone does. Because someone has sent things up, out, maybe down, and tell us a different story. I mean, explanations from a model.
Where are we now?
We were on planets or something.
Yeah.
Fado, what do you think about my presentation, Fado?
So that's what you've been.
Yeah.
That's what you've been conjuring up.
Yeah.
So do you guys not believe in like the magnetosphere and all that shit too?
Well, the magnetosphere. We believe that there is obviously a magnetic component to the Earth, right? Yeah. We deal with that. We deal with that every day, and we can actually map it. Right, we use it for navigation and so on. You know, celestial navigation and magnetic declination. So there's obviously a magnetic field around the Earth. But is it around the ball floating in space? No.
We don't have to believe in anything. Remember, we just came from the ball Earth where we had to believe things. We don't have to believe anything. We just use the natural sciences and math that we've been taught. We don't have to make up anything, right? We just falsify things using what we've been taught. They've taught you everything you need to know to figure out the truth, and you don't figure it out. They have it's their right to lie to you. They can lie to anyone they want. But if people believe them, that's those people's fault for believing the lies. So you know how to figure it out.
So how many people are in on the lie?
No, it's like George Carlin said, right? You and I are not in it. They're not big.
Ultimately, mate, we're not going to start pulling numbers out of our asses for you. But you say
all of
how many? Yeah. So you say how many people are aware of the lie? You understand what compartmentalization is, don't you? Need to know basis and all of that type of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro. Awesome. So there are some people at the top that, they know everything about everything. The person just below them knows everything about everything, but not quite everything. The person just below them knows a little bit less than the person just above them. How many people are in on the lie? It would depend on the degree of the lie that they know. One person might know the entire truth. 1,000 people might know the entire truth. But you've got to remember there's like 8 billion people on the earth, so 1,000 ain't nothing. 1 million isn't anything if you got 6 billion of us.
How many people on average would you say know? Like if you had to guess, like a number.
Okay, somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million.
Really? So 500,000 and 1 million people know that the Earth is actually flat and not round.
And that space is fake.
Dude, the president of the United States, can't even get his dick sucked without people finding out about it, and only 2 people knew about that one.
Well, who cares? This is an argument from silence fallacy. Doesn't matter anyway.
Straw man fallacy.
Without the entire world finding out about it, that was because it was on TV.
You don't think
otherwise nobody ever would have brought it up? Do you know about all the other times he got his dick sucked, or just the one time that it was on TV all the time?
Right.
Told you he just yells out random shit.
Oh, only Monica Lewinsky and the president knew about that, dude, and it got out. I don't.
Yeah, and then it went on TV, and if it hadn't, you wouldn't be here talking about that. That's for sure. That's why you're not talking about any of the other times he got his dick sucked, just the one that was televised.
What about 9/11? How many people were in 9/11? How many people do you think knew about it? See, there are all these conspiracies that happen. How many people do you think knew about World War I, World War II?
What does that mean? What are you saying?
The money, the banking system. Like, people know, that we have been lied to on a massive scale, and the whole world is involved, right? How many people know? Probably everybody. Your teacher, unwittingly teaches you what she believes because she's been lied to. My mom and my dad unwittingly teach me things that the earth is a ball because they've been lied to. 99.99% of people are in on it unwittingly, I guess.
Awesome. It's a big thing, yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful. Lovely.
So, hold on, Bo. Do we agree that the government sometimes lie to us?
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
Awesome. Yeah, so false flag events do happen, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So there always seems to be
King, bro. The FBI murdered him, so.
Yeah. But there always seems to be this grey line people like you or anybody else will put that they will not lie above this line. They can lie about this shit that they tell us about on the TV and news and we find out because they want us to, but they can't lie about anything else. Right? Why can't they just lie about fucking everything? Why do you get to determine where that fucking line is that these people will not cross?
I don't know, I just think it's kind of crazy to assume that all of space is fake when you can look at planets and stars with your own eyes.
Please let me do this. Please let me do this now. All right. Do you understand why us as flat earthers denied the medium of the vacuum of space?
No, can you explain that?
Yeah, awesome stuff. No problem. Because it defies a natural law, the second law of thermodynamics, specifically entropy. Now, we understand that entropy is a direction. I'll explain it to you in 2 ways. If I leave a hot cup of coffee on the side, it's going to get cold, isn't it? Yes?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. That's the direction. Hot goes to cold. High pressure. What do you mean depends? If I added more energy into it, if I just leave it alone, the hot substance is going to get colder, isn't it?
Well, it depends on the energy around it. If you left it,
what, in the desert?
If you left it in the desert,
yeah.
Let's just say it gets colder, but
Yeah, let's just say my coffee fucking gets cold.
Sure.
We'll agree on that. Yeah. So that's the direction. Without any more energy putting into the system, the hot will go to cold. Same thing with pressure. High pressure systems will disperse into lower pressure environments. This is the direction. The reverse never, ever happens. Now, the Earth is said to be an open system, no lid, no container around our atmosphere, which causes two fucking problems. One, there's nothing physically here to keep the gas here because it's an open system, so the gas would fuck off. And two, there's no necessary antecedent for gas pressure. Gas pressure requires walls to press upon. Without any walls, the gas will fuck off. Space is a vacuum. We've got gas pressure here. There's no physical barrier between the two, so according to entropic law, the gas would fuck off. Jupiter, the giant ball within a vacuum without the balloon around it. Now, we understand what happens when you pop a fucking balloon and outside is a lower pressure system. The gas fills the space. So to point at Jupiter and say, hey, look, there's a giant ball of gas uncontained in a vacuum, isn't understanding the laws of reality very well, is it?
Can I respond to that real quick? So,
please, yeah.
Yeah, you said gas pressure in a wall. You have to have a wall to be able to have gas pressure, right?
Yes.
Am I saying that right? Okay. So what is a wall really?
A physical barrier.
What does it do to the gas, I guess?
It doesn't do anything. The gas exerts its full support against the walls of the container. So
and the walls of the container exert a force back, equal and opposite, right?
I haven't said that. I'm just talking about the gas. Doesn't matter what the container is, as long as it's physical. Could be rubber, could be elastic, could be fucking water. As long as it's physical.
I agree.
Yes.
And so when the gas presses onto that wall, it's exerting a force, and the wall is able to exert a force in the opposite direction enough to, keep the gas in there.
Awesome.
So with gravity, gravity is able to produce a force that can keep that acts sort of as like a pseudo container. That's why when you go higher up, there's less gas pressure. So why in this closed container, why is the pressure different at different altitudes?
Because we obviously live in a very multiple dimensioned environment, right? There's lots of heat, there's lots of biological and chemical cycles. The gas is produced down here at ground level within the biological and chemical structures of the Earth, right? So down here. Now, we can have a gas pressure gradient, but we must first have the container to have gas pressure in. Gas pressure gradient comes after gas pressure. Now, you brought up gravity. Hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
You brought up gravity. Can you show me anywhere on Earth where gas is affected by gravity?
Well, hold on. Gas pressure. I just want to stay on this point really quick. You said to have a gas pressure gradient, you must first have a container.
Correct.
Can you show me any container that has a gradient of gas pressure?
Yeah, of course. So all you need to do, and this is going to be hypothetical, mate, all you need to do is put a few things into the environment. So let's have a heat source that comes and goes, and let's have production for the gas. So if the gas is produced at ground level, and you can increase the heat and decrease the heat, you will get a gas pressure gradient.
So there is a gradient.
You've got multiple different types of gases as well within the Earth, right? You've got different density. Yeah, so different densities of gas as well. Well, just looked outside, attended science classes.
No. I'm talking about the gas pressure gradient inside of a container. Did you do this experiment?
Yeah. No, how can there be a gradient of pressure in a closed container?
Well, how big is your container?
It doesn't matter. Everything should be equal.
As big as you want. I don't know.
Why? Why are you saying that?
Because the moles of gas are going to spread evenly.
Spread? In which direction?
Is that just your idea? Or?
Hold on. Yeah. Chris, real quick. So, how do you know this? What experiment did you run? How do you know that?
So this is just understanding entropic law. This is understanding that to have the better word is to use is dynamic system. Do you understand what dynamic means?
Dynamic means changing.
Yeah.
So a changing system?
Yeah.
Are you talking about going from a closed to an open system?
No, dynamic as in lots of different things impacting the environment. And do you understand what a gas production area is? An area that produces gas, right?
Sure. I mean, I guess in a sense. Do you want to get?
Awesome.
Do you want a specific example?
No, that's fine. But if
Can
we
you
have
give me a specific example?
if we have multiple different types of gases, nitrogen, oxygen, different types of gases, and we can play around with the heat within the environment, and we can have a defined area where the gas is produced, do you not think that there will be less gas further away from the area that it's produced?
For maybe a really short period of time. But if there is a decrease in pressure in some area in a closed container, that will create a pressure imbalance. And so it'll create, I guess, what you would call a suction force, right? To where the higher pressure gas will move towards the lower pressure gas.
Yeah, so this is like...
They equalize the pressure.
Go on.
So I'm saying...
You're saying, like, what I'm trying to get around is that you're saying there is a gradient within a closed container, but how can there be a gradient within a closed container if it's always reaching equilibrium? So, like, the amount of pressure at ground level should be the same.
You can't reach equilibrium within the system.
What makes this special compared to any other system?
Because it's dynamic and constantly changing. You know what weather patterns are, right?
I mean, I can get a container. I can get a steel ball, say you get a really big container and you put a cow in there, and it, cows produce methane and whatnot, right? The pressure of that container will change, but it will change constant. It'll be constant in every single area of that container. So that's a dynamic system, like you were talking about. There's something that's producing gas. We can heat up the container if you want. The gas pressure will stay the same throughout the container, even if it goes up and down. It's just I don't know how you can get a gradient of pressure in a container.
Good thing the Earth isn't a steel container. Like you said, it's a dynamic system of very big Earth.
Okay, but
you can still have a gradient in small containers. I mean, I was just trying to dig for a screenshot that I had found earlier, but I don't know where you guys get this idea. It's just strange, you guys. A lot of you guys had this idea that if you can see that the Earth is flat, therefore now it has to be different all of a sudden. It can't just be the way it is with the gradient and all. You're saying, no, if it's contained, then it has to be totally different. No,
hold up. Let's just stay on this point. Let's just stay on this point about the pressure gradient.
That's what I'm on.
Okay. Can you show me the evidence you have for a pressure gradient in a container?
Yes, there are pressure precision gauges for measuring gas pressure, and this has been found that any container, closed container with gas pressure inside, it has a gradient. There will be a higher pressure on the bottom than on the top.
Okay, sick. Show me the...
Also posted in the chat as well. Link was posted 23 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, and also, for example, when you have a bottle, and you close it sealed, but it's empty. Not empty, it's with gas, air inside. You can actually measure the electrostatic voltage potential in that bottle, and you will see also a gradient in that.
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
You have gas molecules moving at different speeds.
Hold on, I'm gonna watch
the gradient is very small, so obviously it's taken as negligible in industry, but it exists.
But either way, you have to have a container to physically keep the gas there. If you don't have a container and outside is a vacuum, the gas will then fill the next available space until it reaches the limitation of that space. Right? That's as far as it can go. Now, somebody brought up gravity earlier. What the hell? Show me gas being affected by gravity, being as gravity is just one vector. What happens when I drop a ball?
I don't know.
Depends on where you drop it.
Right, so I'm outside, I'm on a field, I've got a ball and I drop it. What happens to the ball? Okay, I'll answer for everyone. Yeah, it goes down, it goes... Yeah, cool. But if I get my knife out and I stab the ball, which way does the gas go? That goes in all directions and disperses into the atmosphere, doesn't it? So that means that being as gravity is just and only a direction downwards, and gas is going in all directions, upwards as well, away from the mass that is producing the gas. That's where the gas is produced, chemical and biological cycles within the earth, on the sea, there. Being as the gas is going away from the mass that is said to be attracting it, how the fuck have you got an observation of mass attracting gas? You just point to gas pressure gradient and say the gas thins out and there's a vacuum. No, that's not how natural law works. Gas fills limitations of environments.
Wait, so the gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom?
No. I mean, you can have a relationship with, say, two certain types of gases, sulfur hexafluoride and fucking, I don't know, another one. And because of that density, one will appear to sink towards the bottom, but still moving in all directions. After a period of time, that sulfur hexafluoride will have dispersed into the atmosphere. As in, if you haven't got a container containing sulfur hexafluoride, entropy will eventually take effect and the gas will fuck off. So the only way to have gas pressure is for walls to press upon, and the only way you're going to keep gas from dispersing into a vacuous space is to have a physical barrier between the two, as in not an open system.
Who posted that video of the gas pressure thing?
Kiwi
at
Buzz.
23 minutes past the hour. Kiwi Buzz. Okay, look, that is a awful experiment and it's horrible. I mean, I wouldn't believe anything in this because first off, the gauges he's using aren't even the same. He didn't do any control with the gauges.
That's fine. You can discard that. We have other examples. It's not like the only thing. It was also explained to you by Get Be Get as well. So I mean, he speaks kind of slow. Do you want him to speak a little slower?
No, I'm sorry. I went on mute there for a little bit to watch this video. Okay, please send me another I guess experiment of the pressure gradient.
Let's just be really clear here. Let's be clear about the reversal of burden, because the claim is that gas pressure doesn't need a container. So we've been beating the drum, asking the question, and for a demonstration of that claim, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Now we're giving you examples of gas pressure with a container. That's fine. We can go all day, but the claim on the table is still that you don't need one. So we'd like a demonstration of that. So if you want to trade, if you want to offer up a trade, that would be nice.
Here's my trade: the Earth.
No, but here's the thing. Here, Jedi. Let me just say this really quick, because this comes out. Because here's what you guys do often: you point at the claim and declare it to now be proof or evidence. The Earth is the claim, brother. So the Earth is claimed to be an open system. No need for any container, like you said, gravity. This is the claim. So you can't just point back at your claim and go, "Yep, there's the proof right there." You need you need evidence of that claim. So
what I've done
you can't use the claim as evidence.
What I've done is shifted the burden of proof back to you. So
that's a fallacy. You can't do that. It's literally called a burden of proof reversal fallacy. So the burden
you first need to prove that the Earth has a container.
No.
That's
the burden reversal right there.
Every single instance that we can give you of gas pressure is going to be in a fucking container. Your claim is no container. Okay, then where's that demonstration then?
Yeah, can you give us one observable instance of gravity causing gas pressure to form without containment, without physical barrier?
Yes. Yeah, show us
no, you guys.
Gas pressure.
I think we were just at the point right before you jumped in.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, who's talking right now? My proof that gas pressure can exist without a container is that all a container is a force pushing back on the gas pressure.
That's not evidence of your claim.
I was still talking. Sorry. So if you have the force of gravity that exerts a force on things that have mass, then you have what?
It's a big if, by the way.
Well, we can get into that,
but you still need evidence. So all you're doing is just restating the claim. There's gravity.
Evidence of gravity?
No. Evidence that gravity is containing the air that we're breathing. That's the claim. So let us know when you have evidence for that claim.
Okay. Yeah. When you say who are you asking? Yourself?
I don't know what you just asked me, but
well, you're saying who are you asking? Yourself?
I don't think that matters, bro. To be honest with you.
Let's settle down, guys.
Go ahead and respond, Ryan. We're looking for evidence of the claim. We don't need. You don't have to remind us of the claim. Everyone's very well aware of what it is. So just let us know when you find evidence for it.
Okay, let's get some common ground really quick.
Yeah, vocal burning gravity and then saying, pretty tired.
Well, the common ground is what the claim is. The claim is, like you said, the Earth, right? The Earth is claimed to be open, no need for a container. You've got gravity that contains all the air, right?
Here was what I was going to say.
Ground.
Here's my common ground that I want to get with you. Do you believe that the walls of a container are pushing a force on, or are putting a force on the gas?
Here's the issue. It's at this point, it's a demonstration versus a lack of demonstration on your guys' part. So we can demonstrate all day long gas pressure requiring containment. So we're requiring you to provide a demonstration without the container.
Well, can you just answer my question really quick? Like yes or no?
No, we just need the demonstration. So you don't have to redefine things. I know you guys like to do that. Oh, level means this and container means that. Well, just show us what we know what the claim is. Go ahead and demonstrate it or give us some evidence for it.
Demonstrate that the walls of a container are pushing back on the
walls. Listen. Do you know the physics of the solids?
Do I know the physics of solid objects?
Physical properties of solid matter.
In a general sense, yeah.
Yeah, what are they? The physical properties of solids.
So what differentiates a solid from, let's say, a liquid
Tell me.
Do you want me to respond
of physical matter?
I think that's what he was trying to get to, but you cut him off.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's been responding to really anything. We've been asking what's been necessary. So it's not like you've been attempting to respond to that anyway. So can't cry out, "Oh, let me respond now."
What do you guys want me to respond to?
What's the observed phenomenon for gravity?
That mass attracts mass.
Okay, and in this particular instance, mass is attracting air?
Yeah.
Okay, let's observe that. Where can we observe that?
With the Earth.
I don't see it attracting air.
Can I use my sound pad?
And no. So if I can remind you of what I stated earlier, because I can.
Wow.
The gas is produced within the Earth and on the Earth. So in the first instance, it's going away from the mass of the Earth, away from it. So can you show us gas coming back?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
You know that gas is produced within the Earth, right? In the mass of the Earth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the thing that you're going to say is pulling the gas back to it. But in the first instance, the gas is going away from the Earth, right? To fill the area above the Earth where the gas is.
The gas is going away from the Earth? What do you mean?
Well, where's the gas produced?
On the surface of the Earth.
Yeah. So the waters. So when the gas is leaving that area, what's it doing?
It's equalizing in pressure or trying
it's going, for God's sake, mate, it's going away from the very thing that you said is attracting it.
Because
because there's an increase in pressure in that certain area, so it goes to areas of lower pressure.
Because
in the first instance, you don't have an observation of gas being attracted to mass because gas is escaping mass.
Because
so in the opposite direction. So the question then becomes: can you point out anywhere on the Earth where gravity is affecting gas? Show me a demonstration of gas coming back to a mass that it left behind. Show me mass attracting gas. In actual fact, show me the bending and warping of space-time doing something to gas.
Well, see, what you're asking is kind of impossible because gas doesn't have a lot of mass to it. So it's
I know.
Gravitational force, is not.
No shit.
It doesn't have. So,
this is just too much, dude.
So what you're going to do is give me a reason why not, right? Oh, no, you're not going to see this now. It's like you're not going to see the curvature of the Earth because of refraction. You're not going to feel the spin of the Earth because it's too fucking big. And now you're going to give me another one of these things. Ultimately, we still want the observation of fucking gas being attracted by mass. Where's that? Point to me in the physical and natural world, gas being attracted by mass. Remember, mass is gas as well. So show me gas attracting gas. You can't do that because... Go on.
I can show you mass attracting mass. I can show you that. It's not going to be with gas.
Well, let us know when you can show us what the claim is, which is involving the gas, my friend.
Remember, we're trying to keep the gas here from dispersing into a vacuum, right? You're saying it's the mass of the Earth. You're saying it's mass. Gas is also mass. So show me gas attracting gas.
Okay, I think maybe where we're getting confused is that, do you think there's like a difference between like the mass of a gas and like the mass of a solid? Is there a difference there? Would you say?
Probably.
So and we know that the gravitational pull, I guess the force exerted by gravity is proportional to mass, right? And it's
so you're asking yourself when you say right, who are you asking?
I'm asking all of you.
You said we know. No, that's what we're asking about.
Talk your shit, bro. Talk your shit.
Okay. Bro, you didn't even get the update though. Like they're not even talking about Newtonian gravity anymore. That's like 100+ years old and out of date. Proceeded and replaced that with the bending and warping of space-time. So like you're over here trying to prove mass attracting mass, and they've already switched it up and moved on to something else. So it's just funny to watch you do it.
Not a good look, dude.
Newtonian mechanics works for things that are not like on the
compatible.
Newtonian mechanics has been debunked and superseded by Einsteinian.
It's not debunked. It's just you didn't have the whole story, dude. If you plug the parameters for normal like mass into Einstein's equations, you get Newtonian mechanics.
No,
I mean it's
just not compatible.
This is someone who doesn't know how to work a compass. Everyone, this person who's speaking does not know how a compass functions. FYI.
Are you talking about me?
You know it.
How does a compass function?
See, I told you.
Old Haas, every time I talk, dude, you always get on my ass.
Yeah, it's because you're full of shit.
You're always mean to me, dude.
You're full of shit, bro. No, I'm being honest with you, pal. You've had people blow smoke up your ass your whole life.
Hell
and
yeah,
you thought
bro.
that was nice.
Hell
Come on,
yeah.
bro. Let's be respectful. Follow the rules. Let's be respectful, guys. Come on.
No, it's okay if they don't follow the rules.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, yeah. So back to the conversation we're trying.
Old Haas,
Get
let's
back
follow
to
the
the
rules. Let's be
conversation.
respectful.
So just to remind you all that you're talking about gravity being a force which is 115 years out of date and was superseded by Einstein. Would you like to give you some quotes from famous science communicators? Dr. Brian Cox, gravity isn't a force. Neil deGrasse Tyson, we don't know what gravity is. I'll keep going on and on and on. George Musa, gravity isn't a force, but you can think of it as a force. Hasn't been a force for 115 years. So when you keep saying force, we're kind of laughing, waiting for you to catch up to the 21st century.
It's just easier to reference gravity as a force rather than an object of higher mass falling into a gravity well. You know, it's
Awesome.
easier
So
to like.
then hold on, and then the next. Sorry, guys. The next question would be: have you got a scientific experiment to prove either of the gravities you're convoluting? The answer's no. Sorry, the answer's no. Hold on. The answer's no, because that's why they went on to a second one, because they definitely didn't prove the first one. Please don't give me Cavendish. Newton didn't want to be associated with this magic at a distance. Don't associate this idea with me, he said. Read the fucking book. So this is why they came up with a second idea, because the first one didn't fucking work. Yeah, you can drop balls. Yes, you can drop balls. And you can calculate the rate of fall. And you can say that the mass of the Earth in your mathematical equation is the thing that is pulling the ball down. Yeah, you can do that if you want, but that's not proving gravity. That's, again, backwards engineering phenomena on the Earth to fit your fucking model.
And it's actually not reality. It's only a very close approximation to what is going on in reality. Nowadays, with higher precision instruments, measuring instruments, we actually see that downwards acceleration is not the same for all elements. Liquids fall at different rates in comparison with solids, and stones also fall at different acceleration rates in comparison with metals, and also metals amongst each other, they differ how fast they are falling.
But is everything? Do they all have the same surface area, same everything?
Yes.
Not the same surface area. No, you're trying to catch me here, and I know what you're trying to do. It's about the mass, the weight, yeah,
and
the object. So when they are the same weight, their volume, aluminum has a smaller density than gold. So a bead of gold will be much more smaller in size than a bead of aluminum, but the same mass, the same weight.
But I don't think you can compare the two then.
Yeah, when you compare, when you drop them, when you drop them, you will see that they do not fall at the same time in a vacuum chamber.
Well, yeah, you said one is bigger than the other.
Yes, of course, but in a vacuum chamber, volume is irrelevant.
But we're not in a vacuum chamber.
Oh God, the
We are
experiments
not,
were done in a
this
vacuum
test-
chamber.
This test has been performed in a vacuum chamber to eliminate the friction with the air. Air has buoyancy because it's a fluid. Okay? It's a medium.
Yeah, I know.
So when you remove the medium, then it does not affect your experiment.
So
Yeah, I just didn't know. I thought you were. This whole experiment was happening like on Earth, like with like just the regular atmosphere, not in a vacuum.
Then another experiment, a test actually, not experiment. Boyd Bushman, a Martin Lockheed engineer, retired. He discovered that when you take 4 magnets, the same size and strength measured, 2 of them, you glue them together the way they repel each other, and the other 2, you put them together the way they attract each other. And now, when you drop them off a building in the same time, one magnet will fall much faster than the other and will reach the ground the first. Which one do you think?
I don't know.
The ones that attract each other will always fall the first. Magnets, strong opposing field magnets affect directly the downwards acceleration rate.
Very nice.
This discovery has been patented by Boyd Bushman, and he was a Martin Lockheed engineer.
So what does that prove then?
It proves that the downwards acceleration is caused by the electric, magnetic, and electrostatic field that we live in. The whole world is inside a giant magnetic, electric, and electrostatic field, which dictates how elements behave in nature.
Don't forget the container too.
Yeah. Contained. They are contained.
Wouldn't that just be an external force that's making it accelerate faster?
Well, then you would have to prove that external force. And if you're going to claim it's gravity, you're going to have to remember that's 115 years out of date. It's not a fucking force anymore. The bending and warping of space-time. But first, you're going to have to prove that shit. There's no scientific experiment that proves either gravitational idea. None.
Yes. And also,
proves that it's electromagnetics that are pulling things towards the ground.
When you guys talk about forces, the first thing you need to understand is the basic constructs, and each field in which a force can exist and manifest has a binary construct. There are no fields in physics which are not binary. So, magnetic field has a north-south polarity. Yeah, you have 2 poles. So, according to these poles, you have a force of a magnetic force of attraction or repulsion. In electricity, the same. You have positive and negative charges. In electrostatic, the same. Charges, positive, negative. Positive with positive repel, and positive to negative attracts.
So the reason we're not floating around is because of electricity.
Where is your field in gravity? Because to have a gravitational field, to call it a force, you need to have, a binary construct for this field.
But let me just say this real quick. Why do you goofballs have this baseline? Your baseline for reality is I should be floating, but I'm not. Why would that
Do you guys
be
think
like?
about this? Do you guys all take like MDMA or something?
But why do you guys think you should be floating? That's the question.
Yeah, it's like your argument is, well, if the Earth wasn't a ball, I would just be floating around somewhere. Like, where do you get that?
Yeah.
That was his first question. He's like, "Oh well, why aren't I floating?" It's like, why would you be floating? This isn't what is it, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, dude. Like, we're not just gonna start floating around.
Yeah, they were given this infinite universe, space. And you know what's funny? Because they use the word universe. It's a word made by joining two words. Uni, one, and verse. So it describes, it's actually the world, word claims to describe the whole world in one phrase that makes one word, actually.
One.
So you don't even need to have a phrase to describe the whole world, because you are using one word.
Wait, can you explain that again? What does verse mean? Sorry?
All right, guys. I'm out of here. I can't listen to these brain dead retards talk. I'll catch you later. See you later.
Okay.
The cope is real.
Wait, can you explain that universe thing again? I was actually gonna
Uni one.
My bad. I just snorted a line or two. What's going on?
Okay, and then verse.
Language on you.
Verse, like in a poem.
Did I really get timed out again? That's crazy.
Wait, what?
It's meant to be a phrase, a word, which is a phrase in itself. And this word describes the whole world.
Why universe?
Not just the world, but the sky and everything that's below our feet.
Oh, verse. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking it's like some word I've never heard, but it's like, okay. My bad, bro. I was a little bit lost.
Oh, really?
Still no demonstration of gas without a container. Maybe some of you are starting to understand what gravity isn't, as in you haven't got a scientific experiment to prove either one of them, and definitely if you've got two, then the first one just got superseded. So following that logical thought, you haven't got a naturally observed phenomenon of gas coming back to a mass. We can only demonstrate gas pressure within a container if there's an open system. According to entropic law, if there's a lower pressure system out there, the gas is going to fuck off into it. So what are you going to prove? Is it going to be the ball bit, the spinning bit, or the fucking space bit? Every single one of them is going to have to come with a direct measurement or a demonstration of fact. Not
settle
just
the
a
fuck
story.
down, you stupid flat earther.
Yeah, that's right. I'll settle the fuck down because I'm a stupid flat earther. How about you listen for 5 minutes, pull your finger out your backside, and do something useful apart from sniffing it?
Hold on, Chris, but real quick, you said like observable phenomenon, but we haven't observed a gas pressure gradient inside of a container, though. I mean, I know you guys think that
You're just wrong.
All
I
containers
haven't observed
that have
your
gas
claim, though.
pressure.
What's with this double standard? Do you guys want to apply all this rigor all of a
How
sudden?
do you think? How do you think they would know there's such thing as a how do you think they would know there's such a thing as a gas pressure gradient? Unless they had a container to check.
It's phenomenon, Einstein.
You don't think that there's a gradient inside an ocean or a pool or something like that? A pressure gradient?
No, I don't think
because Oh, you don't think that it's lower pressure at the bottom than it is at the top?
But the pool isn't a closed container.
Yeah, it is. It's not. Oh, it's not contained. It's just an open system. It's not contained at all. There's no container for it.
No, the water just holds itself in. Gravity, bro.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, that's not. Yeah.
So you've never heard of ocean basins, then? And I guess you don't know how a pool works.
They've not been outside nor underwater.
How does
No, we've been underwater. There's a gradient in pressure in water. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. And what is that gradient in? In a container. It's a contained system, right? So that's just a simplistic example, but all contained systems have gradients.
Yeah, but we ain't in water, cut.
Yeah, well, the air does too. Any container of air, doesn't matter the size, will have a gradient to some extent. At a really small scale, it's going to be negligible, right? But there still is one, and the bigger you go, the more of a measurable gradient there will be. Like a gradient is not exclusive to an open system, so it doesn't prove an open system. It doesn't tell you that the system is open because gradients form in containers. When Matthew Learns is here, he says that just about every time. That's one of his favorite proofsies. He'll say, inside your house, the pressure is going to be slightly higher at the bottom than it will be up towards the ceiling. He's talking about a closed system with a gradient, even though the gradient is supposed to be your open system proof. Well, if it forms in a container, it doesn't tell you that you got an open system, does it?
But the pressure in water, I think it's a little bit different. No, because pressure in water,
where the air is higher pressure on your floor, right, inside your house versus the ceiling.
Yeah.
Why?
There's different pressure in my room.
On the floor, you have cold
Matt
air.
Malone says every time he's here. He says that if you've got a vacuum chamber, even that it'll be slightly higher pressure towards the bottom than it will be at the top. He says it just about every time.
Yes. And that's
Why is that? That's a contained system. I thought gradients told us that the system is uncontained and that it must be open and that it must fade out to a limitless vacuum. But here we have a glober every single day, a mathematician and a professor telling us that containers have gradients all the time too. So I guess that kind of screws up the open system claim.
But guess what now? Because containers with air that we breathe, nitrogen, oxygen, and the other gases, yeah, CO2, carbon monoxide. These gases make a higher pressure at the bottom because that's where the cold gas is less energetic, and the warmer gases rise at the top. Yeah, so these are higher energy state, so their velocity is higher. Their number of collisions with the walls of the containers are much faster and higher, but the density at the top is less. Now the problem is when you have helium in a container like this, the higher pressure is at the top and the lower pressure at the bottom.
And it's not even an open system? It doesn't fade out to an infinite vacuum?
No, I'm talking about a container.
Yes, a container. It's enclosed.
Yeah.
So here we are talking about gradients in containers, guys. Are you taking this in? Do you realize that gradients form in containers?
Yeah. Yeah, but they claim that gravity pulls down the gases. Yeah,
Well, that's a
holds them on the ground. Yeah, but the problem is when we have a container and inside we have only helium gas. The higher pressure gradient should be at the bottom, but it is not. When you have helium in the container, the higher pressure is at the top and the lower at the bottom. So the helium is still trying to actually go upwards.
And that's still a gradient, just going the other way.
Yeah, opposite to the other gases.
So gradients do not tell you you have an open system, guys. Do you have anything better?
I think the problem I have is when you guys use density to like say that things go down. See, density is a scalar value. It's not a vector, meaning it has.
The reason people have to say that is that people act confused why things go down. Go ahead, Jedi.
And in science, that's the only fucking thing we can vary and manipulate. So if that's the thing we're very manipulating, then that's the cause. So being as we can vary and manipulate the density of things and watch the phenomena of how they interact with each other, then it'll be density, because that's the only thing we can vary and manipulate, mate. As in, we ain't very manipulating gravity yet, but we can in science vary and manipulate those things. If we're very manipulating them, that's our cause then.
Which even so, due to the fact that you can vary and manipulate density, that means that density is what caused things to fall to the ground.
But that's the only phenomena that we're observing, right? So two different densities have a different reaction within the relationship between the two, or three, or four. All right, change the let's put an egg, all right, in water. If I change the density of the water, put salt in it, you'll notice a direction change of the egg. It'll move. Now, being as I've only changed the density of the water, what do you think the cause is? Well, the density of the water that I've just varied and manipulated.
Nah, you didn't manipulate the gravity.
Any demonstration of gravity being manipulated to show that it's the cause of things falling?
Yeah.
Yep.
Bro, this cricket sound you got is incredible. So, do you have a soundboard?
It's a little dusty, but yeah.
Nice. I can manipulate the force due to gravity.
Oh, due to gravity, but you can't manipulate gravity, so how would you know that anything is due to gravity?
No, you know you can't manipulate the charge of a proton. How do you know that the proton has any charge? I mean, what it doesn't make sense. What you're saying.
So what you're saying is you can't manipulate gravity. Is that what you're telling me?
I can manipulate the force of gravity by adding more mass.
Well, how do you know that there's any force of gravity to be manipulated?
I just explained.
So you're manipulating.
It's not even claimed to be a force. It's claimed to be a pseudo force. It's claimed to be an effect on space-time, whatever that is. How do you know that? How do you know that things are falling down because mass is exerting some kind of effect on the fabric of space-time? What even is that?
You can do an experiment where you can add more mass to a specific area and see that another mass is attracted.
The independent variable there is.
Okay, so I can do an experiment where I add mass to an area and I'll see the curvature of space-time. Something happened to it.
No, you can add mass to an area and see another mass constant be attracted to this other mass.
Really? Why would that be?
You're not.
What's the observed phenomenon? What situation?
The observed phenomenon is that the more mass you have, the more attractive force you get.
So, I mean, I could just, start, I don't know, piling dirt up somewhere, and the more mass I accumulate there, the things around it will tend to come closer and closer towards it. I'm just going to start making a dirt mound. I'm going to make a big, huge hill, right? And all the masses around it are just going to start gravitating to it.
there'll be more gravitational force, but that doesn't mean things will just start being pulled towards it.
Well, then there's no observed phenomenon, is there?
Exactly.
I'm not seeing anything be attracted to it.
He asked you for the observation, and you just stated the claim.
Well, where can I observe masses coming together like this?
So you have to eliminate a couple of variables, right? You have to eliminate the force of gravity to the Earth, right? Because the Earth is very big, so it'll have a lot of gravitational force. So how you do that is that you eliminate what we would call like the y-axis.
To be there to begin with.
Hold on, just let me finish really quick. So what you would do is you would eliminate one axis of you would eliminate the y-axis, right? The force due to gravity. And how you do that is you can suspend like a meter stick on like a string hung from the ceiling and hang two masses on the end of this meter stick and balance it, right? And then you can let that meter stick swing back and forth. So now we're only worried about the x-axis, right? And you let it swing back and forth.
You better duck, right?
Hold up, Haas. Give me a second. Just let me finish real quick. You
better duck. No, once you start asking right, dude, you're talking about the Cavendish. You're setting up a contraption and says, "Looks what it does."
Yeah, so it does a thing. You get a twisty wooden rod, right? Sometimes it does the thing that you think it's supposed to, right? Where the objects appear to be coming together. Why would that be? What's the actual cause? What did you manipulate directly?
Can't talk. You guys always interrupt. Like, if you don't want to hear what I have to say, that's fine.
Bro, you act like you're about to get a Nobel Prize repeating something that's been said, I don't know, thousands of times. You act like no one's ever heard this before. You could just be like,
You thought you were going to paraphrase Cavendish.
So, when is gravity ever directly manipulated to show its effects on anything? Because just manipulating mass.
I know.
That's just, your independent variable is a mass, an object. Okay, but I need something more specific. Mass, as you call it, or objects can entail quite a few things. That doesn't narrow it down for me enough. I don't know exactly what's going on. How can this gravity thing you claim be actually directly manipulated itself to substantiate its effects?
I just love how it goes from... go ahead, sir. Please answer that.
I don't know what you're asking me, dude. How can gravity, like the physical gravitational constant...
Is there an experiment that you could give me where gravity itself is the independent variable?
Where gravity, the gravitational constant is that's what it is. It's a constant. So no, I can't manipulate that.
It's not a constant. Get was saying it earlier.
So you can't give us an experiment with gravity as an IV?
As gravity as an IV? What is an IV?
Independent variable.
The thing you're going to vary and manipulate to produce the phenomena. Can you vary and manipulate gravity? Not mass. Gravity. Not mass.
I don't think I understand what you guys are asking me. I'm sorry.
We want to
Can I vary and manipulate gravity?
Yeah, we want a direct scientific demonstration of gravity actually being the cause of any observed phenomenon.
I don't know, boys. Sorry.
Me neither.
We got a science denier here.
It's okay.
This is the problem. This is the problem that everybody gets down to when they're trying to make a hypothesis that includes gravity as the fucking cause. Being as gravity isn't fucking physical in the fucking first place, how are you going to vary and manipulate that shit? You can't isolate gravity, have it as your independent variable, and then vary and manipulate it. You cannot do that. It's impossible. You know what science is, right?
Are you asking me?
No? Yeah. You know what science is, don't you?
Science is?
Yeah.
I think so.
Alright, so you understand that in science, we try to answer this fucking question. What caused that to happen? Now, the cause and the happening are independent and dependent variable. The dependent variable is the phenomena, the thing happening. We want to, best guess, presume what the cause is. I'm going to say that heat causes water to boil. We understand that as a hypothesis. I can then test this hypothesis in an experiment. If I keep all the conditions the same, control my variables, and just vary and manipulate the one thing I'm presuming is causing that phenomena to happen, I will either demonstrate that it does or it doesn't, therefore proving either way. Okay? So I've proven something. It does or doesn't cause it to happen. But in science, mate, we're just trying to figure out the cause of things happening. Did you not know that?
Sorry.
Didn't
know it.
No, you didn't know that. Cool. So when you come here and start talking about gravity, and then start trying to go back to scientific experiments you think were scientific experiments, we've literally got to sit down and tell you what science is. I mean, how old are you? I learnt this in 3rd, 4th grade at school, mate. Day 1, how to formulate a hypothesis, what an experiment is.
Yeah, and maybe this is where I'm getting caught up, is because your independent variable, right, is the thing that doesn't change when you change any other variable, right? Something that stays constant. It's independent of everything else.
No. That's the thing you vary and manipulate. That's your supposed cause.
You mean the dependent variable?
No. And if you're looking for the why water boils and the heat would be your cause, you vary the heat. So that's something you would vary and manipulate is the independent variable. That's your cause.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so just go on my word here. Say I perform an experiment where I add more mass to an area and I see an attraction towards this mass. And the more mass I have, the more attractive force I get. How would you parse out your independent variable there?
Well, first you start with the scientific method works. You start with an observed phenomenon. So that was his question: is first of all, what are we observing? So I'm sitting here looking around my room, seeing nothing being attracted to anything. So, let's start with step 1. What's the observation?
Okay, well, pick something up and drop it.
Okay,
so you see an observation towards the surface of the Earth.
So wait, I pick something up, and you're wondering why it fell?
Yes.
Maybe it's because I picked it up. Nothing was happening. It was at equilibrium, and then I picked it up. Then I dropped it. So it's why is I don't understand why people get confused. Why did it fall? Well, dude, you picked it up first of all, but nothing was happening.
Why did it go up when you picked it up? What happened to it?
That's taken out of its equilibrium.
What do you mean?
You applied a force to make it go up, right?
Take it out of its state of equilibrium. Which it went back when you dropped it.
Why?
So it's just everything's just trying to find equilibrium.
I think so.
As in, so does it all depend on density?
Clearly that's involved.
Dude,
why do objects
here? What's the confusion? Why you're asking? Why did something go up when you picked it up? What the hell is going on?
Because you applied a force to it to make it go up. That's what I'm saying. So to make it go down, there must be a force applied to it to make it go down.
Do you know what potential energy is?
Yes.
Awesome. So you've picked something up and you've dropped it. You first removed it from equilibrium, put it in a state of disequilibrium, and then it seeks equilibrium again. So you've raised a potential.
No, potential energy is due to the force of gravity.
No.
See, there we go again. The force of fucking gravity, 115 years too fucking late.
Yeah. Now you're making a cause claim. You just said that you couldn't substantiate your cause claim with any valid scientific experiment, and even worse, your cause claim is for out-of-date Newtonian gravity that was superseded over 100 years ago.
It's a similar thing with
Okay, how about this?
gravity.
If I'm holding something 10 meters above the ground, can you guys tell me how long it will take when it hits the ground? How much time will have passed before it hits the ground?
Why? Why does it matter? Because look at the chat. You drop a balloon and it goes the opposite direction. So what are you proving by? Oh, well, look, you guys have this hyper focused, like horse where these like eye things on their eyes. So the focus is that you're not looking at the bigger picture.
So are you telling me you don't know?
When things drop down.
So you can't tell me.
Why does it matter?
Because it matters, because if density isn't used to be able to predict when the object will hit the ground.
Who cares about predictions, though?
Who cares about predictions? My man.
I drop a feather. Can you predict how long it's going to take till it hits the ground? And what does that prove?
Dude, this is the problem, man. I mean, like...
Wait, but why can't you predict when the feather's going to hit?
But like you have to factor in air resistance and everything.
It doesn't matter, and does it not?
It doesn't matter when the feather will hit the ground.
Well, I'm asking you. You don't seem to want to answer all of a sudden.
Yes,
dude, I know the answer. When any feather will hit the ground.
We need your prediction, AI.
It's not a prediction. It's a certainty. Okay, so any feather of any size and any permutation with any ambient conditions will hit the ground in one feather drop moment.
There you go.
I like that. One feather drop moment. That's awesome.
Yeah, well,
I'm just saying you can use the acceleration due to gravity to calculate when things will hit the ground. If you ignore air resistance, I mean, you can predict this. And do it over and over, repeatable objects of different densities. You can do it with any object.
Cavendish thing, right?
You can do it with any object of any density of any. Every single object, if you ignore air resistance, will hit the ground at the exact same time. Promise.
You still haven't isolated gravity as an independent variable, so those experiments that you're talking about are still invalid.
Okay, can you manipulate density?
No, they're not.
And then measure the force that it falls to the ground.
Yeah. Yes, you can manipulate electrostatics. You can make things float. You can make them vary in times that it would take to drop or rise. You can make things levitate. Yes, that's how bees fly. Bees don't actually fly with their wings; they levitate. This is a proven fact. This has been well documented. Now, is there anything that gravity can do that can't be explained through electromagnetics in a medium?
Yes, because most things
doesn't matter.
Most things aren't charged.
Friend.
And
everything is electrostatic by nature. Every single thing that exists is electrostatic in nature. Everything.
All right, cool. The problem is that he gave away the game. He said things accelerate downwards, right? They're unsupported by a medium, right? He then used the word gravity at the end as causing it. The problem is that the phenomenon of things, quote unquote, accelerating downwards is gravity. So he just said gravity is the cause of gravity. Now, none of you caught that, but that's fine. It's the fog of war. But he basically has a self-caused cause and a cart before the horse fallacy. This is why you're so confused, my friend. It's circular reasoning.
Yeah, it's begging the question.
Dude. I really am.
It's begging the question, is what you're doing.
Look, we all understand that things fall to the ground. We also understand that if you drop various things, you can measure the rate at which they drop to the ground.
Okay.
You could call that an acceleration if you want to. But that phenomenon... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what you can call it. But you, because of your training and your upbringing, want to call that gravity.
Okay, and what do you call it?
No, let me finish.
Go ahead.
So it's called gravity, that phenomenon. Okay? But then in the next sentence, you said gravity is the cause of that phenomenon. So you said gravity is the cause of itself. So things falling is the cause of things falling. We already know things fall, so we're done here. Great, excellent, things fall. We ended up back where we started. Good job.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think we're getting into a little bit of semantics here. When I say falling,
no, friend.
When I say falling, I mean falling towards the center of the earth or being attracted to a gravitational.
That hasn't been established either.
They're already presupposing presupposing the globe.
Okay, then if it's due to density, prove it to me.
Well, being as in science, we can only vary manipulate fucking density and be density then.
Then why do objects of different densities accelerate to the ground at the same rate?
They don't. We've been through this before in a vacuum chamber. Hold on. So Get went through this earlier, right? Certain elements will drop at a slightly different rate. When you say constant, it's actually an agreed upon average. They have committees that agree upon this to make the math simpler.
That wasn't me who sighed, by the way. That was somebody else.
Okay.
Just so you know.
No worries. But just letting you know that it's agreed upon average to make the simpler maths. That's all it is. So lots of tests done around the world. They get in a committee. They look at their results. They're not all the same. Let's just have an average. Makes the maths easier.
Okay. Okay. So there is a difference, but it's pretty small, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I'll give you it's small, but it's not exactly the same.
Well, that's what you were saying, right? You know, it's an agreed upon average.
Yeah, because it's different.
Okay, it's so objects of different densities do fall to the ground at different rates, but that difference is really small.
It's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant?
Yes.
How so?
We've already established that things fall to the ground. Adding things fall to the ground at similar rate of acceleration or speed over time, that increases over time. We're back where we started again. We already all know this stuff.
Well, no. I guess what I'm saying is so if we're trying to find out why things accelerate towards the ground and you manipulate density, and no matter how much you manipulate density, things still fall to or accelerate towards the ground at the same rate, then it's not density that controls that, right?
That's an incorrect
You can
claim.
argue. You can argue. Go ahead.
That's an incorrect claim. You can do this yourself where you can get a bowl or a glass and fill it with water and watch an egg fall to the bottom of it. Then add salt, which increases density. And, in a few minutes, that egg will rise to the top. If you change the density of the medium, you can affect the acceleration and the vector. We know this because we can go swimming in these extra salty lakes, right? And we are more buoyant. It's simple. You change the density, you could change the vector.
Yeah, so before anyone else goes, I want to notice that there's a concession already on the field, which is our friend already agreed, and this other kid just demonstrated that we already know why things fall down. Things fall down because they're more dense than their surrounding media, period. So the other thing he said is, well, why do they fall at similar rates? That's a different question. We know why things fall down because they're more dense and they're supportive media, period. We know that's the case of why things fall down versus why things rise up. So now he wants to know why do they fall at similar rates. Okay, totally different question. So let's talk about that question.
I do not concede that things fall down due to density. I'm sorry.
Really? So if you manipulate the density of something in its medium, it's not going to fall down if it's greater density?
No, it wouldn't fall down if there's no force pushing it down.
Oh, here we go.
What? You're back to making cause claims. Have you scientifically validate any of those?
Holy crap. Pushing it down? pushing it down?
Density is a scalar value. It's not a vector. It has no direction associated to it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Then why is there an up and down? Looks like reality just forgot about your gravity because it doesn't always go down. Things go up too, regardless of their density. So, what are you talking about?
You guys use density, but density is not a force. Density is a scalar value.
Gravity.
So what do you need the force?
It doesn't matter whether it's a force or not, dude.
Doesn't. The end result is what we're talking about. Whatever brought it up, some energy brought it up, like the tree growing after 20 years brought the fruit up until it could no longer hold on to whatever it was attached to the tree with. The stem breaks and it falls to the ground. What caused that falling to the ground of the apple?
Not gravity.
The energy. If you pick an apple up and
no, friends.
Okay. No, friends.
Hold on, friends.
Okay.
He said what caused Mr. Sonny said what caused it to go to the ground? Fall to the ground. Somebody else said not gravity. Gravity is things falling to the ground. Okay? So when something falls to the ground and you say that's gravity, you're not saying what's causing it. You're explaining the phenomena. The cause is something completely different. Gravity can't be its own cause.
What it is?
Okay.
I don't even understand why you keep circling back to cause claims after you've told us that you don't have a valid experiment for any.
Well, we don't even have a valid hypothesis yet.
Yeah.
If I were to perform the experiment myself of dropping two different objects of different densities and measuring the time that it took for them to hit the ground, would you guys accept that any object of any density, any weight, ignoring air resistance, will hit the ground at the same time? If I did that experiment right now and took a video of it, would you guys watch it?
Didn't we just go over how that's not true?
I was about to say, so you guys don't think it's true? I will perform the experiment
21
right
minutes
now.
past the hour. Do you want me to repost it? Because I thought this was covered already.
It's just, I just don't agree with you guys. It's just not
I'm not going to agree with it. It's a demonstration. It's demonstration versus what demonstration?
Yeah, as far as I know, we've posted in here plenty of times that there's isolated elements, right? Where an object is constructed of a mono element structure and it will fall at a different rate in a vacuum tube. Am I mistaken?
I mean, do you see it 28 minutes past the hour?
So it was in there.
Twice.
28 minutes past the hour? This GIF?
Yeah.
GIF?
Yeah. I mean, what do you think you're seeing there? Because
I don't know. This is
I'm no expert. This is new to me. I'm listening. I'm learning at the same time. I've just been paying attention. So you said you don't agree, but what is there to disagree with?
But let's say things fall at differential rates versus they fall at the same rate. Whoop de frickin' do.
Mm-hmm. Dude, what is this GIF? What is this? It's
Someone
exactly explain this to me.
About. You said setting up in a vacuum, right?
Why are they all moving in slow motion and then immediately
Listen. You can if you rub your two brain cells together, you can figure it out. But it's just going in slow mo at first because if they just play it when they start it, it goes pretty fast. It's kind of hard to see like which one's going first. It's like when you watch a race at the very end, they do a slow mo to see who crosses the finish line first.
Yeah,
so
these things are being dropped. So I don't think he understands it. They're being dropped.
Yeah, I didn't. Okay, so they're going in slow motion at first. This is interesting. So lithium and lead fall down faster. This is really weird. Do you guys have like? Can I see like the full video of this? Do you guys have like a? Like, is there a paper associated with this GIF, or like, where did you guys find this?
The papers.
I just want to know more on this experiment.
I'm sure you can do some more. You said you were about to set one up, bro. So like, I'm sure you got some resources on them too. So
I really want to. I think I have a good. I have some force sensors that I think I can get some accurate measurements too, and I can. I have an Arduino too, so I can.
That would be great, Rhinoceros, even if you did do that. But I'm wondering what this does to get you to your end game of proving that the Earth's a ball.
I'm not going to prove the Earth is a ball. What I will prove is that objects of different densities still accelerate to the ground at this same. They still accelerate to the ground at the same value.
Well, we just saw them doing not that, but power to you.
Exactly. I don't know.
Oh my god, dude! You've already been told that in the fields of science, that this acceleration of gravity is a conventional agreement. Now, if that's true, in principle, that it's a conventional agreement that's based on averages, then that means axiomatically that things fall at different rates around the world, correct?
No, I don't believe What do you mean conventional?
Okay, listen, dude. This is very simple. Okay, you're saying in the way in which you speak that you have ingenuity, right? You have thought, and you're able to create things and figure things out. So try to figure this out.
Okay.
If at large, the greater scientific community, right, throughout history has established a convention, right, which is known among them to be an agreed upon average, right? The reason why they need that is because things don't actually fall at the same rate everywhere on Earth. That would be the only logical reason why they need such a thing. Because they all know that when they measure things in different locations, right, even though they're the same density, they fall at a different rate. So it's not true that the downward acceleration allegedly of gravity is uniform or constant throughout the Earth.
Okay.
You follow that?
Yes, I'm following you.
Well, then that defeats your premise that it's the same.
No, it doesn't. Because if you're saying it's density, if two objects of massively different densities fall at the same rate, then it's not density that's making them accelerate. Does that make sense to you?
We just showed you they don't fall at the same rate.
Well, I'm about to test it, dude. If you guys give me I don't know if
I just told you, dude, that they don't fall at the same rates around the world. And he just showed you that different elements fall at different rates in a localized area. So if either of those 2 points are true, your premise is false.
Aren't you the one with the cause claim about why things fall anyway, Rhinoceros?
Well, so far, this is what I'm hearing. Things fall at the same rate because they fall at the same rate. Slow clap.
Well, that's good to know.
But you guys are claiming things fall is due to the density of the arms.
See, I didn't actually hear anybody explicitly say that. Okay, good.
Me neither.
Friend, for goodness fucking sake. That's not a claim, dude. That's demonstrable, repeatable human experience ad infinitum into the past, and most probably ad infinitum into the future. The only things that fall in any circumstance are what kinds of things?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, things that are more dense than the medium they're in. It's the only things that fall. So the prerequisite for something falling is what?
I don't know. You tell me.
It's more dense than the medium it's in.
Okay.
Now you could put it in a vacuum tube, right? It's then more dense than the medium it's in, is it not? Yes.
Okay.
You could put it in water. If it goes down, you know of a fact it's more dense than water. If it goes up, it's less dense than water.
Okay. I think I see what you're saying. So if it's more dense, it will fall down, but density doesn't say anything about how fast it'll accelerate to the ground. Is that what you're saying?
Sure, you could isolate the two if you want to. That's fine.
What does that mean? Isolate what to?
Okay, why do things fall down? Because they're more dense. That's a complete argument. Now, you want to know why they fall down according to you at the same or similar rates. Because there's plenty of evidence that they don't all fall at the same rate everywhere. So that's what you're really wondering is, why does it seem to be that they're falling at a similar rate? And then maybe you also want to know, why does it seem to be that things that are like that fall down rather than just go sideways?
Yes.
Okay, so when we define down and sideways, right, you imagine a cross, like a plus sign, right, where down and up is the y-axis and sideways is the x-axis. Now, if we go in all kinds of areas around the Earth and we use that same assumption of axes, we end up with a horizontal plane where down is plumb and the other axes are perpendicular to plumb, which is horizontal. So the fact that things fall down proves that the Earth is a flat plane. Thank you. I rest my case.
That made no sense. I'm sorry. That didn't follow. Can you say that in a different way?
Yes. If you have down, right, which is perpendicular to level, also known as plumb, and everywhere you go, things fall down, then that means you've created a matrix of perpendicularity where one axis is a flat plane. Therefore, the Earth is a flat plane. I rest my case.
Okay.
You see, my point with all that said is, I'm making a case, right, based on the observed phenomenon, which we all experience, towards the end conclusion of my point, which is the Earth is flat.
So
there you go. Problem solved. So now, can you do that with your viewpoints about the subject?
Real quick, if we could stay on the point, let me ask you this. Why then, if I drop a bar of lead and say mercury, or no, let's use water. If I drop a bar of lead in water and then an egg, why does the bar of lead drop faster than the egg? They're both denser than water, but one falls faster than the other. Why don't they do that in air? I mean, that's perceivable. You can measure that. So if it's density that's causing the speed at which it accelerates, we should be able to see that in air as well as in water and any other.
Holy crap, dude! Dude, I could have sworn that I already gave you props that you were intelligent, but now you're going backwards.
You did give me props that you were intelligent? I thought all you guys were telling me I'm a fucking...
Were you not paying attention? I mean, dude, look, the problem here is that you're not paying attention to what me and you are talking about. Me and you both agreed that those two things are separate. We already agreed that things go down because they're more dense, period. And we already agreed that the acceleration is separate. So when I'm saying things go down because they're more dense, I'm not explaining the acceleration that you allege exists and that people generally agree happens. They're separate.
Okay. All right.
What I'm telling you is that everywhere we go, we experience down. Everywhere. Ubiquitously, we experience plumb and level. That being said, if you create a matrix of plumb and level, right, you have two axes where one of them is a flat horizontal plane. Therefore, the Earth's a flat horizontal plane. I rest my case again. So my case is rested 3 times And it's now I'm very well rested. So now it's fresh and ready to take on the day.
You must be rested as hell, dude. I wish I could get that good of a night's sleep.
Yeah, so what we're all trying to wonder here is why the heck in the goddamn earth are you talking about gravity on a flat earth server?
I don't know. I like talking to you guys. You guys fun.
Yes, but the point I'm trying to make is gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, brother. Nothing.
All right.
Period. Nothing. Zilch.
I'm still going to do this experiment, though, just for the fun of it. And
You can do whatever you want, bro. Then I behoove you to do so. But simultaneously, you need to work on your logic skills in understanding why things are or aren't relevant to the point. So, gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, period. The end. Things falling down has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, period. The end. Why they accelerate has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, period. The end. So unless you can present a logical contingency of a necessity where the conclusion follows from the premises which are proved in the first instance that the necessary contingency of the phenomenon of things falling down requires a globe earth, then my premise stands that plumb and level prove we live on a horizontal plane. Because that is ubiquitous human experience wherever we go. When I go to Florida, it operates the same way. When I go up north, it operates the same way. Where you live, it operates that way. Where homeboy in England lives, it operates that way. Where every single person present here today, whether listening or in the chat, it operates the same way. You admitted it operates that way. Therefore, you concede the Earth is a horizontal plane. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the right. So who's next?
Come on, I'll round them up. AI swinging punches, mate. Yep, I'll round them up.
So when it comes to talking about the shape of the Earth, how about bring something relevant, like demonstrable measurements of Earth's surface curvature? That'd be cool. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't mind you guys talking about gravity, but eventually I'd like to get to the shape of the Earth. Went to a flat Earth server. All I talked about was gravity.
Man, I've missed all of it because my internet sucks. But there's somebody that is missing me.
Yeah, to our friend who we were just speaking to, you don't have to stop speaking just because I proved the Earth was flat by the evidence you presented. We can still talk. We can still be buddies.
Oh yeah, dude. We're pals. I'm not upset. I was sorry. I was working on trying to design this little circuit that I was working on. But no, I don't. Obviously, I still disagree with you. But that's okay. We can disagree and still be friends.
Oh God, having my way. Disagree. How can you disagree with that?
We go tit for tat. We have our little differences. But at the end of the day, you win some, I win some, and there's a mutual respect left over between us. Any respect that you're feeling that's coming from me is a mistake on your part. Then I'll just regress, because I feel like I made myself perfectly redundant. Yes, you have.
I think you mean to say, I do not concede, not I disagree. Because disagree has to do with opinion.
Sure. Yeah, I do not concede.
Oh, excellent. So you have an extraordinary claim on the table. Okay, so my claim is ubiquitous with human experience and demonstrable at all points in reference. Okay? Your claim now is that plumb and level are actually curving around a giant floating space thingy. So now, my friend, where's the evidence for that claim?
Sorry. Well, I hate bringing this one up, but it's the easiest one. Pictures from the orbit of the Earth, which you guys will obviously say is fake. Fair enough. But, there's live streams from the ISS. There's a rover on Mars. You guys will obviously say that's fake. That's fair enough. But prove to me that it's fake. And then
Okay, well, hold on. I need to hear the first one you said again because it cut off. So I heard you said 3 things. I need the first one again.
I said there's images of the Earth from outer space.
Okay, images.
Not exactly what I said, but
close enough. Images, and then the second one was ISS, and the third one was a rover. Okay, perfect. So the alleged images of the Earth from space, are unvalidatable.
How?
The rover being on Mars is unvalidatable. So those 2 can be thrown out. Summarily dismissed. Now, ISS. Okay, so the other 2 are unvalidatable. If you don't understand how they're unvalidatable, right? Then I don't know how to help you. We can talk about that later, but let's talk about the ISS first. So I don't have to respond to your points in the order in which they're given. Okay, you didn't preface that. That's point 1, point 2, point 3. Requirement of in order succession. So I'm going to do the ISS. So
perfectly fine.
Even if the ISS is where they say it is, right, which is a distance away from the Earth, what does that have to do with proving the shape of the Earth?
They claim it orbits the Earth.
Okay, so
that
claiming it orbits the Earth is just a claim.
So you're
how does the claim that it orbits the Earth prove what the Earth is?
So if it were to, an orbit usually means going around a circular object, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't think if the Earth was flat, the ISS probably couldn't orbit it.
Right, so then you have circular reasoning. The ISS proves the Earth is a globe because it's alleged to be orbiting, and the word orbiting in this connotation means going around a giant floating space ball. Therefore, the Earth is a giant floating space ball. That doesn't follow.
So no, there's images from the ISS and a whole bunch of other space telescopes.
All right, stop right there.
Circular.
Stop right there.
Okay.
So we have images from the ISS doing what?
We have images of the ISS doing what?
What are the images doing? What are the images showing? What are the images proving?
The images show the Earth as circular.
No, they don't. It's categorically false.
Okay.
Let me tell you why.
I know why. Because from a 2-dimensional image, you can't perceive 3 dimensions, but you can if there's a succession of images.
Stop talking. For goodness sakes, dude. We only want to focus on one thing at a time.
Okay.
Okay. A circle is most definitely 2-dimensional. So you can't say that it's because it's 2D, 3D problem. What I was going to say is that the ISS is not at a sufficient distance to have the Earth in full frame, and therefore it can't show the Earth as a circle. Which you agree, correct?
Yeah, I agree.
Right, so it only shows a portion of the Earth at a time. So, in one viewpoint from the ISS, what do you see?
Sorry, say that one more time.
From one singular viewpoint at a moment in time from the ISS that's alleged to be taken at the ISS, looking at the Earth, what is seen?
Oh, you see something that's perceived. You see the Earth as flat. Is that what you wanted to hear?
I don't know. I mean, have you seen images from the ISS?
Yeah.
That are well, let's just use the word allegedly loosely, so we don't hurt anybody's feelings. So what do they look like?
They look flat.
What? Okay, so then the ISS proves the Earth's flat. Great. I thought you were using the ISS to prove the Earth was a globe. Bro, if you need to take a time out and have an orange juice to get your blood sugar back up, go for it.
Yeah, let me go to the bathroom real quick, dude. I gotta cool down. No, I'm just, so the ISS orbits the Earth, and it can take a lot of images. Allegedly. Okay, we can step off the ISS. Let's go to something that can.
No, we're gonna stay on the ISS, friend, because we have a problem here that you didn't address. You said out of your mouth that the images from the ISS look flat.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a bunch of images that look flat, you now have even more proof the Earth is flat. So what you need to get me back to the point where you're attempting to prove the Earth is a globe from this.
Let me try and find you an image. There's a specific image I'm thinking of. Hold on 1 second.
Well, I've seen plenty of images that are alleged from the ISS. I mean,
yeah. Well, let me show you one more.
I mean, do you want me to help you with your argument so we can progress?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, so the standard reasoning when people present images from the ISS is that the horizon in the ISS images appears to be curving, and so they say, look, that's prima facie evidence that because the image is curving, the Earth is curving. So would you agree with that?
Can you say that in a different way? Can you repeat that again?
Okay, so the ISS is not at a sufficient distance from the Earth to see the entire Earth.
Right.
So what it sees, in order for it to be used as evidence, right, that the Earth is curving, people look at the images and they see like a dark area of sky, right? And below that is the blue and the ground and stuff. And the line between the two in the image appears to have a curve to it.
Mm-hmm.
So then they make the claim, because I see a curved image, I'm looking at a curved Earth. Therefore, the ISS proves that the Earth is actually curved. That's usually the way people argue it.
Right.
So are you planning on arguing it any differently?
Sorry, I'm just trying to think this. I'm trying to find the best way to explain what I'm thinking.
I think it might be just for the audience's sake. And it's not true necessarily that what I'm going to say applies to you. But many people, when they get into this and they start hearing words like image is curved, therefore the ground is curved, they start to recognize, wait a minute, I know in my lifetime that I've experienced optical distortions and seen fisheye lenses and all of these other things. Maybe this guy is trying to lead me into making a logical error in my reasoning so he can exploit it and show that my reasoning doesn't follow from the premises. So I need to be careful what I'm about to say, because the very fate of mankind is on the line, because if the Earth is not a globe, we're all going to die.
Right. I'm really not trying to bullshit you. If that's what you think, if you think I'm trying to be deceitful.
Oh, no. I don't think you're trying to be deceitful. What I think is that people are so emotionally invested into the globe paradigm that their brain protects their worldview with a process of rationalization and cognitive dissonance.
Mm-hmm. Do you think you have any like emotional value to your view?
Not really.
Really? So what evidence would you need to believe the Earth is actually a globe and not flat?
Well, the most practicable evidence, right, accessible to the common man would be demonstrable surface curvature. It's the first contingent factor. The claim of the Earth, right, is that the majority of the Earth is covered in water. So if you could prove that the oceans are curving in the manner in which is necessary for the globe to exist, that would be pretty sufficient or compelling evidence, which, by the way, is the majority of the reasons why the majority of people in here are flat earthers. So, for example, I asked CB, why are you a flat earther? Is it because your Fifi's got hurt one day? Well, he doesn't want to mic up. He's too scared.
I'm happy to answer. Drop over distance. Yes.
I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther because there's no curvature, no spin, and you can't have a globe in space without a container to contain Earth's air in a vacuum.
So you're a flat earther because the Earth is flat?
Interesting. Right. So
I know it's flat.
Right. So his first go-to point. Okay, let's be clear. Wasn't what gravity is. It wasn't how big Uranus is. It was no surface curvature. So Mr. Jin is convinced that there's no surface curvature. Therefore, by rational deduction, he must assume if something isn't curved, it can only be the things that aren't curved, which are flat things.
Yeah.
Very rational, not emotional whatsoever.
I'd agree that it's rational, but I don't think it's scientific. Let's.
Oh, cool. I'm glad you agree. Hey, friend, I'm glad you agree, because nobody in this room right now is retarded enough to equate the shape of something as a scientific proposition. So let me ask another friend here. Heretic, is the shape of something a scientific proposition?
Wait, I missed this one. Come again, AI?
Is the shape of something a scientific proposition?
Oh, no, of course not.
Oh, well, there we go. So now that that's out of the way, let's move on.
Can you give me an example of something that is a scientific proposition?
I can give you something.
No, I'd like AI to answer.
Take the ISS. Let me give you this ISS situation that you think is up there. One you've never seen it falling around an object you haven't proven to exist. But the problem is, back in 1962.
Right, but you're not answering his question.
Jim, you're not helping.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, AI.
And don't get me wrong, you should listen to what Jin has to say at another point in time, but it's just not the answer to your question at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in this arena, when it comes to natural science and science in general, right? Science is a word, right, which is grossly misused in many fields. And it's attributed to things that don't follow the scientific method, right? Now, classically, things that don't follow the scientific method, which are assumed to be science, are known as pseudoscience. It's the definition of the word. You can look that up, but it's neither here nor there, because we're talking about a specific type of, which is validation through systematic experimentation of a cause and effect relationship, where an if-then statement, if this, then that, if this, thus is caused.
Okay, so
if it's not a cause and effect relationship, it can't go through that methodology. So, for example,
thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, for example, you could say, why does water boil?
Okay.
That it boils is known. Right?
Right.
So you say to yourself, why does water boil? You formulate a hypothesis based on the observed phenomenon of water boiling. You notice that usually if water's boiling near heat sources, so you say maybe heat causes water to boil. So then you set up your experiment where you manipulate the heat to ensure that that is the present thing that then produces the cause. And you set up a system to isolate variables out to where you can exclusively and independently manipulate that single variable to produce the cause. Sorry, to produce the effect, not the cause. Right? And after you do that, and you validate that that's the case, right, you've arrived at a conclusion of an if-then statement, a cause and effect statement, through a methodology known as the scientific method.
Gotcha. So
Okay,
in that,
for example,
heat would be the independent variable, right?
Right.
When
Now,
you
check
manipulate.
Check this out, though. When you measure the amount of heat you apply, that measurement in itself isn't science in the sense of science as it's applied in this situation. So when you have a ball in your hand or a flat sheet of paper and you put a ruler on it, right, and you say one is planar in nature because it doesn't deviate from the ruler across its entire surface, versus one is curvilinear in nature because it deviates at a drop over distance exponential rate from the plane of the ruler. Science, in the sense that we've previously just described, is not being done. What's being done is called measurement. So when you want to know the shape of an object, the thing you want to apply is measuring, not science.
Okay.
Yeah, in
Now,
other words,
that being said,
it's a geometric question, not a scientific question.
exactly. So that being said, which is why we earlier said and asked our friends in the field here, why are you a flat earther? And their answer was, because there's no demonstrable surface curvature. Not because water boils, not because, oh, I wonder what causes gravity. No, because they understand, by parsing it out logically, that the proposition in question is whether or not the Earth is a particular shaped object. And that is divined, discerned, and determined by measurement directly, not by all of this other stuff.
Okay. If we can go back to the water boiling experiment really quick. The heat is the independent variable, right? The dependent variable would be what?
Boiling.
So the rate at which it boils, or that it just boils, or what?
That it's hot enough to make tea, which would be boiling water. You can see the bubbles coming up from the bottom of the container to the top. I mean, it's boiling, right?
Okay. So the fact that it boils is the dependent variable in that?
Well, if you had a recipe book, right, and it said bring water to a boil, and then you decided, well, you know what? I could just set my ambient room temperature to 30 degrees, or let's just be more liberal because Celsius and Fahrenheit. So I could set my ambient room temperature to 70 degrees, right, with my thermostat, and 70 degrees, right, times 3 equals greater than 180. So after 3 minutes, my water will boil after being exposed to 70 degrees.
Okay, so the dependent variable is the time to boil.
Oh, holy frick, dude. There's a reason why that guy just laughed.
What guy?
Woo! Now, my friends, somebody, for the love of God, clip that out and send it to Numpty Clips.
Paging SimpCord.
I think water is boiling when there are large bubbles rapidly moving from the bottom of the container to the surface. I think we can safely say water's boiling when it's doing that. I mean, do we really need to look it up in the dictionary?
Right. So the duration of a consistent amount of temperature applied does not equal a cumulative amount of energy present at a particular moment. Right. So if I set my room temperature to 70 degrees, right, after 3 hours, my room is not 70 degrees times, 3 hours. You see my point now? Until I get to 180 degrees, present in a single moment, I don't get water boiling. So no, time applied is not the variable that matters. It's the presence of the heat. So no recipe book says apply 3 minutes to the water. Correct? The recipe book says bring water to a boil. Now, if it was more acute, it might say apply 180 degrees to the water. Problem with that is that there are other concernable factors. For example, your ambient pressure, right? Water boils faster at different altitudes. Also, things like salt content, other things in the water.
It also might be a European reading the recipe, and they might think you're talking about Celsius. Screw it all up.
Right. So that's why it just says bring it to a. That's why it just says bring it to a boil.
Who are you talking to, AI?
Well, the candidate for Scholar of the Year. No, I'm being facetious. He's actually quite intelligent guy.
Hey, thanks, man. Wait, are you talking about me?
Was it Rhino? Oh yeah, it's Rhino. Rhino's usually on around this time.
Well, I mean, we already got to the point where he conceded that the Earth is ubiquitously flat plane, and the directionality of gravity is perpendicular to level, which means of a necessity that we live on a flat plane. So he then said he disagrees.
Ubiquitous, really quick. Oh, okay.
Well, maybe it doesn't mean what I think it means, but I generally think it means generally the same everywhere. Generally.
No, you're right. Present. Ubiquitous means present, appearing, or found everywhere. So.
Yeah, like plumb and level.
Yeah.
I thought you would have already been on this side, right now. Why is it taking long? We've had a conversation also. You pretty much seen the light, man. So.
He doesn't trust us, to be honest, and to be fair, he shouldn't trust us because we keep telling people that the snacks are in the back, but none of you are willing to actually restock the snacks.
Yeah, bro. You know how long I've been here and I've yet to get a snack.
Exactly. I was right. He hasn't gotten his snacks.
Not to mention the DJ hasn't ever shown up.
Hey, where's our manners, AI? Okay, who forgot to go get chips?
I don't think he trusts himself.
Well, you see, the last guy that went out to get the dip went all the way to the horizon and never came back.
Or did he go to the edge and fall off?
I think he sliced himself in half on the edge. It's a very fine edge.
It's so fine you can't see it. It's a hazard, You're just walking and all of a sudden you're just off the edge.
So we said all that to get to this point, right? Which is we're on a flat Earth server. We've been talking about everything but the Earth surface. We weasel our way down and chisel away to the point proper, which is demonstrable surface curvature. Okay, all of us here on the one side agree that there is none. And the one pariah in the room is claiming that, well, in order for my worldview to exist or for the object in question to exist, it must be curving. So therefore, it must have demonstrable Earth surface curvature. It just has yet to be demonstrated. So in that case, it would behoove you, if you want to argue your side of the equation, to present demonstrable Earth surface curvature, which cannot be divined from propositions about gravity or quasars or the gases, right, that may or may not be a trillion light years to the left or to the right, or any other such derivatives or unknowns or intangibles. The argument must be made from the surface of the Earth, demonstrating that the surface is curved, which is necessary and contingently so, and cannot be otherwise if the Earth is indeed the object in question that it's be by the globe Earth paradigm, which is a globe. So if the Earth is thus in reality, then it must be curving in the manner in which they claim it is. So the very simplest way to prove the proposition is just to present direct evidence of demonstrable surface curvature. So, you got any of that sweet, tasty curvature?
Come on now, don't be shy. You take all the bite out of their bark? What's going on here? Anyone? Bueller?
You see, the problem is that many people were taught when they were young, when they were vulnerable and stupid and retarded and impressionable, and psychologically at a stage of development in which they could be imprinted with worldview propositions rather easily, in which they would be fused with their psyche. During that period of time, they were told that gravity means the Earth is a globe. Things fall down is gravity. Therefore, if I drop something, it proves the Earth's a globe. Now, the problem is that that's fundamentally retarded on so many levels. And when you actually think about it from an adult's viewpoint, you realize how retarded that proposition is. If gravity, therefore Earth is a globe, that's retarded. If I drop something straight down to the ground, somehow that means it's dropping to the center of a giant ball. And if somebody in California drops something, it's off angle to what I'm dropping, towards the center of a giant ball, even though we all experience down is down everywhere we go. So why in the world would our brains say to ourselves that it's not down, but it's rather inwards towards a ball? Well, I'll tell you why. Because some jackanapes, when you were young, deposited this idea into your mind space, and it infested your worldview from thus forward. To where now, as an adult, you're so retarded, right, that when you see something drop to the ground, you imagine it's dropping to the center of a giant floating ball. Even though you've never experienced such a thing, and there's no evidence that such a thing is happening that's available to the common man, anywhere, at any time. But when somebody asks you, is the Earth a globe, rather than say the most rational thing, which was, well, of course, because it's demonstrably curved on the surface, so for some reason people bring up gravity. It's like, what the heck does gravity have to do with proving anything except that you were intellectually abused as a child?
Get him, AI.
Yeah.
So
it's also perpetuated by the popularity believing the same thing and not wanting to be a social stigma.
Yeah, you might as well make the argument, I was dropped on my head as a child, therefore the Earth is a globe.
That literally makes more sense, to be honest.
Yeah, they're just afraid to say anything because Jedi's here. That's why. They don't want to say anything. They're quiet as mice in the church.
Yeah, the church is their own fucking religion. I don't know, it's been quite interesting in live stream voice text, listening to AI go through this with Rhinoceros, but speaking to this other guy who claims he understands what science is. That's what I've been doing for the last 10, 15, 20 minutes, mate. It's been quite funny. He's disappeared now, though.
Who, me? I'm still here.
No, not you, Ryan.
Who's me? Oh, fuck. I'm sorry.
You're all right, buddy. No worries. Just somebody I was talking to in the text chat. That was all.
Fair enough.
You take them apart or what? I mean, just must have obliterated them. We're not here.
The gentleman started talking about science and that we've got a misconception of what science is because, we're flat earthers. We then got on to what science was. He disagreed with me. I asked him to give me the hypothesis for Cavendish. He literally said mass attracts mass. I've pulled him apart ever since then. That's all that's happened, mate. Just people coming in thinking they know what science is, thinking that Cavendish is science and that gravity has been scientifically proven. They obviously didn't understand what science was in the first place. But that's all I've been doing, mate. Just listening to AI and Rhinoceros. It's been pretty cool. Talking about boiling water. Because Rhinoceros doesn't want to talk about the curve.
I can't talk about that curve. So I'm literally building the schematic for the experiment I was telling you guys about.
Yeah, that's great, and I applaud you for doing so. But I hope you recognize, after all we've been through together, now that we're friends and practically married, that you could not, because of all of that, you realize that things falling down is things falling down, and it's separated from the shape of the Earth.
Yeah,
So the more you
like engineering,
fine.
To have fun.
Yeah. I hope you enjoy it. I just want you, when you do witness these things happening, that in your mind you see things falling down, and in your mind you see things falling down at whatever rate they fall down. What I don't want you to do is look at something literally falling straight fucking down, and then in your brain think it's falling inwards to a giant floating space ball.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. So wait, are you saying that I'll probably find out that objects of different mass will hit the ground at the same time?
I'm saying if objects of different masses or weights, right, depending on how you want to parse out what the definition of mass, or let's just say kilograms, how many kilograms it has. Objects of different kilograms, right, density ratios based on their volume, okay, will or will not fall at either similar rates or the exact same rate. It's of no consequence.
Shape and air displacement also dictate how fast things fall.
Hold up.
Yeah, but
hey, you said somebody stuff, dude. I don't. What were you trying? What was your point there?
My point was regardless of the conclusion, okay, whether things fall at the same rate or differential rates, depending on their distribution of volume to kilogram, right?
Okay.
Has nothing whatsoever, whether they fall at the same or similar rates, whether they make loud sounds when they hit the ground, has nothing to do whatsoever. Whether they're blue or purple, has nothing to do whatsoever. Whether they're soft or hard, has nothing to do whatsoever. You see where I'm going with this? With the shape of the Earth.
Okay. Will it have to do with density?
It's an object and medium relationship, Rhinoceros. You have to respect that from the standpoint that we're talking about. If something falls through the air, then the medium of air is reacting to the object is reacting to the medium that it's in.
Okay. And the medium that it's in has nothing to do with the density of the object that's moving through it.
Oh, well, hold on, friend. Hold on. We have to come to a conclusion right here and right now. What you've just described is called specific gravity.
Oh, yeah.
Can you explain that to me? I haven't heard of that. Truly.
Okay. So we know, and we've already established and we've already agreed, that the only objects that fall down are objects that are more dense than the medium they're in. Correct? The relationship of those things together, right, is known as specific gravity.
Can you say? Can you explain that some more?
Okay, so you have an object. Depending on its distribution, it's going to be more or less dense.
Distribution of what?
Okay, volume and kilogram, right? Change. So if you have 1 kilogram in a small volume, it's very dense. If you have 1 kilogram in a large volume, it's not as dense, right?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So you take that distribution against the media distribution in which it resides, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the relationship between those two is its specific gravity. So it's like a ratio or whatever. And then once it reaches that, it then will go down.
Yeah, you can do an experiment, Rhinoceros, with an egg in water. You can change the medium, which is the water that it's in, add salt to it, and the egg will rise. It changes the directionality of the egg from where it was sinking through the regular, water without the salt. It'll sink, and then as you add water, it'll rise.
Correct. So that being said, we can now join hands and have a hug, because if it's the case that if an item specific, if it's a case that an item's specific gravity is greater than the surrounding medium, then that will be the reason why it goes towards the ground. And that being said, you could argue that gravity, the word, right, is then applied, at least in some sense, of why things go down. And so you can go to bed at night and hug your pillow and be like, gravity makes things go down. See? We're all buds.
Yeah, I think gravity is just a made up term. It's just weight. You know what I mean?
So that's a mic drop where the mic is more dense than the medium of the air.
Yeah, I hear what you guys are saying, but I don't know. I think where I'm getting pulled up is that if objects of different densities fall at the same rate, and AI, we just went through this whole thing. I know I'm bringing it up again, but that still just doesn't make sense to me.
Why doesn't it make sense, right now?
Because if density is what makes something accelerate towards the ground, then something of a higher density, a larger density, should accelerate to the ground faster than something of a lower density. But
well, different elements.
A million times anyway.
Yeah,
you guys go ahead, talk about something.
Different elements fall at different rates, man. It's an average. It's not a constant. It's an average. So different elements will fall at different rates. This has already been tested in a vacuum. There's a GIF about it. If somebody can post that GIF in the live stream voice text for Rhinoceros.
Yeah, we did.
Oh yeah. If you've seen that, I don't know what the qualm is here. For you to see that different elements fall at different rates.
The problem is that we've gone through a journey where we already parsed these things out as being separate. And now, again, you're trying to glue them back together. So what's wrong, Rhinoceros?
I don't think that they're separate, is I think my issue.
Yeah, that's a bias that you have, but that can be overcome. So
let's try to make it more distinct. The only things that fall down are the types of things in which the medium in which they reside is less dense than the object in question. Therefore, the only things that fall down are objects that are more dense than their surroundings. Capiche? So the only things that can fall down in principle, right? The arbitrational factor is density.
Mm-hmm.
If you take them to a vacuum tube and you allege that there's nothing in the vacuum, you've just, again, proven the point, because the object is most definitely more dense than what it's in, which is allegedly, free empty space. So again, you just have an object that's more dense than its surroundings, and that is the reason, the only reason, why it's going down. If you had the transverse where it's less dense, it would be going up. Except,
I hear you.
Except allegedly in a vacuum chamber, right? But that still doesn't disprove the initial claim that the arbitrational factor of down is greater density. So that's the case. Simply put a pin on it and say that that's a certainty, because it is. The separate question, which is your hang up, is, well, then why do they appear to be going down at the same rate?
Right. What would you
say? Because if it's density and I had more density, therefore I'd have more rate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yes, but if we go back to the water boiling example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Water boils at 180 degrees, but if I apply 70 degrees over 3 minutes, that's 3 times 7, which is 21, which would be 210 degrees. So that would mean the water boils after I apply 3 minutes to it. See the problem?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. 180 degrees. Do you mean 212? Are you talking Fahrenheit or Celsius?
It doesn't really matter what the actual number is.
Yeah, I'm nitpicking.
The principle is the same.
Anyway. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean, my memory is serving me that it's 180 degrees.
Checked with a few.
But it could be wrong. It could be 212.
Yeah, water boils at 212 Fahrenheit, 100 degrees Celsius, not 180, but I see what you mean.
And any chance of just interjecting for a couple of minutes? Got a couple of points to raise to this young man. Right, Rhinosaurus.
Yes,
the
sir.
The thing that you hang up, basically the heavier object will always hit the ground first, okay? Both in Earth's air that we breathe and in a vacuum. The heavier object will always hit the ground first. In a vacuum, it would appear that a certain object is falling at the same rate, but given enough room to drop, that means you have the height at which these objects are dropped, enough for the heavier object to reach its maximum velocity, falling downwards. As long as it's got that room, the heavier object will hit the ground first. So if you reduce the height at which these objects of different weights are dropped, they would appear to have landed at the same time, but that wouldn't be an accurate measurement or an observation. We need to increase the height. So when you allow enough room for the heavier object to reach its drop velocity, that will hit the ground first. Do you understand? That's a natural law. That is the law of nature. There is no two ways about that. Do you understand that?
Let me see if I do. So you're saying that the heavier, both objects need to reach their terminal velocity before you can actually measure?
Exactly. Otherwise, we're not having an accurate measurement, observation. It's not properly done, yeah. Do you get it now?
I understand what you're saying, but...
Right, but what?
I think my quarrel with that is that when we're talking about terminal velocity, all that means is that the force of the air hitting you, it equalizes with the force that's pulling you down.
What about in a vacuum? There is no air. There is no resistance in a vacuum.
Yeah, in a vacuum, right. I'd agree with you.
Right. What I'm saying to you is that it doesn't matter whether you're in Earth's atmosphere or you're in a vacuum. The heavier object will always hit the ground first. Always. That's law. That's not subject to your disapproval or anyone's disapproval. That's what it is. Okay? Do you understand now?
But you're saying it has to reach its maximum velocity.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're cheating. Otherwise, it's not accurate. You're cheating. So more like the Brian Cox's like for Brian Cox from the BBC that went to America and used their vacuum chamber and had the bowling ball and the feathers, that wasn't a high enough drop rate. So they may have appeared to land at the same time, but that was not a high enough drop rate.
If I'm not mistaken, they don't. If I'm not mistaken, they don't even have a continuous shot to prove that it actually happened.
Absolutely correct. Yes. Editing
really?
Yeah.
Oh, holy fuck, dude! You would think that something that's so profound, they should have done some actual diligence in providing a continuous field of view, so you could see it actually occur simultaneously and in continuity, so it has no chance of controversy. But instead, they do a bunch of jump cuts like they're trying to make a Marvel movie.
Right. That's exactly what they did. So I hope you understand that, Rhinoceros. By law, natural law, not anybody else's, but natural law, the heavier object will and always hits the ground first. Do you understand that now? Or do you want me to send you some material to show you this?
Please send me some material, because I don't get the connection. Why does height matter?
Sorry?
Why does the height of which the objects were dropped matter?
Yeah, because the reason is you've got to allow enough room for the objects to have their inertial mass, their inertia fully registered. Fully registered.
Correct.
You can't reduce the height. That's not the experiment. It's not going to be honest and integral. We're cheating.
Yeah. So in other words, like if you have 2 points on a graph.
Explain this.
Yeah, if you have 2 points on a graph, can you chart like certain trajectories and plot points? Well, no. You need at least 3 points. You see what I'm saying? And you need them to be, especially if you're talking about directionality, you would need them to be successive, right? So you know which direction the next dot's going to appear. So until you have the third dot, and then you see the fourth dot come, you don't know which direction these things are going. So you need a sufficient amount of sample size in order to make true claims about it. And so what Mr. Jin is saying to you, that the sufficient sample size to prove these alleged claims that everything falls at the same rate, or all these other bologna sandwich claims that come from the globe, they don't have any demonstrations of these things at a sample size that's adequate to prove their point. That's the point he's making.
Yeah, and I've got the experiments to prove that point as well, which I can send to the 7 in a minute. Now, the other thing I wanted to clear up for the people listening in the live stream is that the ISS, what is the possibility of that thing being up there? Right now, according to Sir Bernard Lovell, a British astronomer back in 1962, okay, there was an event known as the Operation Starfish Prime, Operation Fishbowl, and Operation Dominic. This is where the Americans and I think the Russians together set off several megaton bombs over a period of 4 years, mind you. Okay. And they created a radiation belt which starts from the 247 miles from the Earth's surface, exactly where the ISS is supposed to be operating. Now, according to James Van Allen in 1958, he discovered 2 radiation belts. Now, the radiation level between these 2 belts are 2,500 rems. 2,500 rems subjected to any astronaut or any living organism is instantaneous death. Instantaneous. Now, the Operation Starfish Prime, according to Sir Bernard Lovell, the level there is 250,000 rems because it's 100 times more lethal than the supposed Van Allen radiation belts. Now, with these numbers, do you think an ISS would be there? Okay, bearing in mind 2,500 rems is an instantaneous death. Okay, and the ISS is operating in a zone which currently is 25,000 rems. Instantaneous death. No arguing about it. You will die instantly at that level of radiation.
Or at least 3 minutes. Or at least, let's be liberal, Jen, to be fair. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, but let's just say, let's give them some leeway. Maybe after 3 minutes. How about that?
Well, yeah. Well, the experts say instant death, instant.
Right, but definitely not living up there for 6 months to a year, right? And surviving.
You're not going up there. You're not like
assuming the vacuum of space didn't obliterate them to begin with.
Or assuming that they actually, or check this out, or assuming that they actually sent the nukes up, which just means you shouldn't be trusting your government if they're lying about the nukes. So now we just have a muddied in the water story about this alleged craft and these alleged things that the government's doing, and we know they have the technology and the persuasive ability to fool people. So who are we to trust any of their crap?
Right, exactly. This is it. So we need to bear that all in mind, and especially as you haven't established the Earth to be a globe as yet, for an ISS to be orbiting around it at 17,500 miles an hour. This is all about integrity here. Okay, that's it. That's all I got to say. I'm finished. I'm done.
Jin, just want to ask you a quick question. We could also chuck into your argument as well the differential of the temperature on the spacesuit or the International Space Station when facing the sun and when not facing the sun. That's over 300 degrees of temperature change.
Yeah,
that's further as well. I'm just pulling a small number out. But yeah, the temperature's changed from dark side to light side, especially on a spacesuit, is fucking ridiculous, right?
Yeah,
it's ridiculous, yeah.
So they have an alleged mechanism, right, to assuage this in the ISS, which is they allege that they face the sun and then they don't face the sun, and during the times in which they're not, they're getting rid of the heat through, I want to say, ammonia radiators, which transfers the heat out via infrared, because they can't use conductive or whatever that word is. It's escaping my mind right now, but you know what I'm saying? Like, there's mechanical means of getting rid of heat by like blowing air over things, and that's called conductive or something or whatever. But it's a mechanical method of getting rid of heat. You're transferring the heat to another object or gas and then sending that heat away. The ISS can't do that, allegedly, because it's in the vacuum of space with no method to do that. So they have to get rid of their heat through radiation, right? So they radiate it out through infrared or whatever through this process, but that process is very inefficient. So where's the actual like math proving, and I'm not saying this would prove anything, but at least be interesting, like how they're actually dissipating the heat that they're gaining throughout the day.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it that they might have an ad hoc explanation for the International Space Station, but what happens when they start walking around it, like outside, spacewalks and stuff, in their spacesuits? Does the same technology apply for the spacesuits?
Well, no. So I have an answer for that. So it's called the reverse method. So you're well aware of the guy called the Iceman, Wim Hof, and what he does is he dunks himself in cold water to get amped up, so his body's used to cold. So what they do is they take the astronauts in the spacesuit and they dip them in lava periodically throughout their training, and it gets them ready for all the heat they're going to experience.
I was listening.
Yeah, it's hilarious, right? I say that tongue in cheek, but it's not without its merit, because where's the proof that they tested any of these spacesuits in a vacuum environment to know that they're safe for humans to operate in?
There was one attempt, wasn't there? And the astronaut collapsed. Do you remember?
Oh, okay. So they want you to believe. Holy shit. Mute that guy.
I'm sorry.
Sonny. Killing me, Sonny.
Wow.
It was an accident.
You're all right, buddy.
Yeah, he's trying to make a smoothie, dude.
I'm sorry. Yeah. You crack up.
Did you turn on your air compressor, my man?
I don't know. It sounded like a smoothie to me, which makes me jealous. Because I would like a smoothie.
I do like the idea of a lava dunk, though. But yeah, going back to what
yes,
Jim was
exactly. But the point of that was you got to test the equipment in the conditions that it's going to be operable in. But they want you to believe, right? This is what they want you to believe, that these astronauts are just chilling outside the ISS, doing their little walks, tinkering with little wires, and they're all cool and chilling, right? Whereas, meanwhile, on Earth, where they attempted to put a guy in a spacesuit in a vacuum, the dude hit the frickin' safe word button. My tongue's boiling off. Save me. I'm frickin' blowing out my mind here. Yet they want you to think that the astronauts in space are just chilling.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. Not an excuse or anything at all. I was vacuuming my keyboard, and it turned on the mic. I wasn't any. That's it.
Oh, okay, interesting. So I was wrong. So I was wrong that it's a smoothie.
It's a vacuum. It's a vacuum cleaner, and it's a high-powered vacuum cleaner.
Right. So that's actually apropos to my point. It's like when you put a vacuum on something, it puts a lot of stress on it. Right?
You got to test this stuff out, right? 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to have a container to create that much pressure. If you have a weaker container, it would just crush the container.
18, 24, 25.
And keep in mind, by that definition, it would be a low pressure, not a vacuum. By definition, a vacuum is anything less than is a system any less than 1 psi.
Yeah. Hey, are there any Globers in here?
No, but we're all ex-Globers. Does that count?
Well, not ex-Globers. I mean current Globers.
Yeah, rhinoceros.
In other words, current retards.
I don't know if I want to be.
Well, now they're definitely now they're definitely not going to speak up.
We don't have to be pejorative. We could just ask them, "Come on in," like we're just having a conversation. Sonny's going to be nice tonight. I don't have enough energy. It's like,
it's fun though.
That
fun
retard comment hurt my feelings. So
it's fun beating up on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're not a Glober anymore, though.
I know I'm not.
It's not as fun.
No, not you, dude.
Oh,
it's talking about me.
Talking about rhinoceros. See, like 2 hours ago, he was a Glober, but then he proved the Earth was flat by appealing to down and ubiquitous Plum Level.
I was going to make a comment earlier. I know it's out of place now because I hear things and then about 2 hours later I get an idea. So here's what we're talking about. You're talking about the force that raised up the apple, right, and dropped it. So Luke, you are the force. Sorry, I had to do that. I couldn't let it go. Trademark Sonny 2023. Thanks.
We love you, Sonny.
Nice one.
So, Rhinoceros, I'm posting the material in the live stream voice text. Can you click on it and use it when you're ready? Or you can just put the link. Okay.
Hey, Jen. Konnichiwa. Ohayo gozaimasu.
Ohayo gozaimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu.
That means good morning, right?
Hontoni wa konnichiwa kedo. It's afternoon now, so konnichiwa.
Dude, this is a family show.
You're only at 1:30. Wait a minute. He said you're only at 1:30 a.m. Are you kidding?
Look, friends. This is a family show. Look, listen. This is a family show. Stop talking about Stop talking about an Ohio guy's anus.
Dang. Man, you've been out in the woods too long, lumberjack. I'm only kidding. He's like a Paul Bunyan. Okay, whatever. Hey, I wanted to say, hey, AI, I got a call from somebody from that entity, and so I'll be calling him back. I was just so miserable today. I was having troubles today, so I will call him tomorrow. I wrote down his message.
Excellent.
Yeah, I will call him. I'm just having troubles right now. Guess it's the end of the insect apocalypse, and I'm the freaking final countdown. Like, never mind. I don't want to talk about it. So you might expect some short guitar interludes of maybe like 10 seconds. That might preempt CB's little recordings, but I'm just saying if CB's around.
You know what you got to work on is getting it to the point where some of your guitar is actually like pointed riffs. So when someone makes a particular point, you have like a background. Yes. Like right when I'm about to tell Rhinoceros, like he just proved the earth is flat, and I'm like, dude, you just realized that you appealed to down.
Okay, good.
It's perpendicular to level, which proves the earth is a horizontal plane. And right as I'm about to say horizontal plane, you go.
Exactly. So hold on. I can practice with you guys just briefly. I won't take up all the bandwidth, but I have to like clean my feet and put on some shoes because it's dangerous.
You play your guitar with your shoes on?
Well, I never worried about this until I got insects apparently crawling up my legs and going to the nether regions and to making a nest there under my skin. So until that started happening, I didn't have a problem, but now I'm a little bit leery of where I step.
Yeah, good plan.
And I only disinfect the floors like 6 freaking times a day. I mean,
dude, I got a better idea. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to Home Depot and buy a lot of gaskets and some super glue. And you're going to run the gasket all along the bottom of your baseboard. You super glue the edges, right? And then at the door, you put the gasket fold over. And then what I want you to do is I want you to fill your entire apartment with liquid bleach. So you're walking around in 3 inches of liquid bleach. Would that
work? No, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't.
Why not?
I'll do the next best thing. I'll just soak the baseboards with pine salt, tea tree oil, and eucalyptus oil and bleach. Toxic soup that so they're all fleeing for their lives. They're like, oh, he's coming back cleaning every single crevice. Oh my gosh, such good eyesight too. Like now, guess what? I'm proud of myself. Guess what? I fixed a heater. That's a little oil radiator heater. It's not much wattage, but it's really great because you can lay like your socks on there and bake those suckers. Speaking of which, I bake my socks too. Oh, I hope I didn't melt them.
Big grief, dude. You can't put polyester socks in your oven.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, there's nothing like it. These are like super double thick socks. Put them in the oven 5 minutes, 250 degrees, and perfect toasty. Nothing can survive that. And then you put them on; they're nice and toasty.
Sweet.
Yep. But I don't know what happens when I'm asleep. Where do I go when I'm asleep? That's a question for later. Oh yeah, these stuff fit. So I had to boil my shoes in boiling water and then so who's repeating me? That pisses me off, but not really.
Okay, that'd be me. Sorry,
that pissed me off.
Jen. Oh
Could
man,
be Jen.
Jen.
Yeah, sorry, that'd be me.
Jen,
I'm muting.
try not to repeat back. It sounds horrible, but it sounds bad enough just listening to me in the first place. But yeah, so I had to cook my shoes in boiling water. And they're nice and worn in now after that. And I put them in the oven, and they did shrink a little tiny bit, but they were already 11s. So I can still put my big, thick socks on.
Did you marinate them first?
No, I just pour boiling water in my boots and stuff like that, and then spray them out with a high-pressure hot water.
Dude, dealing with your feet is no joke, man.
I pour boiling water. I cook the clothes in boiling water, like in this toxic soup, and then I rinse them with boiling water too, a couple of times until the water's almost clear. And I don't want to alarm anybody, but just do it yourself and see what. I'm not even gonna say it,
dude.
I'm not gonna say it. What swims out of your clothes?
It's like these commercials. These commercials, man, where they vacuum the rug and they show you all the dirt that's in your rug and they try to gross you out to get you to buy a specialer vacuum. It's like, dude, you know what, bro? I sleep right on the floor sometimes, comfortable, right on the dirty ass floor with my head pretty close to the floor. It don't matter, dude.
I used to be able to. No, like I never was afraid of like where I'm sleeping, except I won't sleep on my mattress now. And I put my sleeping bag in the sun, which is good. I have a place, but I don't know. Like I have to do my sleeping bag. I don't know if I'm getting bit more still. Like I have an air mattress I sleep on now, and it's nice and clean. But like it sucks when you can't trust any of your linen. Like I washed and dried some of it, but where I put it back, like I'm just taking my chances. Like, was that a safe place or not? So I'm going to
listen. My linen,
sucks, man.
My linens once told me Earth was a globe, and I definitely don't trust it since then.
Your what? I missed it.
Well, if you take a piece of linen, right, and you stretch it really tight around a big circle, and then you put a bowling ball in the center, it'll depress the linen down a little. And then if you take some marbles, and you push them around the linen, they'll like spin around in a circle, and then they'll go down the slope of the linen,
like a vortex,
and hit the other ball. Yeah,
like a vortex.
And some retard will come along and go, look, that proves gravity.
I know. Look, there's the Earth going down the drain. I'm only kidding.
Yeah, there's the Earth floating in a giant space bedsheet of relativistic Einsteinian pseudo-Riemannian force space. Look, it's a space bedsheet, everybody.
I don't know how we got there from here, but from there. But let me see.
Because I'm the Segway artist. It's like Subway artist, only better.
I noticed that 8 floors up, that water boils at a lower temperature. Yep. I noticed that. Or even at 80 feet above. But I'm probably about 80. I'd say I'm probably about 200 feet above sea level. 80 feet above the street level, but it's a hilly street. Goes up.
You know what? You know what's another way to make water to boil? For our previous friend, Benefit Rhinoceros. You just put it in a vacuum and it'll boil.
That's true.
Why'd you say previous friend, dude? We're not friends anymore?
No, I just meant that we were previously talking about it. That's what I meant. Okay.
Okay.
All right, bud. All right. We're still best buds.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, I'm so freaking tired of wringing out clothes. Damn it. Never mind. You didn't hear that, I'm sure. Oh, the guitar sounds. Hold on.
Yeah, so if you put the water in the vacuum, it boils, man.
Or if you put it in a container and compress it, push a plunger inside there with a seal. Then what'll happen?
I don't know, man. Does it turn into ice?
No, won't it? Won't it expand? Well, pushback. Wouldn't it cause a pushback if you compress water?
Oh, water's very interesting in that manner. There's a few things that get bigger when they freeze. Water's one of them.
Well, that's interesting too, but I'm talking about like for power. Like, isn't there a way that you could compress water just like you do in a diesel, where you compress the vapor and then boom. So what about water vapor? You have to heat it rapidly. Then you could do it with steam. Yeah, I guess that's exactly what
a steam engine.
Wow. That's funny. And the frequencies start. It's strange. Like I can hear the frequency of the motors, like from everything. And then I hear these other frequencies that are intertwining, like up and down, modulating up and down, like.
Right. So you have ambient electronic noise in the background of your house.
Only the compressor for the refrigerator, and I hear that going off and on. But right now my AC's on.
Yeah, but those are mechanical sounds. I'm talking about like electronics have like a hum to them, like a vibrational.
I think I hear the wiring. I think I hear the wiring actually. Like if everything has to be off, or else I still hear it humming.
Yeah.
And so I hear other things humming, obviously.
Yep.
All around me and other apartments, no doubt. Whatever fans they got whirring and other sounds they have going on. So I hear all that shit, and I even hear sounds from the plumbing. Literally. I hear sounds from the plumbing when I turn the water on. I hear sounds coming through from another floor.
Well, I'm guessing that's a lot of buildings that were made in the 60s. Like the apartment I lived in was built in the 60s. And yeah, I can hear it when my neighbors turn on the faucet.
No, this building was built in 1928.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure it would apply to that as well.
Can you imagine what this? Can you imagine what this place was like? It was like a resort for all the sports. It was a big recreational club. It had a Olympic-sized pool in the sub-basement. And anyway, but I digress. Yeah, it's pretty trippy. It looks like a Masonic temple. It's really strange. And there's no other building. It's solid concrete. And so listen, if it was, you could rent a room in this building for $5 a week. Can you imagine? In the 20s? And it's 12 floors tall, and it goes in like a ziggurat. So the wider at the base, and then the middle goes in a little bit, and the top goes in more. And so it's a bizarre building to live here. To think about, in the 20s, people were freaking partying, and the windows used to open. They don't now, of course. Can you imagine? 1929, 1930, the crash. And they were all having fun here. Wonder if there's probably was jumpers. Let's just say that.
I got a similar story to that. So, like, I got one brother of mine that's an architect, and another brother of mine who's an inventor. He's got a wife who's an attorney. And, so since they're quite well financially off and they love the DC area, they both love it. They decided to, together buy a house not far from our nation's capital. And my other brother, who's an architect, was being hired by my other brother to go there and renovate the place and make it more up to date, the structure itself.
Yeah.
The architect brother was telling me later on just kind of how funny it is that they're spending. I don't remember it off the top of my head exactly what they spent on it, but whatever it was above $500,000. Like, I don't remember exactly what the number was, but it's a more than $500,000 house, just down the street from the capital, our nation's capital. And what's interesting about it is that, he's spending a few extra grand or whatever to renovate it, understandably, and everything, making it up to date. But it's just that the general structure itself is just a funny thing, spending that much money on this structure itself, because the actual structure itself was basically a stable but not attractive looking thrown together structure that was meant for a servant's quarters back around the 1900, 1920s or so. Even I'm not sure exactly how far back then, but early 1900s or before that. And it's just a really, really unattractive looking structure. But it's just funny, the idea of spending $500,000 plus on something that was meant as a servant's quarters, a century ago.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty common too. We had a lot of that go on here, where they had these old places down in industrial areas that maybe had a clock tower, things like that, where they like removed every part of the building except that part of the clock tower and incorporated it in, and they get some kind of huge break because they consider it keeping with the historical value of the neighborhood. So they kept, historical parts, but the rest of it's unrecognizable from when I first saw San Diego. There wasn't even a trolley here. Now the trolleys go everywhere, which is actually, that's pretty cool, I guess. That's pretty cool that they destroyed all the electric trolleys that were here before. They destroyed every part of them. And let Goodyear, Goodyear Standard Oil, Goodyear Tire Standard Oil, and GMC run the buses all over the whole United States. Oh, that's not monopoly, is it? And then in the process, destroyed all the tracks and all the technology with those electric trains they used to have, and rebuild them all again, back again. in the 2000s. Isn't that wild? How many of the cities you guys live near did they rebuild? Or are they rebuilding? I know they did in Oregon. They have a huge metro system in Oregon and Washington State and Northern California. But who else has had
it's
that
terribly
rebuild?
inefficient, though. That's the problem, though. It's like it's grossly, I mean, hideously inefficient, terribly inefficient.
Is it?
I mean, to the point where we're spending billions of dollars, like $1 billion per mile, just to build an electric tram system. It's crazy, like insane. That's what happens when you have Democrats running a state for decades upon decades. Like before I was even 30 years old. I'm 30 years old. I've never had a Republican governor of the state.
No, it's the same kind of thing here. Yeah, it's a lot like that here, I guess.
We've still got the old tram system from 1885.
Holy crap, that's wild.
Upgraded, but the trams have always been in Melbourne. Is that what you were saying about trolleys? Is that the same thing?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Electric trolleys, yeah. Now they built them all back and even further than they used to go. Like it's becoming quite. Eventually, they'll go all the way from San Diego all the way up to LA County, through Orange County eventually, I bet. I mean, you can get ones that transit up there, like Amtrak's, things like that I take, called the Coaster. But other Amtrak's go all the way up the coast. That'd be a freaking fun train ride, actually. I'd like to do that, but I'd almost rather just do it independently, my own. What the hell?
I'm telling you, man, the real joy in the modern era that we live in is a used, high-quality, American-made plug-in hybrid. Because you have the backup option. You can stop by a gasoline station, pick up gasoline, buy gasoline, have your car run off gasoline if you need to, go as far as you need on that, whatever. But you have the main option that you use on a regular commute or whatever, which is the plug-in to the wall, a plug-in hybrid. And I think it's still just hilarious. Like, I have a car that I bought for $13,000 used, all right? Had like 107,000 miles, the Chevy Volt, right? And I can plug it into the same outlet that I can plug my cell phone into or any other thing, just an ordinary outlet. And when it's fully charged, it has a top speed of 140 miles per hour. I haven't taken it up to 100, wild. But I know it can go up to 100. I know it can get up to 100 quite easily. I mean, quite easily. And listen, I can plug I can plug a thing in next to my phone, for God's sakes.
Yeah, listen to this. I could build a vehicle that went at least that fast if I had a 4-wheel drive with 4 wheels that are powered with the same motor I have, with a more efficient battery pack. I bet it would be a 4-wheel bicycle vehicle. I already have plans in my mind of how to do this, but I just have to draw them out. And then find somebody that knows how to do fabrication. But yeah, it could go very fast. It's a 1200 watt, 48 volt, but you could go up to 54 volts and have a 4-wheel, 54 volt, 1200 per wheel, get regenerative braking and solar power. And that thing would be a badass roadster. That would be awesome. I'd love to build that. If I lived
we're looking about the conversion kits, because they have conversion kits for regular gas-powered cars that are older. That's what I thought. I'm talking about a custom vehicle, but like, listen, my bike, I race Teslas all the time. If I put it in second gear and I'm only in pedal assist, I beat them off the line every time for about a half a block. Like, my bike is like, goes like faster, and that's only second gear. If I go to third gear, I could be at 38 miles an hour in like a block, less than a block. It goes that fast. So I consider racing Ferraris. I have, actually. I race a Lamborghini, and I beat him in 2 blocks. But of course, he's in the city, so he's probably only first gear. I feel like a dickhead. Anyway, I am not hot micing. Anyway, hey Eli, how are you doing? Is Eli there?
Sorry, guys.
Still awake? It's 12 o'clock your time. Probably going to sleep.
I'm wondering, do you think you put more carbon dioxide into the air with an electric car powered by, mostly coal-fired power plants, or do you think you put more carbon dioxide in the air with regular gasoline? Which one do you think does it? Like with the average American, how they
I
draw
don't
it?
know. I think you'd put more carbon dioxide in the air when you live with a woman.
well, yeah. I mean, then you're more likely to be making children
left to be unstead. Well, there's a lot of activities around home. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, I don't know. That's a toss-up, isn't it? I think the technology they use to create the batteries, lithium-ion batteries, and so forth, it's quite a bit, probably. So all these green people before that were touting all of that stuff, they were probably just investing in that battery technology. They did great.
I'm kind of hoping it's the battery ones, because I mostly run my car off just electricity. I rarely have to go to the gasoline station. Really have to put in gasoline in it. In fact, half the time I'm even burning gasoline out of my gas tank. It's not even because I want to necessarily. It's because I'm just doing so to make sure it doesn't go stale, because you're not supposed to let gasoline sit in your tank for more than 8 months at a time. But the thing is I'm hoping that it, by running off of electricity, I'm hoping that I'm actually putting more carbon dioxide into the air, because I think that at 400 parts per million, which is our current level of carbon dioxide on average in the air we breathe on above the surface of this flat and stationary Earth, this beautiful Earth we live on, that level of carbon dioxide I think is kind of dangerously low, because like I've said before many times, if it gets down to 150 parts per million, half of the plants die, and not far below that, all of the plants die. And the point where it's problematic for human beings, or at the very least fatal for human beings, is 50,000 parts per million, which is very, very far from where we are at the moment, 400 parts per million. And so what I'm saying is I hope that I'm contributing by driving my plug-in hybrid. I hope I'm contributing to more carbon dioxide being put up into the air, because I think there's not enough of it.
Well, they do say the more carbon dioxide we have, the better, the healthier the trees are. And the trees produce oxygen, so the cycle of life.
Oh yeah, and even when it comes to greenhouses and tomatoes, take for instance, there are some greenhouse facilities where they grow tomatoes, various other crops, where they pump carbon dioxide deliberately into it to get it close to about 1,300 parts per million in the greenhouse to help the tomato plants and various crops grow.
Yeah, it makes them bigger, especially tomatoes. I love it. They grow giant tomatoes with more carbon dioxide. Funny, isn't it? No one else really thinks about that. You go, oh, well, what do plants feed off? Oh, yeah, carbon dioxide. So, if there's more carbon dioxide in the air, are the plants going to get bigger and therefore produce more oxygen and suck more carbon dioxide out of the air? Yeah. Sounds right, doesn't it? So less carbon dioxide, smaller plants, less oxygen? Correlation? Trying to kill us in another way.
Well,
Hello?
well,
G'day?
Mushy mushy.
the shrooms make me hallucinate till I sweat, then I start losing weight. Okay, never mind. Let's see, dumb shit start happening. Dumb and Vanilla Ice trying to rap again. Oh, so what's the topic? What are we talking about?
We were talking about electric cars before, weren't we? Or whether they give off more emissions than... Well, not give off, but produce more emissions by charging, or is it a petrol car gives off more emissions by running?
Timbo. How'd you get the name Timbo? Just curious.
It's always been a nickname since I was a kid, I suppose. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Timbo.
Oh, so is your name Tim?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I grew up with someone named Tim. We used to call him Timmy Tots.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Huh? Yeah.
Whenever I'd see someone, they'd always go Timbo. So it just became Timbo.
Timbo.
Timbo. It just stuck. It's not far from my name, so I presume it's pretty easily stuck to it. So
What about
better than having a stupid nickname, like.
What about Timmy the Tooth? You like that nickname or not?
Nah, it sounds a bit mafia, doesn't it?
Timmy the Tooth?
Hey, I'm Timmy the Tooth.
Hey, I'm Timmy the Tooth. How you doing, eh? Nah, Timmy the Tooth, that was a cartoon.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, Timmy the Tooth, that's like a fucking, that's like a cartoon. But,
No, I don't remember that one.
Speaking of the mafia, I ran into John Gotti like 2 days ago. He was just chilling on the bench.
Isn't he dead?
No, I'm talking about John Gotti Jr., his son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they had that show, didn't they? Being Gotti or something like that, yeah?
Growing Up Gotti, you mean, right?
Yeah, that was it, yeah.
Yeah, I know that was kind of corny, but I used to hang out with them when I was a teenager, so, I'm not going to, say anything bad about them. But
yeah, I don't know them, so I got nothing to say.
Yeah. Yeah, they had a huge mansion in Westbury, Long Island. And me and my friends used to go there because our friend Liz, she dated, I think, it's John, Frank, and Carmine. My friend Liz dated, I think, Carmine. I forget. I think Carmine. Anyway, when she went there, when she would go there, she would call us up and say, "Hey, I'm going to John's. I'm going to Carmine's. You guys want to come?" And we would go, "Hey, why not?" So So yeah, I've been there a couple times. I was there once when they were filming an episode of that show, Growing Up Gotti. But that mansion's abandoned now, though. It's abandoned.
Gangsters come and go, don't they?
Yeah, I guess.
You're on Long Island there, are you?
I
Around
am.
that
Yeah.
area?
I'm on the border of Queens.
Sounds like an interesting place. I've been to LA before. I've never been to New York.
Yeah, well, now New York's a shithole now. I mean, you know, I still, it's nothing like it used to be, bro. I still remember, like, a few years ago, I was walking around Hell's Kitchen in the city, and it was just
What's Hell's Kitchen? Forgive my ignorance, mate. I'm Australian.
Yeah, no, yeah, I could tell by your accent. No, Hell's Kitchen is it's like it's in Manhattan. It's like it's like an Irish area, and but
You ever seen Daredevil?
Is there significance to the name? Like, why is it called Hell's Kitchen?
I honestly, I really don't know.
Because Daredevil is there.
I forget, but
you like guards.
But no, I was just gonna say I remember like walking around Hell's Kitchen a few years ago, and it was just crazy like how different it's all like gay people, transgenders, you know, like people with like purple hair, and it's just crazy, bro. It's all liberal. It's
so
crazy.
It used to be a tough Irish area, and now it's gone all kind of.
Exactly.
Our area's changed, yeah.
Yeah, bro. New York's in trouble. It really is. That's why so many people are fleeing and moving down to Florida. You know, and my mother wants to move to Florida. I don't blame her.
Yeah, a lot of these big cities seem to go this way, don't they?
So you've been to California? You never been to New York though?
Yeah, so well, we travelled around a lot when I was young, and went to LA on the way through to from the UK to England. So, but I was born in Canada, so I've done a couple of trips down to like so maybe South Carolina down there, down through Detroit, from Toronto all the way down the coast and stuff like that. So.
How was it? How was it there? I never been there. So, no.
I was young, man, but from what I remember, it was very cold.
Cold in California?
No, in I thought you meant Canada, but no. In California, we were just going through. So we went through and went to all the theme parks and stuff when we were young.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this would have been back, what, maybe even late 80s? Like 89, 90 maybe?
89, wow, that's the year I was born.
Oh, okay, I'm an 81er.
I guess you're older than me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, got to see a lot of the world though, so it was good.
Yeah, that's cool. The only two other countries I've been to is Canada and Italy. That's it. That's about it.
Yeah, Italy's on my that's on my bucket list.
Yeah, Italy is great, man. But I would love to go to Australia, UK, fucking, like even North Korea, man. Like shit, I would love to go to.
Good luck getting in there.
Yeah, dude, I would love to go, bro.
Yeah.
I'll probably get arrested for spitting on the ground or something. But I would love to go to North Korea. I really would, man. I really would.
Yeah, if I go to Italy, I want to go. I don't really want to do all the touristy things. Amalfi Coast and stuff like that. But I want to go into all the little villages and see how people live, and get some really rustic cooking, and just see what's going on out of the cities. See how they live in the countryside.
Yeah.
Of course, I want to go through some touristy places, but
Yep.
Big cities. I live in a pretty big city, but they do my head in. Everyone's trying to drive around at 100 miles an hour.
So
always in a rush.
But the one thing I gotta say, the one thing that I don't like about Australia, even though I know nothing about it, I don't like the the spiders and shit, like the poisonous spiders and the tarantulas.
Man. Nah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about it, man. You'll hardly even see any. You might see some, but they'll leave you alone.
I saw. All right, hold on. I feel like I want to post a picture so I could show you.
Yeah. Everyone gets hung up on these spiders and snakes and stuff like that, but there's probably more spiders in the US than there are in Australia.
No, hell no.
Platter.
Australia has...
platter.
Don't do it. Please don't post them. Now the FBI knows my fears.
No spider, yeah, really, no insects will be posted at any time during this live stream. Anyway, sure. Somebody's going to post one for sure now. Oh, man, I have this really pretty nice air mattress, man. I used to use an air mattress a long time ago, but they're a little different. They're a little hard to get used to. Almost like the way they move around when you are trying to settle in them, kind of like a water bed. Those are weird because you feel the waves.
Thick ones?
What's that?
The thick ones with the felt on top.
Yeah, I got a nice thick one with the felt on top, and I just put a comforter on top of that. Sleep in nice. The comforter, put a sheet, and then put my sleeping bag on top, and it's pretty darn comfortable. It's bigger than my other bed. I have a single. I have a good spring mattress on it.
Oh, here's the picture. Okay, I found it.
Yeah, that doesn't.
One you posted.
That doesn't bother me. I'll kill all those spiders, whether they're really there or not.
Oh my! You see that, bro? That's Australia right there.
It's a real painting. Someone painted it on the side of the house.
What? What? That's not real?
That's not real. It's
a painting.
But listen, I used to see as a kid. Now I was a little kid, 4 years old, 4 or 5 years, 6 years old, and I used to see the spider as big as my hand coming out from underneath this one house. I was a little kid though, but with my hand outspread, that's pretty big for a little kid. There were large bugs where I grew up. I don't know what the hell that was about. Me and my sister were chased down the hall in the morning. One morning when we were getting breakfast, we would get a chair and climb up into the cabinets and get the cereal out, right? We got chased up onto this chair by this huge freaking ant-looking thing coming down the hallway at us. I mean, it freaked us out. Now, I don't know what that was, if it was a termite, but it was giant for us. And then it scurried. I don't know what we did, but I made a loud noise or threw something at it, and it started scurrying down the hall. And I remember I grabbed a broom, and I went whoosh, because it was going down a long straight hall. So I went with the broom like a torpedo and slid the broom across the floor. I don't know whatever happened to that. That was Oive. Yeah, that was weird.
We get these huge ants here as well. Like they're called bull ants.
I bet
Yeah,
that's
they
gnarly.
got like exactly like
Size of
that's
your
why.
finger.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll carry you away if you
bite
let
you,
them long
too.
enough.
Fuck,
If you sat
bite
down
you.
long enough, they'd start eating on you.
Yeah, they do. They bite you.
Yeah,
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, what? Yeah.
They have red ants here that are like, if you step on a pile of these red ants, yeah, they'll start stinging you. But
Oh, the fire
they're not
ants?
going to walk away like the army ants will, where they'll just start walking away with pieces of your flesh.
Yeah, they inject a little poison in there, don't they? Like it's they're like called fire ants or something, yeah.
Yeah, fire ants. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they are gnarly. I mean, I saw somebody that stepped on one. And
Speaking of fire ants, didn't fucking Ozzy Osbourne sniff like a line of them?
I don't care. Who cares?
I don't care either. But I think he sniffed a whole
probably
bunch of
did.
fire ants,
Just say he did and move along. Say a bunch of other things about Ozzy too. He snorted.
these,
I don't know.
We got these jumping ants as well. They're called jumping jacks. So they
Yeah, Ozzy snorted some jumping ants. Yeah, there. Oh no, that was Alice Cooper. Yeah, jumping fire ants along with his bat.
Oh, imagine
soup.
that. That'd be fucked.
See, mate, just got to go along with it. He was eating bat soup because he likes biting the heads off of bats. So just got to continue on the story a little ways.
A friend of mine just got a new job, so she's moving to Australia. So,
Oh yeah, she'll love it. It's a good country. It's a nice place.
yeah,
It's really nice place.
she's excited. She's really excited about it. But yeah, I don't know. I hear there are a lot of like dangerous like animals there.
Nah.
People are always the most dangerous. Humans are always the most dangerous animals.
Yeah, especially when they vote for leftist nut jobs.
Oh my God! They're worse. Because they're unpredictable and out of control. They don't know what they're going to do. They could throw their Mai Tai at you. You never know. I don't know. See, you just got to make it up as you go.
But yeah, she'll enjoy it. It's a pretty relaxed kind of place. So. Heaps of shit to do. Living standards really good. So it's expensive, but
so that tarantula that's fake. That's a fake picture.
yeah, there's no spider in the world ever that big. But that spider that's painted on there is called a huntsman, and you guys have them in the US as well.
Yeah. I think I've seen those before. That's kind of what it looked like.
Yeah, they can grow about hand size, but that's about it. And they're not poisonous either, so.
Well, that's good.
Oh, wow.
They bite.
Okay.
But, yeah. They'll bite you, but they're not.
No way. Women poop.
Are those distinctly yellow? Like, do they actually have yellow parts on them?
Yeah, they've got all different types. So there's brown ones, there's red ones, there's yellow ones. They get mistaken with wolf spiders and stuff as well. So
yeah, that's true. There's some pretty big wolf spiders too.
Do you happen to know if those get as far as the Pacific Northwest?
Don't they have tarantulas in the rainforest up there?
Not tarantulas.
They got everything in the.
Yeah, they do.
Not everything. Like, as far like there's a lot of spiders up here, but like the vast majority of them are just wood spiders, which is just one indigenous species. There's a ton of those.
Yeah, but aren't they kind of furry spiders? Aren't they kind of furry as well?
Well, not those ones, no. But I mean, there are ones that have like a furry texture. There's other types.
I'm sure they do in the forests up there. They probably have some kind of furry spiders. Like it's probably a variety of tarantula.
The reason why I ask is because I have a distinct memory as a child finding a very large yellow spider, like just a little bit smaller than a tarantula. You know, like your parents' front yard, like actually walking on the walkway.
Oh, yeah.
I remember watching it and backing away from it, thinking, I don't know what this thing is. Like, I'm only a toddler. I don't know what this thing is, but I'm just gonna just watch it and back away from it cautiously. But I've never seen it since, and like I was just wondering if that like was something that gets this far north, because like there's been a lot of really strange bugs that I've seen around here, but I've only seen them like once or twice ever throughout my life, like even really large ones.
Yeah, maybe there's some kind of kids are seeing like the largest variety of insects. That would be kind of weird. Why would that be? I don't know, Sonny. Have no idea.
The wood spiders are actually kind of a pain in the ass, really, because wood spiders, they make webs so consistently, and they're so high in number. Like, you know, they're really high in number in contrast to all the rest of the type of spiders you see. You see a lot of spiders, but this one type of spider just, you know, dominates the landscape. And the thing is like there's certain times in the summer where you'll just be walking through a pathway, even your own front yard. Like, this is a pain in the ass when I was a child, where my parents' front yard was a forest. You know, it was a forest within itself.
Yeah, that's
the driveway.
Yeah.
If you walk through the forest, you want to walk through the forest because it's, you know, it's a more pleasant route. But as you walk through the forest, you just run into day after day in the summertime, just, you know, web after web, just every few feet is going through your face, and you can't get around it.
Oh, yeah, I was kind of like that in the Midwest.
An orb spider? Like an orb spider?
Orb spider?
They weave these like round webs from tree to tree.
Like, looks like a ball?
Yeah, like more like a flat pancake.
Oh, it looks like a pancake, like a cone-shaped one, though, kind of, right?
I think they're like I've seen them around, but they might actually. And they live in the middle in a leaf.
That's weird. Yeah, there's some strange things that we probably still don't know about. I mean, because think about the micro environments that there are. Like, even in just a small section of woods, you have one side that's lit possibly by the sun in the morning, and the other side's not lit at all in the morning, but is lit only in the evening or something to that effect, you know? So you have all these different microclimates going on where there can be massive different kinds of things. There's probably ones that literally, I literally, I was looking around at like, this is a couple of years ago now. I was looking around at different plants, right? That are like medicinal, like the what is it they make the chairs out of? Willow, like willow that's got acetic acid. It's it's acetylsalic acid. That's what they made aspirin from. So I was looking that up, and I happened to see this bug, and so I looked it up. Believe it or not, because I saw the strangest bug. I was like looking at this area. I saw some movement near this squirrel hole, and it looked like it lit up. And I swear to God, it was a freaking blue millipede. This thing looked like it glowed, and I looked up, and there is such a thing, a blue millipede. And I happened to freaking see one. I was like shocked because I thought it was like, no, it really wasn't what I was seeing, but it was almost like a fluorescent blue millipede cruising around. I'm like,
probably poisonous too, yeah?
Yeah, I thought it was another hallucination. I'm sure it wasn't. I could tell the difference.
Well, there is some weird shit around because there's also those spiders that fly on, like, they don't have wings or anything, but apparently they get like some type of electrical, like static electricity from the air, and they fucking
yes,
fly.
Yeah. Whitsitt has actually talked about these. Yeah, these things.
Well, actually, so it's important to point out it's not actually just the ones that fly with it. So that's just a few types, or maybe one type of spider that actually literally flies with it. But I think at least most, if not all, but a lot of spiders, I'm pretty sure the majority of them, they actually use that same principle to actually construct ordinary webs to begin with. When it comes to the point where they're dangling from the center of, say, a web, and they're far from, say, one fence post, another fence post, and they use that static electric charge, or so that you speak of, to actually increase their ability to get to the surface, the one fence post or another fence post, in order to attach that web. When they're dangling there, they utilize it.
Yeah. Otherwise, they'd have to fucking walk down on the ground and make sure their web doesn't get stuck on the ground, and then climb back up the other pole and.
The way you describe it, they'd have to pull out a lot of extra web and then put it back into themselves or reuse it somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing.
I never really thought about it.
This thing was weird looking, man. Hold on. What does this thing look like? It looked like this. Check it out.
There's actually wait. Let me ask you guys if anywhere you guys live, whether you Sunny in California or you Timbo in Australia, let me know if the spiders in your areas do this, or if it's just like the wood spiders here in Oregon that do this. But there's this common practice, and ever since I was a child with my brother Kurt, we've always been talking about it and pointing it out to each other, and just we've asked each other, like, why do they do this? We don't know why they do this. Maybe I got to find a biologist or whatever, but the spiders here in Oregon sometimes, quite often, they'll take like a pine needle or a very small, very extra small pine cone like structure from another kind of tree, but not like an ordinary pine cone, a much lighter weight one, or just some other piece of debris from the trees, and they'll take it and they'll let it dangle from, like, say, a tree branch, and they'll let it dangle from a length of spider web that's about, sometimes it's 1 foot long, sometimes it's 2 or 3 feet long, but they'll just take a pine needle and let it dangle from it. So as you're walking towards it, it looks like the pine needle is hovering in midair, and as you get close to it, you can see that it's held up by a spider web, clearly.
Yeah, but I've seen things like that too. I've seen some of that.
There won't be any spider near you. You don't see any spider near it, but they'll just leave that there like that. But why do they do that?
I always wonder about that, because the same thing happened. So I wonder if it was done on purpose, or there was a spider web there and that fell into it. Just got stuck there.
I think they might use it to dangle that in order for the wind to take it over to another object. I think they might like instinctively do it. But there are fluorescent blue freaking things. And after I saw that one, I was like, holy crap. Because that's pretty wild. And so I go, is there a fluorescent blue freaking centipede or millipede? And there sure the heck was. So it's wild how out in nature you have these animals that look like something that you would hallucinate. They happen to be real, so don't be surprised. I never saw one of those before in my entire life.
Dude. What was I going to say?
Hey, Davey. You there?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, what up?
I want you to say, this is Richie in Boston. Can you do that for me? Not from Boston. It's Richie in Boston. Can you do that for me?
I think I know who you're talking about.
You think yeah, you do.
Yeah. I know you're talking.
Who the fuck you talking? Who the fuck am I talking about? Come on.
Richie from Boston.
You talking to me? You're Richie in Boston. I want you to go, this is Richie in Boston. Can you do that for me? Oh, shit. He bounced.
What?
Fuck, I caught him, motherfucker.
You took offense to that.
I know who that is, man. He played this shit for like months, dude. He played it. I'm an audio engineer, man. I know when I hear something. I know. I wanted to fucking call him out, man. I wanted to call him out last night, but it didn't happen. But since I was here tonight, I was like, I got to call him out, man. I got to call Davey out. I know who it is. I know who this guy is, man. This is the same guy. They played this like role for like months, dude, like weeks. He was like, I'm a Richie in Boston. I'm not Richie from Boston. It's a different. It was this thing, man.
Yo,
you back? It's the same guy, man. I know it, man. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm Richie from Boston.
No, Richie in Boston.
I'm Richie in Boston.
Yeah, you're trying to. Dave.
I'm Richie in Boston.
So you straight
You sound the same guy, but
yeah. Well, maybe it is the same guy. Maybe it is.
Dude, you have a. You got a Gangle Dop. Yeah, you got a twin audio.
A Gangle Dopper.
Maybe I do. Maybe I do.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, for sure, 100%. Without a doubt, man. I know you. Well, if it's not you, you're fucking with us, and that's cool, man. Because that's what Richie.
I'm not fucking with you. I'm not.
Yeah. It's good. You guys grew up in the same neighborhood or something, man. It's crazy. The audio is so perfect, dude.
Well, you think I got a Boston accent?
No, I'm just saying. You have the same accent as the guy that played Richie in Boston. It's totally different than Richie from Boston. Well, you know who Richie from Boston is, right?
Yeah, I think so, but. I'm not from Boston though, so
yeah, but you got the same inflections, the same.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, it's very, very similar. Very similar. So you could pull it off, is what I'm saying, man. If you wanted to. Hey, this is Richie in Boston. The world's gonna end on Friday. Make sure you guys subscribe on Monday, okay?
Hey, get out of here.
Get out of here. I'll see you guys on Monday. Yeah. I know the world's going to end Friday. Yeah. Okay. They're coming for your food. They're coming for everything. They're going to get there. And it's going to be a complete lockdown. I can't believe this. But make sure you like and subscribe, okay? That'd be good.
Hey, Sonny, did you see that tree that I posted? That we've got here in Australia?
Oh, I didn't know it was hot mic.
No,
what was that?
Have a look at that tree. Now we're talking about colours and stuff.
I saw that tree. I was looking at that tree. It's outrageous.
There's a rainbow gum.
What the hell?
Fucking wild, yeah.
Yeah, you'd be tripping if you were on some ayahuasca and you came across that tree. What do you think?
Who needs mushies?
Hey, man, can I eat the tree, bro? Is that cool? That'd be cool, man. If I could eat the tree. Nah, don't eat the tree, man. Do not eat the tree, bro. Don't do it.
It looks poisonous.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Bad for you. Don't eat it. Hey, Timbo, you still upside down? Damn.
No, man. No. Sorry to let you down on that one.
Fuck.
I'm
That's cool,
facing you just from a very long way away.
Yeah.
You mean downside right up?
Yeah, he's downside right up. That's it.
Everybody's horizontal. You could sing a song like "It's a Small World," but you're
horizontal. It's a horizontal world after all. Horizontal world after all. Yeah, there you go.
I can't believe I used to think that I was antipodal to anyone.
I used to hang out with a bunch of people from this. They used to have this meetup group, and it was called "It's a Flat World After All." that was the name of the meetup group, man. Fucking hundreds of people.
I think it's flat Earth after all. Like, it's a flat Earth after all. It just works better.
Flat Earth after all. It's a flat Earth after all. It's a flat world. Yeah, we got it, man. Thank you, India.
I'll be back.
Yeah, you'll be back. Shit, that was fucking genius, Orion.
Shit, am I genius.
Fucking genius, bro. Dude, we nailed it. Dude, is there one song? There's one song that you cannot get out of your head. And it's A Small World, man. You can't get that shit out of your head if you fucking tried. You have to listen to like fucking, Metallica to get that shit out of your head.
We're
Right?
gonna do the electric version coming up shortly.
No, what you do is you listen to it another 100 times.
Yo, anybody?
That should burn you out.
Can anybody in here freestyle rap?
It's a flat earth after all. No.
No one can freestyle.
No, yeah. It's gonna be rock and roll.
No, man. I can, Sonny will play some guitar riffs over that shit all day long.
I was gonna say, if anybody can freestyle, let's do it. Let's get it.
Let's get it. Exactly. Let's bust that shit. Come on.
Oh, there it is. My delay pedal. Yeah, baby.
There is not a more recognizable song in the world, I don't think. It's a Small World. It's probably like got to be up there with like the top 10 of recognizable songs of all time. Right?
Yeah.
It's got to be up there, right? Because once you hear it, man, you're like, oh, fuck, man. And then, you're driving in your car, going to work. You can't get that shit out of your head. I don't give a fuck who you are, man. Yeah, that shit is pure MK Ultra, 100% in your face. Yeah, propaganda beyond all. It's a small world, after all. No shit, Sherlock. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for pointing that out. It's a small world.
I'm gonna have to get a roadie. It's too hard to do all these controls.
Sonny and I went sailing last summer, man. And we kept trying to find the curvature, man, and we couldn't find that curvature, Sonny.
I need some pretty girls to help set up my rig when I go on stage. I don't want to be bending over doing this crap. What? Can you do this, sweetie? No, just kidding.
It's a flat world, after all. Damn, ain't that? It's hard to take, man. I get it, man. It's hard to take. It's hard to come to that conclusion and say, damn, it is flat. Fuck. Ain't that a bitch? I have to now I gotta confront that shit. But for 17 years I got fed a bunch of shit. It says no. You can't feel that you're spinning. You're too small. The Earth's too big. Yeah, of course you can't feel spinning, rotating, gyrating. You can't feel any of those things. It's not going to happen. Good luck with that. But you are spinning and shooting through outer space at astronomical speeds, man. They call them astronomical speeds because it's fast.
Hey, can someone approve my friend right quick?
Yes.
Thank you.
What's your friend's name?
Missy.
Somebody check Missy in, man. Bring her in.
Missy, go up to VC check-in 1, and I can do that there.
She's in here.
I love VC check-in, man. I love it, man. It's one of my favorite places to hang out. But it's so few activity going on in there lately, man. What the hell? Damn. But I do love VC check-in. Oh man, I love it.
Okay, be prepared for the
Sonny
of a lifetime. What?
What the hell you doing, Sonny?
I'm getting ready to do some guitar sound effects.
You're going to do guitar sound effects.
Yeah, like those can preamp somebody's little sound clips and stuff. Like before CB put something on. Hold on, let me find a connecting cable. We need all of those. Needs to be a continuous connection. That's your first lesson.
Guitar sound effects from Sonny, man. He's gonna hit it.
Here we go. I'm getting it ready here. Almost there. There's one. Almost there. It's gonna be all set here in just a second. Yes.
She says she can't speak.
Sonny's session. Welcome to Sonny electric guitar. Sound effects. Sing along. Feel free to sing. Because the earth is flat. Because
All right, let's do it. So, the earth is flat. How about that?
How about that?
Bitch is fat.
Ain't that
Smush like a gnat. And I don't care. Don't even dare to look at me or even fucking stare. So be aware, cause I'm like a bear.
Shaped like a bear.
Yo, speed it up. Can you speed it up a little bit?
Speed it up a little bit, Sonny. Speed it up.
Speed it up. Yeah, speed it up a bit. Oh. Yo. Yo, we're talking about the flat earth. The question is, who the fuck's gonna get smacked first? They're wrong. I don't give a fuck. It's right. Come through or run amok. I don't care. I drive a truck. Whatever. Just know that I'm better. I'm more clever and severing everyone stepping in my way. Cause I got weaponry. Hey, watch out. Cause it get knocked out and drop down straight to the ground without even a sound. You won't see me around. You won't even be found. I'm fucking leaving the town. Keep playing while I keep slaying with my fucking rhymes. Cause I ain't got the time. I shine cause I'm fucking ill and I pop a pill. I'm just kidding. And I'm fucking getting blitted. With it, without a fitted, it doesn't matter. Shit, my rhymes are fatter. I'm just chilling like a villain. The adrenaline rush when I fucking hush and I spark a Dutch. Ain't much, but it's something. Got the music bumping and I'm chilling like I said while I'm driving by the beach and I'm getting head. There we go. That's like some Kid Rock shit right there. Oh yeah. Love it.
Turns out that Kid Rock fell out. Ain't that a bummer? Huh? Turns out he fell out, man. Damn.
He was a shit back in the day though. I loved Kid Rock back in the day.
I get it. But
Limp Bizkit, you know what I mean?
I get it, but looking at money for the exchange, you know, for the talent, getting bought out like, you know. bought out like a sport. Athlete get bought out. All right. Anybody else want to jump in, man? Want to hit it? Try. Give it a go. Sonny's got your back, man. What do you want him to play, man? He'll play it.
Can you hear the echo?
Yes, I can hear the echo. Nice little echo.
Oh, I hear the echo. Let go. Otherwise, I'll break your neck, yo. So,
hey,
it's fucking.
If you were standing on the globe, man, you would you'd already broke your neck, yeah. If you were standing on the globe.
Can I ask real quick about Flat Earth?
You got a Flat Earth question? What's
Yeah. Has anyone ever followed the money on NASA and see what they actually spend their budget on?
Like an audit. Yes.
Not the beat.
Has anyone been allowed to audit them?
I did see something about NASA audits, but I guess I didn't really think of it being exactly what I had question about. It didn't have any audits there for me to look at. It just asked me if I wanted to be someone who tries to audit NASA.
I'm not. I'll admit I'm not an expert on this, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I think like no one is actually ever properly audited at NASA, the agency.
At the what agencies?
Oh, to the best. I'm just saying, like audit
my office again.
One organization or auditing another.
You say there's no line. Well, guess what? I'm crossing it then.
Hold on, Davey.
Be able to write whatever I think. Like, if you're depressed, instead of a shrink, you should just talk to Jack Daniels because it's better to drink. Fuck it. Drive drunk, go to the mall in your town, start walking around, and just fucking fall on the ground.
It's a hot mic. Davey, you're hot micing.
Well, anyway, I don't think. I'm just saying, to the best of my knowledge, no one's ever properly audited it. Much like I think the same thing applies to the Federal Reserve itself. So keep in mind that was actually one of the campaign promises that Ron Paul back in 2012 was running on when he was running for president, was to both audit and abolish the Federal Reserve. He wanted to first audit it and abolish it afterwards. And that hasn't happened with the Federal Reserve. It's a privately owned organization, and to the best of my knowledge, that hasn't happened in any relevant way to any relevant with the organization, the federal organization of NASA either.
Yeah. Well, it's their baby. It's not easy to get into, but I mean, surely there's evidence. Follow the money, like see what they've done with it. Surely,
but I mean, like, keep in mind the term you're actually using, audit. Like, in order to get that to actually happen, it would require political will. And so in order to get that political will, you need to get politically active. And that's a challenging thing to do that most people don't have the patience or brains to do.
We need to start sharing how to do that so that people can do it easier, because it's actually built to be easy on us. At least originally. I know they're going to constantly make it harder for us once we become more politically active.
In regards to that, I think it's worth pointing out, as far as what's going on these days, I would think it's more worth your time to simply go to any community organization meetings or any city council meetings that may be going on in whatever area you might live in that have to do with Agenda 21 and any things that have to do by extension Agenda 21, or any of these smart city nonsense, blah blah blah, this or climate change cutback, blah blah blah, this. There's all these different organizations. So anyway, I'm just saying that there's a whole lot of things that are being pulled on, basically pulled on us from behind the scenes that we could stop. Just no one to object to it. They don't. These things will get stopped in the tracks if there's no one to object to them.
Right. Yeah, true. Recent years has given me a little bit of hope on that front. Honestly, when I found out about all this in 2016, I thought it was a lost cause because everyone had their heads in the sand. But, really it has blossomed quite a bit. I think our overall awareness, I don't know about you guys, but being known as the one who's into conspiracies has continually led my friends and family to tell me every suspicious thing that they hear. They know there's one person who, thinks that way, and so now, they're, opening up to it, I mean, well, that kind of ugly side has revealed itself more and more. It's become more obvious.
Yep. The obvious exposed. They're showing the hands that they've been dealt. And yeah, it's a bit of a...
I think you're a little far from your microphone, Flutter, dude.
They, go ahead and expose their hands, man. They expose their cards. They have exposed themselves to the masses with the COVID-19 shit, man. And it's been of a, all of us have experienced some dealings with that whole situation that are not what we would say. Hey man, don't put that in your body. Hey man, don't do that. Don't. Hey, that's not a good idea, bro. That's good for you. How do you know it's good for you? How do you know that the earth is spinning? How do you know that there's curvature? You don't know fuck all, man. You just step right up and take it, man. You'll take it. You take your curvature, you take the thing in your arm, you take the little, whatever they're giving, you're taking. And that's the wrong place to be. Don't be there, man. I would say don't be there, man.
Hey, don't worry about it, Flatter, dude. I mean, you do you and everyone else do them. Just remember, I hate to sound cold, but, let the chips fall where they may, my friend.
Exactly, man. We got to let that shit right out, man. I mean, we did what we could do, man. We told everybody we know, hey, man, don't do that. And they did it. And it was like, okay, I told you not to. Don't believe me. Cool. I didn't spend 474 hours listening to virologists for nothing. I didn't do it.
Wait, hold on. Flatter, dude, Flatter. You're getting a little too close with too many of the. Remember.
Freaking code.
Freaking code.
I spent 400 hours of of
research time.
I did 400 hours of virology classes. Like, hey man, and the virologists say, hey man, maybe not so good. I don't know.
But back to the flat Earth subject.
Yeah.
Just remember, politics is downstream from culture. So whatever the culture is today, politics will be a few months or years down the road.
Yes.
So if the culture, if what this lovely lady here is saying is true, and what I've observed from my own personal experience is true, that the subject of the Earth being flat is becoming more widely known knowledge among common Americans, or wherever she's from, whatever. Anyway, the point is, as it's becoming more common knowledge, this becomes more part of the culture, and politics is downstream from culture. So one way or another, since technically the Antarctic and Arctic treaties are technically part of politics, NASA is part of politics, and that wasted part of the budget, etc. Various details involving our wasted budget and restrictions of independently exploring this beautiful flat and stationary Earth. These things are involved with politics. So let's just hope that, as time goes on, that we will gain more freedoms and not be restricted more by governments.
Orion, let me just make one quick statement, and then I'll shut up. Leadership defines culture. That's it.
They wish.
The leadership defines culture, man.
They wish they did. They wish very strongly. In fact, those who wish the hardest are the most tyrannical. But that's the heart of the government.
Wait, what? Wish the hardest?
The heart of the government is desire control over the people.
Doesn't matter where you are.
Well, some people think it doesn't matter if you think. Even flat earthers are sometimes like that.
How dare you, Orion? How dare you? Flat earthers are fucked in MK Ultra? No, come on.
No, I wasn't saying that. I'm just saying, just because someone knows that the Earth is flat and stationary doesn't mean they're not an idiot. You can still be an idiot and know the Earth is flat and stationary.
That's true. I agree with that. However, leadership defines culture, man. I didn't get any feedback on that yet, but I'll keep pushing the subject because that is the what's that movie called? Wag the Dog. Have you guys seen that documentary?
Is that about the mafia?
No.
Huh?
No, it's not about the dog, man.
Oh.
Not
about politics.
It's about the manipulation of the mass media, man. That's what it's about. When the mass media has control of most people's minds, obviously we've all been through it in the last 3 years, that they control the narrative of most people's thinking. And that's scary, man. It's scary as fuck all, man. And what we do here, man, is break those chains and say, man, you got to look at it a different way.
So I think the thing that Memius points out every once in a while that he has recently is an important thing to keep in mind when we're talking about this, that woke is not something that happens to somebody. The facts in regards to this term make no difference to someone. Woke is a state of mind. Woke means that you are in a state of mind where you are willing to accept the truth and you want to know the truth.
Yeah.
Now, the number of people that fall under this category, say, for instance, here in the United States, the number of people that fall into this category, let's be honest, that's about, say, 10%. Like, let's just say it could be a little bit more, it could be a little bit less. Let's just say it's roughly around 10%.
Okay.
Which means it's a lot of people but it's still the drastic minority that are actually truly more woke. Like they're in a state of mind where they want to know the truth, and they are also willing to accept the truth. You know, these individuals. Now, keep in mind. So the reason why I'm illustrating this is because when we're talking about changing the world for the better, what I'm trying to say is, like, some people say, "Oh." Like I hear people all the time get on here, flat earthers come on here and say, "Oh, you shouldn't tell people the earth is flat, right? Why don't you think you're crazy? You gotta talk to them about 9/11, the mercury eruption." Or you gotta say, "Oh, you gotta do this, you gotta ease it up." And I'm like, no, dude, no, you're thinking about it incorrectly. See, the people you're talking about that don't accept the truth, those are the people that it's a waste of your time, it's a waste of your breath, it's a waste of your calories to even bother to tell them that the earth is flat, because they're so brainwashed and stupid. They're not, like, trust me, dude, it's just not worth your time. Right? What you need to do is you need to go and find those 10% of the population that actually cares about the truth and is willing to accept the truth for what it is, and then use your breath to go and tell them that the earth is flat. Because they will actually accept the truth, want to know the truth, and from there on forward will openly acknowledge the truth. And you see, what I'm trying to say is, if we can simply get to that 10% and tell all of them, because very small portion of this 10% I'm talking about, very small percentage of them has ever met a flat earther in their entire life. Most of these people I'm talking about, most of them have never met a flat earther, or even know that a flat earther even exists for the most part. All right? But if we can actually just get to them and just simply talk to them and just simply tell them the earth is flat and get them to actually research the subject on themselves, then from that point onward, things would change. This is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah. I like it, man. I've always thought, since I realized the earth was flat, that we could make a change, because objective reality is an absolute, without a doubt, the globe killer, man. And all we're trying to do is wake people up from this little sleeper that they're in, and say, "Hey, man, you've been fooled. It's like a magician, man. You got fooled. He pulled the card, bro, that you picked or whatever. You wrote your name on it, whatever. You got fooled, man. It was a trick. It is a trick. And I just want you to wake up from the trick, man. I just want you to wake up from the trick of your mind." And that's all I'm after, man. Is if I can wake a couple people up and say, "Hey, man, trick. Yeah, ain't that a bitch?" Yeah, we all got fucked, man. We all got tricked. Nobody here didn't get fucking tricked, man. I just got to say that, man. And once you got tricked to the magic trick, you got suckered. You got rocked. Yep. But once you wake up from it, it's impossible to go back to sleep, man. It's impossible. You're not gonna. And damn, what a trick, man. They played whatever, how many years of schooling and college and NASA engineers. Yeah, they all got tricked, man. And they'll never admit it, man. There's a few here and there that will come out and say, "Hey, man, dude, man, I can't believe it. I'm an airline pilot. I know it's flat for sure, man, because all I do is level off the plane and I fly across the flat plane for fucking 10 hours straight, What? What do you mean you level off the plane? You don't dip your nose? No, I don't dip my nose. I don't dip the nose on the globe. Are you kidding me? What are you, ridiculous? Are you an imbecile? What the hell's wrong with you? We just level off the plane. We fly it, man. It's flat, dude. Come on. And all of engineering of avionics and everything that flies over the globe is designed by a flat plane, man. That's it, man. And once you got that, man, you got everything. That's all you need, man. You don't need any more than that, bro. Just the level flights of airplanes prove a flat Earth without a doubt, man.
Not to mention their patents and stuff, like their manuals. They all say that they're using a flat Earth model to base the physics on.
Yep. All the physics are designed on a flat stationary plane, without a doubt. And
Imagine.
keep that in mind.
Cheers.
Hey, Kim, how you doing, baby?
Doing all right. It's my internet's bad. I'm sorry.
Well, I hope your internet's better.
It's shitty.
The fact that all of the planes that fly over Earth are designed to fly over a flat Earth is a problem.
They're literally named planes. Isn't that so funny?
Yeah, plane. The plane.
Words mean something.
I just got to point that out, man. I love the obvious things. I do. Yeah.
We got some folks in here. Have you guys already greeted them?
Airplanes. Okay, that's a good one. I love that, man. What a MK Ultra mindfuck twist that shit is. I don't know if you guys know about everything is opposite, man. If they say it's good for you, it's probably bad for you. If they say it's bad for you, it's probably good for you. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Real quick, keep it trip. Keep it simple.
Good is bad, bad is good.
Yeah. Just keep that in mind, everybody. Don't forget that one. That's an easy one, man, to remember. If they say it's good for you, yeah, okay. If they say it's bad for you, you might want to check it out.
You know, my favorite example of that is cholesterol. That's the one that makes me laugh.
Cholesterol's a bitch, ain't that something? All right. Yeah, man. Without the cholesterol, you don't have any brain function, man. You have zero. So yeah.
Hey, Missy.
Let me explain this in proper nutritional terms.
Hold on,
cholesterol is a nutrient. All right, it's also classified as an antioxidant, but that's a separate subject. But cholesterol is the reason why it's not classified as an essential nutrient is because, at least typically, with the exception of one, give or take, I think vitamin D is kind of in a gray zone. But with the exception of that one, all essential nutrients, in order for it to be defined as an essential nutrient, it must be required by the human body in order to function and live, but also not be able to be created by the human body. So cholesterol does not fall into this category because cholesterol has the ability to be produced by the human body. But keep in mind, cholesterol only has the ability to be produced by the human body at 10% the capacity in which the human body requires cholesterol in order to function. So it does have the ability to produce it. Your body has the ability to produce it, but only 10% your actual needs. The other 90% of your actual needs of cholesterol have to come from your diet.
But they always say there's good cholesterol and bad cholesterol. What's the truth behind that?
So it's just a misconception. It's just referring to the capsule that's on the outside of the structure of the cholesterol. So it's just there's LDL and there's HDL, and there's a misconception that one is bad for you and the other's not. It's just a bunch of pseudoscience. The reality is neither is bad for you. They're both good for you. Yeah,
that's amazing.
It's just a bunch of when they say that's bad for you, it's just a bunch of pseudoscience nonsense. When you actually look at
it has nothing to do with your heart health.
No. It does. It has no adverse effects on your heart. No, not at all. But I can tell you something. That does has an adverse effect on your heart health and your cardiovascular health and your arteries, etc. Which is crop oil. When you have a crop oil, which is a fat that is derived from plants, whether it be corn or soy or olives or whatever, etc. It's a crop oil derived from crops, and it does not do this. What I describe does not do this for the 2 weeks after it's created, after it's derived from the crop. But after it's 2 weeks old and it's been sitting on a shelf at room temperature, it does this thing called oxidize. All right, it oxidizes. And when it does this, it turns into a substance that has these free radicals that are involved with it. And basically, when it gets into your bloodstream through your digestive system, it causes plaque to form in your arteries, and it has a potential to cause, failure in your arteries and trouble in your arteries.
Yeah.
Wow. So my sister, who became vegetarian and sometimes borderlines vegan, is probably screwing herself over then, huh?
Well, yeah, because unless she's living in a place like, say, take for instance, California or Italy, and he or she is actually living in the place where the olive oil is actually being made and eating it while it's fresh. Unless she's doing that, then yeah, this does apply to her.
She does eat hummus. She lives in Austin. It's like coastal. I don't know if they have olives there. Probably not.
Yeah, but it's just kind of a tragic thing, really, just to think that the vast majority of crop oils that are consumed are allowed to sit at room temperature for more than 2 weeks. It's just a terrible thing.
Oh, are they?
Well, yeah, think about it. If you go to Trader Joe's and buy a bottle of olive oil, it doesn't matter if it came from California or Italy. It's been sitting at room temperature for more than 2 weeks.
Okay, so we need to not have olive oil, huh?
Yeah, any crop oil that's been room temperature for more than 2 weeks, it gets to that oxidization point where it turns into something you don't want in your bloodstream.
So we want butter.
Yeah, because butter has the ability to spoil, but it doesn't oxidize. And so as long as you keep it in the refrigerator and sealed, butter can stay good, and it doesn't do that thing that crop oils do. Yeah.
Wow. And I can't think.
But it's even better than tallow, though. Keep in mind, tallow is even better because it's a more balanced one. So butter is almost entirely saturated fat, which is not to say that saturated fats are bad for you. Your body requires a certain amount of it, even a large amount of it. Mm-hmm. But a more balanced fat is beef tallow or lamb tallow or the fat from a goat or the fat from a chicken or an egg yolk. These are all fats that are much more balanced, where they have much more, it's a higher amount of monounsaturated, slightly lower amount of saturated fat, and then very low amount of polyunsaturated fat, which is what you want in order for your body to function optimally.
So you guys want to greet new folks? We've got somebody in here, Missy. I'd like to welcome you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where it's the best place to talk about Earth on the Earth. You're welcome to unmute and talk.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you all, I guess.
Nice to meet you as well. So,
welcome.
Do you have a preference for what you walk on?
Sorry?
Do you have a preference for what you walk on? That was kind of a weird way to ask.
Yeah, I don't understand what that means.
Okay. Do you believe the Earth is a globe?
I'm not sure yet. I haven't really decided. But I'm more towards flat Earth.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, my internet's pretty bad, guys. If somebody wants to jump in, I don't want to be roboting out soon, but I don't know what's going on with it today. It's bad.
You sound really good, Kim. Hey, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live on YouTube live streaming. Welcome. You're on the fence. I get it. I totally get it.
I'm not really on the fence. I'm more towards the flat Earth side.
Excellent. Why do you lean more towards the flat Earth side? Why is that?
Too many reasons to list.
Give us a couple. 1, 2, 3, whatever. Give us a couple.
How about I tell you another time?
Well, what we do here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, we've been around for, I don't know, 6 or 7 years, 5 years at least. that we love to talk to people who will love to talk about where we live. This is what we do. We want to talk about where we live and how we came to the realization of where we actually do live. And it's a simple question. It's not a complicated thing. You don't have to go into, you have to go to college. You don't even have to go to elementary school to get what we are talking about. We all experience Earth. We all live on Earth. That's it, man. Very few of us can say that we've left Earth to some other place. Yeah. And certainly nobody in here will
I'd say none of us.
attest to that, man. Nobody's going to attest to, I left Earth, back in 1987. I went on the space shuttle and nobody's going to say that they saw Earth from space. Nobody. And that's all we're asking, man. If you think you live on this imaginary thing that they've showed you through television, video, computer, internet, whatever, phone, if you want to imagine that you live there, that's okay, man. We're okay with that, man. Imagine that you live in a place that's shooting through an infinite vacuum space that's been spinning for billions of years, whatever, man. Good on you. Good for you. Go ahead and believe that, man. Go ahead, because you have no evidence to back it up. You got zero. You got zip. Nada. Nothing. Not a thing to support your beliefs, and that's okay, man. Once you realize that, you're good. You're going to be in a better place mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. You will be in a better place, no doubt. But you have to realize that and come to your own acceptance of what reality actually is. What is reality? Do you believe you're on Discord right now talking to me? Or are you just a brain in the jar, as Miggy likes to put it? That's okay. You can be that. That's fine.
It's not even how Miggy likes to put it. It's how some of the Glovers put it. I mean, Miggy didn't come up with that, did he?
No, I don't think he did, but lately he's been pushing it. Yeah, that's all. And that's fine. Are you just an imaginary substance that doesn't exist within a substance that doesn't exist? What? Hey, how about space is expanding into what? They say it's expanding. Space is expanding into
the space.
Some other space, some like imaginary space, some empty area that doesn't exist. What is space expanding into, man?
Hold on, Flat Earth dude. Are you trying to tell me that they're saying that the universe has a finite volume to it? Or not a finite volume, but an expanding volume. An expanding volume at the edge of the universe expanding. Yet somehow, some way, we have consistent 14.7 psi here at sea level.
It's amazing. I'm telling you, amazing. It's astronomically amazing.
I mean, take for instance, if I have a container, say 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot, 1 cubic foot, and let's say we have 14.7 psi, air pressure, just ordinary at sea level air pressure on the inside. And then let's say I seal this container, make sure it's really well sealed. And then let's say while it's reasonably well sealed, but not sealed enough to change a little bit. Let's say I expand it a little bit, like pull one of the edges outwards and make it 2 cubic feet of volume. What would happen to the air pressure on the inside? Would it be 14.7 psi throughout? No, it would be 7 psi throughout. As the volume expands, the air pressure decreases. But yet they say the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, but yet we have consistent 14.7 psi here at sea level. These things just don't add up.
Yeah, they don't add up. That's why this server exists. It's because shit don't add up, man. And we're here to say, hey, man, shit don't add up. Matthew Learns. Sorry, bro. I mean, I love you, but appreciate your honesty, but it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up.
It almost seems as if every practical demonstration we have that involves consistent gas pressure involve a fixed volume and a container.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a phenomenon that we can all observe and check out for ourselves. Just like, the level water, the level water, man. I love level water. Hey, I was at the beach today, man. Killer view. I could send you guys some pictures, man, but it was absolutely level. Left to right. The horizon over the ocean on the Pacific coast of California today was completely level. 100%. I checked it out for myself. I was looking at it and just trying to decipher it for myself and say, hey, man, 100%, man. That's a level. That's a level plane, man. I'm looking at, man. That's it. Here, I'll drop a picture, man. Here, let me drop a picture.
Hey, speaking of observations, I did it. I wrote the code for my experiment. I would love to get your guys' opinion.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm talking about? I don't know if anybody.
I do not. But here. I'm gonna send you guys my picture.
Well, I was here, kind of. I could hear a little bit,
and I could see the beautiful chemtrails and the. But yeah, that shit's level, man. Left to right, man. Level, left to right. I want you guys to get that through your heads, man. Level, left to right. They're supposed on a globe, man. It should bend left to right. Yeah, doesn't. That's like like 40 miles across there, man. Nothing. There's no bending, nothing. But they had to bust us with the chemtrails today, man. They had to. And
how far away is that island? Or is that an island? Or is that
that island is 20. It's like from there, it's like 37 miles, something like that. Yeah,
like 20 something from the coast.
That's where I was working today, man. I took that picture, and yeah, it's Catalina Island.
Oh, okay.
37 miles away, something like that.
It's 37.2 from the coast, right?
Yeah.
From Laguna Beach?
Yeah, exactly. From Laguna Beach, like 37 miles.
Yeah, but you were further away since you've got like tennis courts there.
The reason I took the picture is because of the 3 lines in the sky. I was like, I really didn't give a fuck all about the horizon at that point. But, I mean, I was like so disgusted today. They absolutely bombed us in Southern California today with the
you know what they look like? They look like claw marks.
What does?
Claw marks.
What looks like claw marks?
The trail of fumes or whatever the hell behind those planes in the sky.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Anyway, it was that was where I was at today. I don't know where you guys were, but by the time the sun set, I couldn't even see the sun, man. It was so blocked by the haze of those clouds, artificial clouds.
Well, yeah, but that's California anyway. Like, you're near LA, right?
Yeah. I'm close.
We get that a lot here too. In Fort Worth.
There you go. It happens everywhere, man.
Do you know how high you were elevated from there?
I'd say about 300 feet.
Okay.
Back when I used to live near Lockheed Martin, it was like near every day they put chemtrails over us.
Every day. Yep. Yeah, they did that for decades, man. For decades. Every day. I could see this shit, man. These Mongos, man, are saying, hey, man, Bob Ross would be really pissed off if he had to draw those clouds, man. He'd be pissed. Be like, hey, man.
These are not happy little clouds.
Happy little clouds? Bob Ross would be like, wow, these are straight line clouds, man. You guys, yeah. Bob Ross never drew clouds like that, man, ever.
Mm-hmm.
That's a funny phenomenon. I find that hilarious, man. I hope you guys agree, man. I don't know. I saw a meme once. It's like, do you remember drawing these clouds as a child? It was Bob Ross there. It's like holding up the paintbrush. It's like, no, I don't remember Bob Ross, Adam, drawing those fucking clouds like that, man. No, they were like puffy little poofy clouds. Yeah. No.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody thinks those are like clouds, though. You know.
Yeah.
Everybody knows they come from like.
Well, eventually they spread out, and people then think they really are clouds.
They spread out?
Yeah. Over time through the day, they spread out, and they create this huge fog over the whole city.
That's
in fact,
what we had
it's
today.
so huge, you can even, the entire horizon is covered even an hour out from the city. We're out in the country.
And you said you're in Fort Worth?
Yeah.
How many? Really? That's crazy.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before in my life. I've seen a lot of these trails before when like a jet is going through, but never seen them spread out to cause like a haze across the whole sky before.
Yeah. Well, there were days that I used to spend watching the skies, so I just observed and observed. So
keep in mind, politics is downstream from culture. So if you actually want to know what the contents of those things are, then you got to make it the culture to want to know what the contents of those things are. Most people around you don't give a damn. If you want to know yourself, you got to change that.
Right. True.
I went ahead and did
What
the
do you-
math.
what do
and
you think
should
they
have
are?
that much curvature. You should have that much curvature from where his picture was taken, guys. I estimated 40 miles instead of 37.9 miles.
What do you guys think those are, though?
What?
The trails left in the sky
You mean,
by like jet
you
engine.
mean contrails versus chemtrails?
Yeah, what's the difference, I guess?
Contrails is just their poorly disguised name for what they really are. They don't even really say they're anything different, hardly. They just
Unless
say
it's
that.
both. Well, unless there's both. I mean, there could be contrails and chemtrails. There could be one kind of aircraft above you doing one thing and another kind of aircraft doing another.
Well, you all remember when we were kids, we'd see, planes leaving trails in the sky, but it wasn't like, it wasn't continuous like that, and it didn't spread out like that. Like, usually if it was left in the sky, it was because they were riding something in the sky. You know what I mean? When they left trails in the sky, it like faded out pretty quickly. It was just a thin little line. It wasn't the same as what's going on here.
I've never seen what you're describing. So, I mean, I've seen
the thinning out part or the lingering, the thinning out part?
Yes.
Oh, I've seen that. I see that on a daily basis. Like, I see both. That's why I say that. Because I see trails that dissipate after a few hundred feet, and I see trails at a higher altitude that don't. So... But as far as knowing what the composition is of either the trails that dissipate or the ones that don't, again, finding that out, politics is downstream from culture.
Well, wouldn't it be easy to... Or can you perform an experiment to find out? Like, go to an area where you think
I heard a rumor of like a German guy flying his own Cessna or some small aircraft through it years ago, but that was just a rumor, and I didn't hear any like actual like. It all depends on what you can prove. Like it's not what it all boils down to what you can prove in a court of law or something like that. It's like, but again, it's just if people are critically thinking and demanding the truth in mass, in large numbers, if people are demanding the truth about this or that or that or this, surface of the earth or what's in the sky or whatever, then we'll get it. But the question is, do most people even care to want to know the truth? I don't think most people do.
Okay. Why do you disagree with the current explanation that it's just contrails? So, like,
I don't. I'm neutral to it. I'm not assuming that they are chemtrails or contrails. I am completely and totally neutral. I'm not claiming it either way.
Oh, I thought you were. Or somebody was, at least.
Huh? Me?
Yeah, why do you think that they're... Why do you think it's different than what they say? So, like, contrails are just... is a byproduct of a jet engine burning fuel, right? So it's water vapor and...
Yeah, I don't claim to know what it's made of, but I do know what I observe. I remember seeing all the planes. I guess living in Fort Worth, like, maybe the church I grew up going to, now that I think about it, might have been pretty close to Lockheed Martin. But I always grew up seeing all those planes. I know what a normal trail should look like. And I've also seen them literally gridding the sky with chemtrails. It's not the same thing. Like, there was never a grid over the city of chemtrails before, of contrails, that the trail wouldn't have even stayed long enough to do that, And like... I don't know what they're trying to do with the gridding. I always wondered, and I was wondering if they're using their lights to flash and like reflects it back through the chemtrails. Like, I don't know if that's well found. It's not well found. Yeah. But you guys know that those are supposed to be connected to HARP, right?
Well, allegedly, like as the rumor goes, but not with any concrete evidence, not with anything that's
right.
But so as the rumor goes, but something I want to point out to you guys that I think is not a rumor, but just a very sparsely known fact, is that above 10,000 feet altitude, above 10,000 feet above the flat and stationary Earth that we live on, the United States EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, does not have jurisdiction above 10,000 feet altitude. So if you're up there above 10,000 feet, you can technically, legally release whatever you want into the air and not be breaking the law. Now, I'm not saying, and I'm not necessarily implying anything. I'm just pointing that out as that is a matter of fact. I'm just pointing that out.
Interesting. Well, it's funny because when I first found out about chemtrails, it was crazy, kind of scary, and I was, telling people about it, and they were telling me that, I'm sure that's not happening. And then I literally met a farmer who told me that people had come by to sell them rain.
Oh, Ryan, you said that above 10,000 feet, the U.S. doesn't have jurisdiction over their airspace?
No. The EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, has no jurisdiction above 10,000 feet.
But, okay. But the United States still does.
Yeah. The U.S. Air Force does.
Okay, so you're saying if I were to get into my private airplane and go above 10,000 feet, I could do whatever, I could release whatever I wanted to?
Possibly, but the bigger question you should ask yourself is, are you even legally allowed to do that in a private aircraft?
I don't know.
I guess some are. Now that I think about it, I guess some are, but maybe some are, and they could legally do that if they wanted to, but how many people that can afford an aircraft, a privately owned aircraft that goes above 10,000 feet, obviously not a Cessna, how many people that can afford a private jet and have that kind of money would care to go up that high and start dumping their garbage out the side? How many people would care to do that? I don't think a single one. They could legally do it, but I don't think anyone would think to do it because none of them care to do that.
Apparently,
I'm sure
a modern
for
Cessna
garbage.
172 has a maximum altitude of 13,000 to 15,000 feet. So, looks like your private airplanes can go above there, but I don't know. I don't think you can just start dumping shit out of your airplane if you're above 10,000 feet.
Well, again, it boils down to, again, it's not if you're allowed to or not. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. The point is, the EPA does not have jurisdiction above 10,000 feet altitude above the surface.
Where's that written? Where could I find that? I'm just curious, like, how you found that.
I'll try to look it up. Something I learned a long time ago.
Because I feel like the Environmental Protection Agency, it's weird that they would have an altitude limit written into their laws. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, no, not me. I don't think that's weird. Like, I'll be honest. I was very relieved and delighted when I found out that Trump had reduced funding to the EPA by 50%. Because you got to understand, I'm a responsible libertarian. I actually think that the EPA should exist, but it should actually serve its function, which as of recently, in recent years, it has not. It's been a large waste, and it's actually gotten in the way of actual real progress, if you want to call it that. So I mean, I'm just saying, like, that the EPA does a very good job wasting your tax dollars. At least does it, and as much of that as they do good, at the very least. I can assure you that.
okay. So you found it a relief that the EPA can't police the airspace above 10,000 feet.
No. I was saying I found it a relief that former President Trump, reduced the budget of the EPA by 50%. He cut their budget in half.
Okay.
Like, yeah, that's exactly what I would have done if I were president. It's exactly what I would have done.
Right. But what I was saying was, I don't know why the EPA would have it in their laws, or the government would restrict the EPA to not have jurisdiction above 10,000. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, why?
Well, actually, I mean, I can guess. I mean, like, I don't know, but I can throw out a guess if you want to hear a guess. And my guess would be because then that way they can simply just take aircraft and go that high up and get rid of toxic waste that they can't get rid of through other means. But again, that's just a guess. I'm not claiming anything. I'm just simply throwing that out there as a concept.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems strange to me, but who knows?
Just keep in mind, it does not take the same amount of money to dispose of every kind of toxic waste. There are certain forms of toxic waste that are very expensive to dispose of, all right? And there are other ones that are very cheap to dispose of. So the normal things that we normally send to landfill are just normal things that most of the time, those materials, most of the part throughout, are easy to dispose of. But that's not to say that all toxic waste is easy to dispose of. Some forms are very challenging to dispose of and very costly.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know. I feel like if you actually wanted to prove that the trails you see in the sky are dumping some sort of toxic waste on you, you could go to where
but I wasn't
you see
trying to prove that.
hold on, let me finish real quick. You could go to where you see one of these trails, right, and get somewhat under it and measure, or measure the composition of the air as it settles out. I mean,
People have measured the water after chemtrails.
Yeah, but that's not
there's
direct.
no water and snow.
There's a really big problem with that. That's not a direct sample. Is the problem. So it's
Well, how are
still
you
in the
gonna sample
realm
the air?
of subjectivity. It's still in the realm of guesswork. There's too much of a margin of error if you're not getting a sample much more directly from the source.
so you're saying like fly through the actual trail that has been left and take a sample?
Yeah, well, at least then you'd be getting somewhere much more logically solid, so to speak. Yeah.
You might die.
I didn't say. I mean, hey, finding the truth. No one ever, in certain respects, it's not necessarily easy, but finding the truth is a thing itself.
Right. I would do that first before I claimed that the government was dropping toxic chemicals like in the air. I would do that first and find that out first before.
I'm just simply pointing out that if
well, Lockheed Martin isn't the government. It might not be the government officially.
Okay, I'd still say the same thing. I would say do that first. Find out if there's actually toxic chemicals in these trails before you claim that somebody's dropping them on you. You know what I mean?
To the best of my knowledge, they're all condensation trails. To the best of my knowledge, I mean, I don't believe that they are.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying, to the best of my knowledge, they
are. Well, we certainly have had our fair share of weather events right after the chemtrails are laid. So, I'm inclined to believe it really is connected to HAARP. I don't think they're trying to poison us with it because that would poison them too. But I don't think they really care that much what they're dumping out either.
I don't know what HAARP is. Can you tell me what
HAARP is like, it's a, like, it's kind of hard to explain. It's like a laser targeting system that like can hit throws microwaves places. Basically, it's like a cannon for microwaves. So when it hits these chemtrails, it's supposed to like create some sort of like weather condition and like I don't know how it all works, but that's what I've been able to piece together.
It's like a device, or is it a company, or what is?
Yeah, it's a huge set of devices. HAARP. You can look it up. It's pretty easy. First, of course, you'll find this stuff saying like, "Oh, it's not what it sounds like," but it's all there.
The Active Auroral Research Program. Interesting.
So what I'm wondering though is, has anyone ever replicated this or demonstrated it to, do what people claim it does? Because I haven't seen any demonstration of this.
What are you talking about? HAARP?
Yeah, I've heard rumors that it can create hot fronts, and it's like, it's a rumor. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying
well, it makes more sense than being able to create cold fronts.
So just reading off the website, it says that HAARP, it's a scientific endeavor aimed at studying the properties and behaviors of the ionosphere. So you're saying that this causes, in conjunction with chemtrails, causes weather events, like bad weather events?
Like rain, some of the weirdest thunder I've ever heard and weirdest lightning I've ever seen, for sure.
What does weird thunder mean? What do you mean when you say weird thunder?
Just like continuous, but like weirdly muted and contained I've also seen lightning that was sustained for like, gosh, I think it was like a whole minute, just
You mean a
centering
lightning
from
flash? A lightning flash is staying for a whole minute?
Yes, and it was the weirdest thing I ever saw because it came out from one spot out of the clouds and it started arcing out of a circle out into the surrounding clouds and forking out further and further, and the whole thing was just continually lighting up, and it was like extremely startling. I was driving at the time talking to my best friend, and I just could not I was like, oh my gosh, this is still happening. This thing I'm describing to you right now is still going on. Like, it was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I mean, in the skies, at least. Or maybe. But, I don't know. It's been a few years since it seemed like we were able to really notice them experimenting with it. It doesn't seem like anything crazy has happened in a couple years.
So you said you live
a
in
year.
Fort Worth, right? Or around Fort
Mhm.
Worth? Well, I think
Yeah, kind of like the west side of Fort Worth.
the HARP
Northwest.
Ionospheric and Radio Science Laboratory is in Alaska. So you're saying that this thing in Alaska is affecting weather down there?
It's not in Alaska. It's like in
Is it not? Am I reading?
No, it's like in the middle of the U.S.
Oh, okay. Well, it has the coordinates 62 degrees 23 north latitude, 145 degrees 09 west.
Did
South
they
of
claim to
Fairbanks.
close down the one in the middle of the U.S.? Let's see.
So it says subarctic. So I don't even know how to like. This is interesting.
At least I thought it was. Unless they closed it or.
Yeah, this the one I'm looking at is in Alaska. Unless you're thinking of a different one, but
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have to admit, it has been a few years since I looked into HARP at all. But given that the Earth is flat, it shouldn't be a problem.
it shouldn't be a problem that something in Alaska affects the weather in Fort Worth.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm not to say it shouldn't be any problem, but it shouldn't be impossible, let's say.
Yeah. I wish I could find out more about how this thing works. What is this?
Because I really don't think they're doing it just to poison us. And besides, they were selling rain through their chemtrails, so I mean, that has to be it. I don't know if they use HARP to do it, but like, I don't know, that has to be what it's for.
I wouldn't say that's what it has to be for, but
Well, I mean, why else would they be selling rain?
why are they selling rain? I've never heard of this. I don't know what you mean. They're selling rain to farmers?
Yes, I literally met a farmer who said that men had come to their farm to sell them rain.
Interesting. I've heard that like in China, I think it's Beijing, they'll like affect the weather because there's a lot of smog, right? So they'll like shoot their laser up into the sky to like clear the think of smog. So I mean, it's not like outside of the imagination that we can control the weather in a small area, but I don't know. Interesting. Okay, Donato. Apparently, there's a multiple HARP-like research observatories. So
Okay.
yeah, cloud seeding. There you go.
Yeah. That's what they call it.
I don't know, I'm more likely to believe in chemtrails than I am to believe in the Earth is flat. If I'm being honest with you.
What, do you not believe the Earth is flat?
No, I don't believe the Earth is flat.
Why not?
For a lot of reasons, I think.
What's the main one?
That we have images from space showing the Earth. There's a rover on Mars. SpaceX has live streams every single week showing rockets being launched.
Hold on though. Have you seen the pictures of Earth on NASA's website?
Uh-huh.
No, go look at them.
Oh, I have.
They're like wildly inconsistent with one another. Like the sizes of the continents, all these. And then when you look close enough, you realize that almost all of them say they were made by artists. And there's only two that they even claim to be real pictures of Earth. One is from the moon, and one is from like a whatever piece of technology they claim to have sent 1 million miles away. Do you think that we have the technology to send something 1 million miles away, take a clear resolution picture of ourselves, and then send it back to us? I mean, I can't even get a signal an hour out of the city. How did they get a signal 1 million miles away?
Yes, I do believe we can do that.
We can't do that. It's ridiculous.
We absolutely can. I promise you.
Yeah, we cannot.
True.
All right. Well,
I don't know. I'm an engineer, okay, and so we can do that. I mean, it's not easy. None of this stuff is like simple. It is a complicated thing, but it is possible to do this stuff. Just like it's possible to launch rockets up to there, like SpaceX, how they have their reusable rocket. It's possible to launch something up into orbit and then have the booster land back down on the pad. You know, I mean, this stuff, it's not easy, but this stuff is possible. And like, we're getting really, really good at science and engineering that we can do this awesome stuff. And like SpaceX, they literally live stream their rocket launches every week. Like they're having one almost every week, and you can go.
Wait, hold on, buddy. You want to know the problem with that? You want to know what really pisses me off the most about it? They always get to about 183,000 feet, and then they cut the live feed. Now, why is that? Every time they never get above 183,000 feet before they cut the feed. Why? Tell me why.
Are you talking about when they separate the second stage?
I'm just talking about uncut. I'm just talking about, I've watched SpaceX rockets. I watch them go off. They always get up to about 180,000 feet or just above that, and then they cut the feed. They don't get to low Earth orbit before they cut the feed. Every time. Unless you have evidence to the contrary. Do you have evidence to the contrary?
Yeah, I mean, yes, there's video of... Well, here, let me look.
Into orbit.
Go to the...
From the ground. Hold on. From the ground into low Earth orbit, uncut feed. Does that exist anywhere? Yes or no?
I will look for one for you. I'm pretty sure.
It does exist.
If you can find it, man, eyes open on my part. Eyes open.
Oh yeah, you'll believe the Earth is a globe? If I do?
No, I don't believe the Earth is a globe.
No, I'm saying if I find this video for you, you will then believe the Earth is a globe. Yes?
No. I would believe that the Earth is a globe. No, hold on. I would believe that the Earth is a globe. I would not just believe it. I would acknowledge the Earth is a globe if you could demonstrate it to be a globe globe via direct measurement of curvature.
What?
As in, if you could directly measure the surface of the Earth and demonstrate it to be curved, then I would acknowledge it to be curved. And it wouldn't be a mere blind belief on my part, as it is on your part right now.
So you're telling me if I find this video of the rocket launching from the platform, going up above 189,000 feet, and you being able to see like the Earth being curved, you would still not believe that the Earth is a globe?
No, because that would be a very low standard of evidence that only a small child would think is reasonable. You see, a high standard of evidence, a reasonable standard of evidence, would be a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, demonstrating it to be curved. That would be reasonable and sufficient.
The evidence required is different for everybody, I think. Everybody thinks differently.
Well, yeah, but some people are reasonable. Some people
are our own personal proof.
Yeah, some people have low standards of evidence. Some people have high standard of evidence.
Some people have different standards of evidence.
Yeah, but they're either they're either high or low. They're either reasonable or unreasonable.
So you're telling me you want a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth?
Of the surface of the Earth, demonstrating it to be curved.
So is it just saying that over 270?
Oops, my bad.
What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. It just got really quiet.
My bad.
Nothing. There was just a hot mic. No big.
My bad. Yeah, I was hot micing. I was in two servers at once. My bad. We're talking about construction and buildings and a bunch of nonsense. So.
Okay.
What were you guys talking about over here? What's the subject?
Rocket launches, I think, is what we're on right now.
We're on the same topic we're always on. Is the Earth flat?
Let me ask this. Let me ask you, buddy. Do you think that pictures from the alleged vacuum of space, images from the vacuum of space, do you think that these are any kind of proof for the Earth being a ball?
Yeah, I think images from space showing the Earth curved are proof that it's a globe. Yeah.
All right. Now, do you think that pictures of Bigfoot are proof of Bigfoot? Like sufficient proof of Bigfoot for you to accept the existence of Bigfoot?
Do I think pictures, are they real pictures of Bigfoot?
Let me ask you this. So if I show you,
tells me that they are real pictures of Bigfoot. CNN agrees.
Let me do this a different way. Let me do this a different way. If I were to show you pictures that were from NASA and they said they were from the vacuum of space, and I were to show you them, would you believe that these pictures that NASA says is from the vacuum of space? Would you believe that these pictures are from the vacuum of space? Yes or no?
Look,
yes, right?
Yes.
Right?
Let me go back to your Bigfoot thing really quick.
Right,
yes, I would believe that if you showed me a live stream every single week of you videotaping Bigfoot, and you told me the location and the place where I could go see it with my own eyes, then yes, I would believe that.
Okay. So yeah, let's focus in on this now. Let's analyze this carefully now.
Get in there.
You said now you said you brought in empiricism. You said go and see the Bigfoot with your own eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Now the question I'm asking is: have you ever been to the vacuum of